Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Empire of the Black Sea, The Rise and Fall of the Mithridatic World by Dwayne W. Roller, narrated by Bob Sauer. Publisher's note: in this audio edition, you will hear references to figures present in the print and ebook formats of the book. Preface. Over a period of more than 2 centuries, the Pontic dynasty of northern Asia Minor evolved from modest beginnings into one of the most powerful states in the Greco-Roman world. Its founder, Mithridates I, was a refugee from the unforgiving and violent politics of the years after the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC. The dynasty culminated in its last and most famous king, Mithridates VI the Great, who died in 63 BC. Pontus was originally the north-central portion of what is today modern Turkey, but at its peak the kingdom controlled Central Asia Minor and most of the coastal Black Sea, with trade and commercial connections into Armenia, toward the Iranian Plateau, the Caucasus, and the barbarian hinterland north of the sea. Eventually, Pontus was rivaled only by Ptolemaic Egypt and the lengthening reach of the Roman Republic. Much of the modern interest in the ancient Pontic kingdom has centered on the career of Mithridates the Great, but he was merely the last representative of a dynasty that began in the early 3rd century BC, as the world that had been left in disarray by the death of Alexander the Great settled into a number of hereditary and contentious monarchies. Pontic power was slow to develop, but by the end of the 3rd century BC, Pontus had become one of the major regional states of the Hellenistic world. With the arrival of the Romans in Asia Minor early in the following century, local politics became tangled with the effects of Roman policy, and the history of the last century of the Pontic dynasty is one of ever more complex relations with that power. After the accession of Mithridates VI around 120 BC, the dynasty both reached its peak and began its decline, eventually yielding to the inexorable power of Rome, as was to happen to the other surviving kingdoms founded after Alexander's death. This study is the first thorough analysis in English of the dynasty as a whole, with detailed attention given to its origins and entire history. The author has positioned himself for this endeavor by his extensive earlier writings on the Eastern dynasties of the Hellenistic and Roman world, especially an analysis of the Pontic kingdom as reconstituted by Marcus Antonius, Mark Antony, in 37 BC, and the career of the most famous descendant of the Mithridatids, Queen Dunamis of Bosporus, the granddaughter of Mithridates VI. The present work extends from the world of the successors of Alexander the Great to the Roman era and draws heavily on the concept of the allied king or queen, monarchs on the fringes of the Roman world who entered into a symbiotic relationship with that power, for better or worse, most famously Cleopatra VII and Herod the Great. There are certain difficulties inherent in writing a study of the Pontic dynasty. As in all historiography, sources can be deficient or lacking, and the emphasis placed on ancient literature on certain events or personalities may reflect more of the survival of the sources than their perceived contemporary importance. Moreover, after the arrival of the Romans, the extant writings began to reflect the victor's point of view, a well-known problem in late Hellenistic history, and most pernicious in the case of Cleopatra VII. And, as always, women, regardless of their importance, tend to be faint or virtually non-existent in the narrative. As before, the author wrote the book in his study in Santa Fe, having conducted research in the Harvard College Library and the Library of the University of California at Berkeley, as well as utilizing the excellent interlibrary loan services of the Ohio State University. He would particularly like to thank the Emeritus Academy of the Ohio State University for grant support. Among the many who assisted in the completion of this work, he would like especially to thank Stanley Burstein, David Brond, Emma Dodd of Numismatic Arts Classica, Amelia Dowler of the British Museum, Patrick Alexander Kreutz, Kenneth Lapiton, Lee Patterson, Letitia K. Roller, Lisbeth Thoresen, Stefan Vranke, and many others at Oxford University Press, Claudia Wagner and Wendy Watkins, and the Ohio State University Center for Epigraphical and Paleographical Studies. Introduction. In early 63 BC, Mithridates the Great, king of Pontus, who ruled a territory that included most of the Black Sea coast, was in residence at his palace at Pontic Empire, just north of the sea. For 30 years he had been fighting the Romans for dominance in Asia Minor and beyond, and although he had won numerous victories, the overall trajectory was one of steady defeat for the king as Roman power spread to the east. He had been forced to abandon his traditional capital of Sinope on the south shore of the sea and retreat to the farthest corner of his kingdom at Pontic Empire, one of the most remote cities of the Greco-Roman world, where winters were unimaginably cold and the barbarian threat was ever present. Many of his allies and much of his family had abandoned him. Although he planned an invasion of Italy by going up the Danube and south through the Alps, imitating his famous predecessor Hannibal, he devoted most of his time to botany and pharmacology in the long-standing tradition of scholarly royalty. But eventually he realized that he had no other options, and thus asked a bodyguard to kill him. Thus ended the career of one of the most remarkable leaders of classical antiquity, the man whom his younger contemporary Cicero called the greatest king since Alexander the Great. Mithridates, the sixth king of Pontus to bear that name, is the best known and last ruler of a dynasty that extended back to the early 3rd century BC, and his ancestor Mithridates I, the founder. Mithridates I was a product of the world after the death of Alexander in 323 BC. Alexander had left no plans for the organization of his vast empire, and thus there were 40 years of political maneuvering, often violent, as the territories that he had left coalesced into 3 major kingdoms and several minor ones, which extended from the Greek peninsula to India. One of these was Pontus. Part 1 of this study examines the Pontic kingdom from its origins in the generation after Alexander to the death of Mithridates V around 120 BC. Mithridates I, the founder, probably descended from the Persian aristocracy, emerged as a follower of Alexander's successor, King Antigonus I Monothalmus, the One-Eyed, but eventually became a threat and had to flee for his own survival into the rugged mountains of northern Asia Minor. He declared himself king at some time early in the 3rd century BC and began to rule a sprawling, unorganized territory that eventually became the Kingdom of Pontus, establishing his capital at his new city of Amasea on the Iris River. In time, he acquired the port of Amastris on the Black Sea, which provided the emergent kingdom with an outlet to the rest of the world and resulted in significant economic benefits. The founder survived until 266 BC, when he was succeeded by his son Ariobarzanes. Ariobarzanes, who ruled for a decade, is little known. His son Mithridates II was the first to establish the international profile of the Pontic state. He participated in a collective effort to give aid to the island of Rhodes after an earthquake in the early 220s BC, and, more importantly, married the Seleucid princess Laodike IV. The Seleucids were one of the major empires that had been established after the death of Alexander, and the largest territorially, extending at their peak from the Aegean to India. And their acceptance of a dynastic marriage with the king of Pontus is proof of the latter's legitimacy as an important ruling power. One of the couple's daughters, Laodike IX, married back into the Seleucid family, becoming the wife of King Antiochus III in 222 BC, and therefore all successive Seleucids were descended from Pontic royalty. When their daughter, Cleopatra I, married Ptolemy V of Egypt, the Pontic line also became ancestors of the remainder of that dynasty. Thus, much of the subsequent royalty of the Hellenistic world, into the Roman period, was descended from Mithridates II and Laodike IV, including its most famous representative, Cleopatra VII. Mithridates II devoted his last years to expanding the kingdom, especially to the south and west, and along the Black Sea coast, dying sometime after 220 BC. His grandson, Pharnaces I, was one of the powerful kings of the dynasty. He came to the throne early in the 2nd century BC and profited from significant changes in the political dynamics of Asia Minor, including the expulsion of his relatives the Seleucids from all the territory except the southeast, and the arrival of the Romans, who were in pursuit of their nemesis, Hannibal. Pharnaces adopted a more aggressive policy than his predecessors, attempting to spread Pontic control in all directions. He seized the Greek city of Sinope on the Black Sea and made it his new capital. His reign was largely one of warfare with his neighbors, with varying success, until the Romans curbed his expansionism. Efforts were more successful beyond areas of Roman interest, to the north and east, and he established diplomatic relations with cities on the west coast of the Black Sea. He also seems to have been the first Pontic monarch to reach out to the traditional Greek world, especially Athens, where he may have commissioned the building of the Middle Stoa in the Agora. He fostered Greek art in his kingdom. Yet, in retrospect, his ambitions exceeded his ability, and his wars caused financial problems. Pharnaces died in the early 150s BC and was followed by his brother Mithridates IV, who established good relations with the Romans and the Greek island of Delos, where he and his sister wife Laodike were commemorated. He died in 149 BC to be succeeded by his nephew Mithridates V, who sent aid to the Romans in their last war with Carthage. During his reign, the kingdom of Pergamon was willed to the Romans, causing major changes to the politics of Western Asia Minor, with the Romans gaining territory there for the first time. Pontus was now the largest and wealthiest regional state, and its policy at first was to support Rome. But the Pontic kingdom was thrown into chaos around 120 BC when Mithridates was assassinated by his inner circle, to be succeeded by his adolescent son Mithridates VI. Part 2 of this study is centered on the career of Mithridates VI the Great, who reigned from around 120 BC to 63 BC. His career is well documented, and inevitably, any study of the Mithridatic dynasty emphasizes his era. He was the only Pontic king who had a significant afterlife and who entered popular culture. After contentious early years, when his claim to the throne was far from secure due to the issues surrounding the death of his father, he embarked on an ambitious program of expansionism, beginning with encircling the Black Sea. He brought the cities on its north coast, the region called the Bosporus, under his control. He also acquired the western part of Armenia, known as Lesser Armenia. By the end of the 2nd century BC, he controlled not only the traditional land of Pontus, but the regions all around the Black Sea to its east and north into Bosporus and beyond. Needless to say, such activities soon caught the attention of the Romans. Much of the territory he acquired was beyond their area of concern, but they could not have looked with disinterest at such an aggressive monarch, whose kingdom was not far from their eastern provinces. Moreover, there were persistent rumors that he would next move into the lower Danube and even go as far as the Adriatic, something quite relevant to the Romans. Yet internal chaos at Rome, as well as their own wars in Africa and Gaul with their Italian allies, prevented any early Roman response, something that encouraged the king. But when he moved directly west of Pontus to the borders of Roman territory, it was another matter. An alliance with a king of Greater Armenia, Tigranes II, who married Mithridates' daughter, probably in the 90s BC, increased Mithridates' influence, and the two kings created a major power base. Tigranes' possessions extended toward the Iranian plateau and into Syria. Thus, Pontus and Rome began to slip toward open warfare. Yet the king continued to cultivate the Greek states, and a monument to him was erected on the island of Delos in 102 to 101 BC. By 89 BC, Rome was ready to respond to Mithridates' expansionism, and after futile negotiations, war broke out in that year. The reasons were complex, and in part rose from the increasing dysfunctionality in Rome during the early 1st century BC. The war quickly turned into an outright attempt to expel the Romans from Asia Minor, and perhaps even the Greek peninsula. Most notoriously, the king ordered the killing of thousands of Romans and Italians in the Roman cities of Asia, as a response to the predatory ways of the tax collectors and businessmen. He also established a Pontic puppet government in Athens, But in time, that famous Greek city was sacked by the Roman proconsul Lucius Cornelius Sulla, who carried the war to Asia and forced the king to accept highly unfavorable peace terms in 85 BC. Mithridates spent the next decade rearming and re-establishing his position. A desultory series of campaigns and diplomatic activities between 83 and 81 BC was identified by ancient sources as the Second Mithridatic War, but it offered few benefits to either side. The king continued to mobilize, and his invasion of Bithynia, a territory to the west of Pontus that had just been acquired by Rome, precipitated the third and final war in 73 BC. It was more lengthy and complex than the previous ones, and after initial successes the king's fortunes began to fail, as the two proconsuls sent against him, Lucius Licinius Lucullus, 73 to 66 BC, and Gnaeus Pompeius, Pompey the Great, 66 to 63 BC, steadily forced him into a defensive position. By late 66 BC, the king was in full retreat, abandoning Pontus and making an epic journey around the east side of the Black Sea to take up residence in Panticapaeon, where he was eventually killed at his own request. Traditional Pontus was provincialized, and the Bosporan territories placed under the rule of his son, Pharnaces II, who was closely supervised by the Romans. Names, places, and people. The modern handling of proper names from antiquity, whether personal or toponymic, is a difficult problem. In the complex multilingual world of Greece and Rome, names could vary depending on what language they were presented in. People would even use different versions of their own names when speaking or writing different languages. Moreover, ancient names passed through the Latinization of medieval times, so that the forms often used today may bear little resemblance to anything familiar to the original users or residents. There is no easy way of dealing with these issues, and the orthography used in this book, insofar as possible, attempts to balance historical accuracy with modern familiarity. Three names used frequently herein deserve special note. Mithridates is a Persian theophoric name, given by Mithra, the ancient South Asian divinity who was prominent in Persia, documented as early as the 6th century BC, and exceedingly common in the Persian and Eastern Greek worlds thereafter. The original spelling was Mithradata or Mithridates, but Mithridates is more common in Greek and Latin, although the earlier form also survived, especially in inscriptions. Pontus is a district of north-central Asia Minor which became the core of what modern sources regularly call the Kingdom of Pontus, but this is essentially a late construct, probably from no earlier than the Roman period. Territorial boundaries were fluid in antiquity, and kingship could be more a declaration of status rather than an assertion of ruling a specific region. Yet for convenience, the term Kingdom of Pontus or just Pontus is used herein to describe the regions ruled or claimed by the Pontic kings from Mithridates I through VI. Finally, one of the more ambiguous terms from antiquity is the toponym Asia. It could mean the entire continent or merely the peninsula that is modern Turkey and generally called Asia Minor today. In addition, the toponym was applied to the new Roman province created on the Aegean coast in the late 2nd century BC. The term Asia Minor is useful today but anachronistic to the period under discussion. Greek and Roman sources tend to describe Asia Minor in terms of ethnicities, Cappadocians, Cilicians, and the like, rather than by any collective term. In this volume, Asia Minor is used for the entire region and Asia for the Roman province, except in a few cases where the continent is meant. Sources. As with much of Hellenistic history, the ancient sources for the Mithridatic dynasty and its era are scattered. Any specialized study of the kingdom, if such ever existed, has been lost. The standard historians of the period, such as Polybius, Diodorus, Livy, Appian, and Dio, as well as Memnon and Justin, provide most of the extant literary information. Their value and detail vary. Polybius's account does not go far beyond the middle of the 2nd century BC, and Livy's history is highly fragmentary for the period in question. Almost all of Appian's Mithridates is about Mithridates VI the Great. A history of Heraclea Pontica by its citizen Memnon, existing today only in a Byzantine summary, is useful, as are other fragmentary and limited sources cited in the notes. As always, inscriptions and coins provide some of the best evidence, especially for the years before the accession of Mithridates VI. Documentation of his reign is far more thorough, with a variety of Greek and Latin sources that are listed in Chapter 6. The only previous survey of the entire Pontic dynasty is Eduard Meyer's Geschichte des Königreichs Pontos, Leipzig, 1879, which, although seminal in its importance, is long out of date. It was Meyer who popularized the anachronistic term Kingdom of Pontus for the territory ruled by the Mithridatic kings. Other more recent sources focus heavily on Mithridates VI and are discussed at the beginning of Chapter 6. Some of these have brief summaries of the earlier years of the dynasty, such as Theodor Reinach's Mithridates Roi de Pont, Paris, 1890, or Brian C. McGing's The Foreign Policy of Mithridates VI, King of Pontus, Leiden, 1986. But the emphasis is always on the last generation of the kingdom. Also valuable for the period after Roman involvement in Asia Minor are David Maggie's Roman Rule in Asia Minor, Princeton, 1950, and A. N. Sherwin-White's Roman Foreign Policy in the East, 168 BC to AD 1, Norman, 1983. Other material is cited in the notes and bibliography. Although by necessity the present work includes a thorough study of Mithridates VI, it is also an attempt to survey the entire dynasty from the time of Mithridates I, the founder, to its end as rulers of a Hellenistic state. Part 1. Pontus to 120 BC. Chapter 1. Pontus. The first exploration of the Pontic region. What is commonly called the Kingdom of Pontus flourished for hundreds of years in the territory south of the Black Sea, with most of its kings named Mithridates. By the Roman period, queens were also independent rulers of the territory. Pontus was the northern part of the long peninsula that today is modern Turkey, but which was generally called Asia in antiquity, with a localized sense and different from the identical term for the entire continent. The name Pontus was transferred from the Greek name for the Black Sea and was an ancient Greek word for sea. This was a poetic term used many times by Homer in the Iliad and the Odyssey, first appearing when Achilles, having lost his friend Briseis, looks despondently over the dark Pontus. In early times, Greek seafarers discovered the narrow straits of the Hellespont and Bosporus at the northeast corner of the Aegean, an event perhaps reflected in the quest of Jason and the Argonauts for the Golden Fleece. The straits led to another sea that was only tenuously connected to the Mediterranean. This, the modern Black Sea, came to be called the Pontus rather than by any indigenous name. Since Pontus is connected to words meaning pathway, Latin pons or bridge is related, seas were pathways to other lands, applying this term to a newly discovered sea reached by a pathway from the Aegean was particularly appropriate. Exploration of the Pontus meant awareness of its coasts, especially those on the southern side. The Argonauts, said to have been active in the generation before the Trojan War, would have sailed along this coast in their journey to Colchis, a far-off locale consistently placed at the southeastern corner of the sea. Although in later times coastal cities remembered the passage of the Argonauts, intensive Greek knowledge of the region did not come until after 700 BC, when cities such as Miletus in Ionia sent out expeditions and established trading outposts along the Black Sea coast, which in time grew into independent cities. Later, exactly when is not known, the term Pontus came to be applied to the territories just to the south of the sea, the rugged coastal strip of northern Asia Minor and its mountainous hinterland. This is a reversal of the normal way in which seas were named, which usually reflected the ethnym of the inhabitants on their shores. The name Pontus for the territory south of the sea was firmly in place by the late 5th century BC because in 400 BC the Greek adventurer Xenophon, during his famous retreat from Mesopotamia across the mountains of eastern Asia Minor to the Black Sea in the Greek world, was perfectly familiar with the term as applied to a territory. Why this rare transference from sea to land occurred is not understood, but it was presumably a shortening of a phrase such as the lands on the coast of the Pontus. Despite Xenophon's awareness of the toponym, the region of Pontus was still little known to Greeks in 400 BC except for the coastal cities. Xenophon's ignorance of the landscape and its inhabitants, and his ill-advised crossing of the mountains in winter, demonstrates this. He encountered numerous groups of hostile mountain peoples who were nominally subjects of the Persian Empire. Yet any Persian presence was minimal despite organization of the region into the 19th satrapy of the empire. The locals were occasionally used as mercenaries, especially during the Persian invasions of Greece in the early 5th century BC, but it is clear that Persian administration of the region was slight, and effective Persian control did not extend north of the watershed between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. The coastal Greek cities remained enclaves of Hellenism, generally free of the Persians. Xenophon's relief in reaching the Greek world at Trapezus is apparent. As the Persian Empire began to deteriorate, something already underway in Xenophon's time, the region of Pontus, with its Greek cities, hardy mountaineers, and a limited Persian presence, was ripe for revolt and the establishment of a new order that blended Hellenism and Persian culture and brought both to the indigenous population. Even as Xenophon passed through Pontus, events were occurring to its west that, within a century, would establish the long-lived Mithridatic dynasty. The landscape. Political boundaries were often fluid in antiquity, depending on ethnic movements, territorial claims not always implemented, and relations with adjoining states. Nevertheless, during the flourishing years of the Kingdom of Pontus, from the early 3rd century BC into the Roman period, not considering the great but temporary expansionism of Mithridates VI in the late 2nd century and early 1st centuries BC, its kings and queens ruled a district covering at most about 450 miles of the southern Black Sea coast, from a point between Heraclea Pontica and Amastris in the west into the less organized region of Colchis in the east, at the southeastern corner of the sea. Colchis itself was often under Pontic control. In the early 1st century AD, the Queen of Pontus, Pythodorus, also took the title Queen of the Colchians. Pontus is defined by a narrow coastal plain and precipitous mountains in the interior whose summits become higher from west to east. In the west is the ridge of Mount Ogasis, modern Ilgaz Dolari, beginning in the region of Paphlagonia and extending for about 80 miles into Pontus. It lies roughly parallel to the coast and 60 to 75 miles from it, rising to 8,488 feet. East of this range, the summits are lower for nearly 200 miles in an area of deep river valleys that forms the heartland of interior Pontus. Farther east rises the other great mountains of Pontus, Pariandres, largely modern Chanik Dolari, and Dou Karadeniz Dolari, again parallel to the coast and only 40 miles from it, extending for about 70 miles and rising to over 10,000 feet. In fact, the Pariandres are not so much a range as the beginning of the high plateau of eastern Asia Minor and Armenia, culminating in Mount Ararat of biblical fame. Despite their ruggedness, these mountains are cut by a number of large rivers. The most famous is the Halys, modern Kırşehirmak, which flows in a great arc from a source south of the Pariandres, passing through Cappadocia and then heading north in western Pontus, reaching the Black Sea after a course of 840 miles, the longest river completely in Asia Minor. It was notable in Greek history from early times, remembered as the boundary between the Aegean and Mesopotamian worlds, as well as for the engineering feats of Thales of Miletus. By Pontic times, its importance as a political boundary had diminished, but it was still a significant geographical one. More important in Pontic history was a network of shorter rivers in the central part of the territory.
The major stream is the Iris, modern Yeshil Mach, whose source is south of the Pariadres.
It flows west-northwest and then enters a series of canyons, passing first the great temple city of Comana and then the Pontic metropolis of Amasea, eventually reaching the Black Sea after 260 miles, just 35 miles southeast of the mouth of the Halys. The Iris has two important tributaries. The Lycus, modern Kelkitchai, flows north of and parallel to the upper Iris, past the site of Cabeira, which, as Sebastia, became the capital of Pontus in the Augustan period. The other tributary is the Skylax, modern Chekeretermac, which comes from the southwest and joins the Iris just above the Amasea.
These rivers are never far from one another, surrounded by rugged mountains and generally flowing through deep gorges that create fertile basins that were the economic and cultural heartland of inland Pontus.
The Halys, whose source is only a few miles from the upper Lycus, curves around this region to the south, to some extent defining Pontus, although at its southernmost point it is well into Cappadocia, which often had close political connections with Pontus. The upper Lycus is only about 30 miles from the upper Euphrates, across the watershed of Asia Minor, and this divide was itself the southern boundary of the eastern portions of Pontus. The earliest settlements on the coast. Hittites and Assyrians may have been the first non-indigenous people to reach the Black Sea coast, coming overland from the south. Greek settlement began in the 8th century BC, but the story of Jason and the Argonauts who passed along the coast in their quest for the Golden Fleece hints at earlier Greek interest in the region from the Aegean world, allegedly in the generation before the Trojan War. The oldest cities in Pontus were on the coast and generally of Greek origin. Sinope, modern Sinop, was probably the first, founded by the Ionian city of Miletus. Its fine location, the best on the western part of the southern Black Sea coast, gave it early prominence. The city controlled an extensive trading network, since it was located at the end of an ancient route from the Mediterranean, 5 days away, and Mesopotamia.
There was access to the resources of the interior as well as contact with the territories to the north, directly across the Black Sea, known as the Cimmerian Bosporus, not the more familiar Bosporus between the Black Sea and the Aegean, but the modern Crimea and Sea of Azov region. In fact, one could cross from Sinope, situated at the northernmost part of Asia Minor, to the Cimmerian Bosporus without losing sight of land.
Sinope also established its own settlements toward the east in the direction of Colchis. The wealth and hospitality of the city were famous. Xenophon was well received by the locals in 400 BC and given large amounts of barley and wine, and in the Roman period the geographer Strabo called it the most notable city of the region, famous for its magnificent public buildings. Although Sinope was an independent state in the early years of its existence, in time the city and its wealth came to be coveted by the major powers and, later, by the dynasts of the Hellenistic world. After the Persians spread west in the 6th century BC, Sinope was technically part of their empire, or at least adjacent to it, and in the 4th century BC the names of Persian officials began to appear on its coinage. Around 364 to 362 BC, the city was controlled by the satrap of Cappadocia, a certain Datames, and a generation later, Ariarathes. Datames, like his contemporary Mausolus of Halicarnassus, was one of the players in the collapse of Persian power in the western part of the empire. Originally a member of the palace guard of King Artaxerxes II, he began to take an independent posture in Central Asia Minor. Yet his ambitions soon raised suspicions at court, and he was assassinated in 362 BC by a certain Mithridates, one of the ancestors of the later Pontic royal line. Unlike Mausolus, Datames was ultimately unsuccessful in creating his own state, yet he briefly brought Sinope, and probably other coastal cities, under his control, whether authorized to do so by the Persian government or not. His successor, Ariarathes, also claimed Sinope, perhaps with more legitimacy insofar as the Persians were concerned. He was a satrap of Cappadocia at the time of Alexander the Great, and until he was defeated by Eumenes of Cardia, one of Alexander's companions and successors, in 322 to 321 BC. But his control of Sinope had in some way come to an end. By 333 BC, the city was again issuing coins in its own name. Nevertheless, the fortunes of Sinope, which indirectly involved the originators of the future Pontic royal line, demonstrate the political realities of the 4th century BC, events that allowed the kingdom of Pontus to emerge at the end of that century. The wealth and location of Sinope continued to make it a goal for ambitious dynasts, especially as Pontus developed as a recognizable state, and in 183 BC, King Pharnakes I suddenly and successfully attacked the city and incorporated it into the Pontic Empire, making it the new capital. About 80 miles along the coast to the southeast was another important Greek city, Amysus, modern Samsun, whose early history is obscure, but which was perhaps founded in the early 6th century BC by Miletus. It too was located at a point where trade from the interior reached the Black Sea, the outlet for a rich hinterland especially productive of fruits and nuts. It is uncertain when Pontus assimilated Amysus, but in the middle of the 3rd century BC, King Mithridates II had a presence in the city. How much farther east the kingdom extended in its early days is uncertain.
King Pharnakes I founded Pharnakia, modern Giresun, about 100 miles east of Amysus, perhaps shortly after annexing Sinope.
In all probability, this was a demonstration of presumed Pontic power in this direction. 70 miles farther to the east was Trapezus, modern Trabzon, another early Greek foundation and an outpost of Sinope. It may have come under Pontic control at the same time as its mother city, but this is not certain, and Trapezus remained more connected to Armenia than Pontus until the late 1st century BC. Beyond Trapezus was Colchis, certainly under Pontic control by the early 1st century BC, when Strabo's great-uncle Moephernes was royal governor and a local dynasty, perhaps related to the Pontic one, had been deposed. At the west end of Pontus was its final coastal city, Amastris, which had an unusual history. It was founded shortly after 300 BC by Amastris, the niece of Darius III of Persia. She had been married to Dionysius, the tyrant of nearby Heraclea Pontica. Probably because she was no longer welcome in that city after the death of her husband and with her children ruling, she established Amastris, about 60 miles to the northeast, a rare example at this early date of a woman founding a city. She ruled there as queen until she was killed by her sons around 284 BC. Such instability at Amastris may have led King Ariobarzanes of Pontus to seize it a few years later, evidently with the connivance of Amastris's successor, a certain Eumenes, who turned toward Pontus to resist annexation by Heraclea. Ariobarzanes' acquisition of the city is the first documented example of Pontic expansionism on the coast. The interior. Despite the greater antiquity of the coastal cities, the kingdom of Pontus actually had its origins in the interior. Inland, the earliest location associated with the Pontic kingdom is Kimieta, perhaps on a southern spur of Mount Olgasus near modern Olgas. Epigraphical information suggests that the site may have been farther west and actually named Kimista at modern Asakala, where extensive Hellenistic remains have been found.
Kimista lies about 60 miles west of Kimiata on the right, here south, bank of the Bilaos River and just within the traditional territory of Paphlagonia.
The site, whether Kimiata or Kimista, was the refuge of a certain Mithridates who was probably a descendant of the assassin of Datames, the satrap of Cappadocia. Mithridates fled to the region in 302 BC for the reasons noted in Chapter 2. If Mithridates ended up in Kimista rather than Kimiata, it would require an emendation of the relevant passage in Strabo's geography, not something to be done lightly, since Strabo was quite well informed about both the region and the history of the Mithridatic dynasty. Regardless, either site would have suited Mithridates' needs, although Kimiata would have been more defensible since it was an ancient fortress, perhaps of Hittite origin, probably with no town site. Whether it was in the region of the Kimyatine or Kimistine that Mithridates, who came to be known as Ctistes, the founder, established himself in 302 BC, preparatory to claiming the rule of Pontus, either site demonstrates that the future king retreated into the remote and mountainous region of north-central Asia Minor, caught in the complex web of intrigues that marked the generation after the death of Alexander the Great. He created for himself a stronghold in Paphlagonia near the western border of Pontus. Mithridates, who may have previously been based in Mysia to the southwest, perhaps saw the opportunities of creating a kingdom from the large, unorganized territory to his east. Both Kimyata and Kimista are little known and seem to have played no further role in Pontic history. The most important town in interior Pontus was Amasia, modern Amasia, because it was the hometown of Strabo, who was born there in the late 60s BC and may also have lived in the region in the early 1st century AD. There is more information about this city than any other in Pontus. It was not an ancient foundation, but had been established by Mithridates I, probably shortly after he seized Kimyata, which lies slightly over 100 miles to the west. He made it the capital of Pontus, a role that continued until the acquisition of Sinope in 183 BC, and Amasia remained an important city thereafter and into late antiquity. Strabo described its situation in the valley of the Iris River, whose gorge is over 3,000 feet deep. It was both a city and a fortress. The modern visitor to the site cannot fail to be impressed by its situation, and most of the features noted by Strabo are still visible, especially the fortifications and also the tombs and cenotaphs of the kings of Pontus, including that of Mithridates I. Strabo also mentioned the royal palace, bridges across the river, and a sophisticated hydraulic system. The survival of the palace means that it probably remained a royal city even after the official capital was moved to Sinope. The religious states. Amasia was the only major city in interior Pontus before the time of Mithridates VI. Most of the region consisted of villages, royal preserves, and temple states. These states were a peculiar feature of the Pontic landscape, religious entities that consisted of shrines to a particular divinity, and which also possessed the surrounding hinterland. They could be extensive territorially and functioned as independent political units. Many of those in Asia Minor were Hittite in origin, and the concept may have come from Mesopotamia. They were wealthy and prosperous, often controlled by hereditary dynasties. Their rulers had royal privileges such as the father and son named Archelaus at Comana, or Abba at Olbi in western Cilicia, who succeeded her husband and ruled as priestess queen in the 30s BC as an allied monarch of both the Romans and Ptolemies. These states and the rulers were an important element in the political fabric of Asia Minor from the Bronze Age into Roman times. Cabiria, modern Nixar, about 60 miles east of Amasia, was a royal estate from at least the time of Mithridates VI. Its importance was because of its proximity to an ancient shrine of Min, the local moon god, which lay just to the northeast of Amuria, near modern Artikli. The god was instrumental in the legal authority of the Pontic kings who swore their oaths in his name. Since the sanctuary was officially dedicated to Min of Pharnaces, it was established by someone of that name, probably well before the Pontic king Pharnaces I, a name known in Persian royalty at least from the 6th century BC. By Roman times, when Amasia and Sinope had been annexed, Cabiria had become the most important urban center in interior Pontus and was designated the new capital of the territory. Queen Pythodorus had named it Sebastia by the early 1st century AD, and it may have been here that Strabo spent his last years and completed his geography. The visible remains are medieval, but they include Roman elements. None of the temple states were more famous than Comana at modern Kolochi on the right bank of the Iris, about 50 miles upstream from Amasia, and about 25 miles southwest over the divide from Cabiria. It was an outpost of Comana in Cappadocia, which was of Hittite origin. Both were dedicated to the war goddess Ma and were almost identical in their rites. The cult became part of the Pontic religious establishment early in the history of the kingdom, and its priests, who wore a royal diadem, were second only to the king. There was a biannual festival called the Procession of the Goddess, perhaps occurring at the solstices or equinoxes. As with many religious festivals, it became a great gathering event with people coming from throughout Asia Minor and beyond. It was especially known for its Armenian market. The environment of the Comuna was luxurious, its rich vineyards were particularly of note, and there was an extensive resident population including many temple prostitutes. Although the cult existed throughout the period of the Mithridatic dynasty, a list of the priest-kings is only available from the time of Mithridates VI into the Augustan period.
They were politically active. The first known, Dorylaeus, an ancestor of Strabo, was also an important member of the royal court and was involved in the military activities of the era.
A later priest-king, Archelaus, married Berenike IV of Egypt, the sister of Cleopatra VII, and served briefly as co-ruler of Egypt. His son, also named Archelaus, succeeded to the office of priest-king and was the father of the fourth Archelaus, the scholarly king of Cappadocia, in the Augustan period. At that time, the shrine and its cult had declined in importance, and the few later priest-kings recorded were essentially political appointees of little merit. The site has been identified, but there are virtually no remains of the great shrine that once housed 6,000 temple slaves. There was another shrine at Zila, about 30 miles west of Comuna. It was dedicated to the Persian deities Anytus, Omanus, and Enidates, whose festival was still celebrated in the Augustan period. Since the cult was Persian, it dated from at least that era, but it was locally believed to have actually had Assyrian origins.
It does not seem to have had the independent political profile of Comuna and was subject to the Pontic kings as an outpost of Persian cult.
Yet, like Comuna, it had temple slaves flourishing in an abundant environment. It also had a closer relationship to the population as a whole because the Pontic people made their oaths on the most important matters at the site. It has been located near modern Zile, but the visible remains are Byzantine and later. Thus, in a piecemeal fashion, extending over 2 centuries, the kingdom of Pontus spread from its origins around Kimiyata into the Iris River system around Amasya and Comuna and to the coast. The boundaries were never stable, and it underwent almost constant expansion from the establishment of Amasya around 300 BC to the great ambitions of Mithridates VI, who sought to rule all Asia Minor and the Black Sea coast, if not more. Pontus came into existence as an independent state in the era of the collapse of the Persian Empire and, unlike the rest of Asia Minor, the region was hardly coveted and not even visited by Alexander the Great. It was only when Pontic aspirations, or specifically those of Mithridates VI, collided with Rome that the kingdom ceased to acquire territory. Demography. As was the case with much of Asia Minor, the population of Pontus was mixed between the various ethnic elements that had long inhabited the region. The ability of the shrine at Zila to continue flourishing into the Roman period is evidence of the importance of a Persian survival. The Persians had nominally been in control of the region for over 200 years, and the Mithridatic dynasty was evidently descended from its ruling aristocracy. It is probable that ordinary Persians had come to Pontus for trade and mercantile reasons, and their descendants still survived in the Augustan period. The Greek cities on the coast provided a Hellenic element, and Greeks penetrated into the interior for commerce. Greek personal names existed at the village level, documented by various funerary inscriptions. There were Greek-language schools, and these gave the population an awareness of Greek literature and mythology. Generally, there is no evidence for these schools previous to the Roman imperial period, yet one suspects that use of the Greek language began much earlier, perhaps no later than the 2nd century BC. Northern Asia Minor was rich in Greek mythology, even if some of this was imposed by infiltration of traditions from the coastal Greek states into the interior. Nevertheless, the myths were a subject of fascination to everyone. Villagers would put Homeric verses on their tombstones. The Argonauts had passed through the region, and a generation later the Trojan War was fought to the west of Pontus, with Trojan allies coming from Paphlagonia and perhaps farther east, well into the area of Pontus.
King Priam of Troy had in his youth battled the Amazons on the Sangarius River just west of Pontus.
Although Homeric knowledge of northern Asia Minor remains disputed, there seem to have been Pontic traditions about local involvement in the Trojan War. The Amazons were another feature of the Greek mythological tradition closely associated with Pontus. Like most mythical peoples, they tended to be just beyond the limits of civilization, and at the time of the death of Mithridates VI, they were in the Caucasus, but they were originally in or around Pontus. Themyscira, said to be their homeland, was on the large estuary of the Iris River in the heart of coastal Pontus. Whether any Amazons remained in Pontus in historical times is not known. The Amazons were connected with Alexander the Great, who had a relationship with their queen Thalestris. Thus traditions about him are on the border of myth and history. Alexander never entered Pontus. The closest he came was Angyra, just beyond it to the west, in the summer of 333 BC. But he was inevitably a powerful force in the Hellenized image of the Pontic world, especially to Mithridates VI, who sought to stress connections with his famous predecessor at every opportunity, and was said to have had tokens of him at the time of his own death. Thus, over the years, the ruling aristocracy as well as the general population of Pontus became more Hellenized, especially after the capital was moved to Greek Sinope, with Greek becoming the official language by at least the 2nd century BC. As with the allied kings and queens of the Roman era, the kings of Pontus could be different things to different people, stressing their Persian origins yet creating a Hellenistic monarchy at the royal court that sought contacts with the Greek and eventually the Roman world. And the Greek and Persian people of Pontus would have their own relationships with the ruling elite. In addition, there were other ethnic forces in Pontus. Vestiges of earlier peoples survived, although their visibility remained speculative. Enigmatic references to Syrians in northern Asia Minor, from as early as the 5th century BC, may refer to an Assyrian presence, and in Hellenistic times it was believed that the Assyrians had reached the Black Sea, perhaps following the ancient trade route across Asia Minor to Sinope. The Hittites had been active in at least the southern part of the future Pontic kingdom. If there were Pontic peoples who claimed descent from either of these groups, they may have been connected to the great sanctuaries, whose origins were certainly ancient, but such memories easily become mythical. The shrine of Anytus at Zela, although said to have been established by the Persians, was additionally associated with the semi-mythical Assyrian queen Semiramis.
The final ethnic component of Pontus was the indigenous mountain population.
Strabo recorded some of those subject to Queen Pythodoris in the early 1st century AD, such as the Tibarenians and Chaldeans, inland from Trapezus. They had been around for some time. In the late 6th century BC, the Tibarenians, at least, had paid tribute to the Persians and were civilized enough to participate in the invasion of Greece half a century later. These and other ethnic groups who were still recognizable in Hellenistic and Roman times were generally in the more rugged eastern areas of Pontus, toward Armenia and Colchis. Yet by the Augustan period, the kings and queens of Pontus claimed to rule them. Whether this was reality or a politically correct fiction is by no means certain, since monarchs always insisted that they exercised more control over fringe populations than they actually did. But it is clear that the inhabitants of the Pontic realm became less civilized and less Hellenized farther to the east, and at Trapezus the non-Greek element was strong enough that as late as the 2nd century AD, public inscriptions were visible that contained incorrect Greek. Nevertheless, this ethnic diversity was typical of the Hellenistic world, and Pontus was no different from many other contemporary political entities in its ability to bring these diverse elements together in order to create a cohesive state. The Pontic economy. Pontus was primarily agricultural. There is an extensive amount of evidence on the economy from the account of Strabo, which is somewhat eulogistic and is essentially limited to the period of Augustus and Tiberius, but the data can often be extrapolated back into earlier times. Strabo emphasized the fertility of the plains and river valleys. Particularly notable were the plains of Themyscira and Pharanoia. The town of Themyscira, modern Thermae, was on the coast about 25 miles southeast of Amisus and was probably a Milesian foundation. Although modest, it was the seaport for the largest coastal plain in Pontus, which extends for about 50 miles along the shore and 25 inland, remembered as where Heracles had encountered the Amazons. The plain was luxuriant in grasses with all kinds of cattle and horses and produced a variety of cereal grains. Its interior, next to the mountains, yielded fruit and nuts. It was well watered since the lower Iris and other streams crossed it. As such, it was a microcosm of the agrarian abundance of the most fertile parts of Pontus. Somewhat different was the inland plain of Phaneroia, which spread along the Lycus River from Cabeira about 30 miles to its junction with the Iris. Never more than 5 miles wide, it was said to be the most productive part of Pontus and was notable for its olives, vines, and other crops. The commodities produced in the two plains were probably the core of the Pontic economy, with cereals and vines also important around Sinope as early as the 5th century BC. Other products were also significant. Timber for shipbuilding, always a necessity in the Greco-Roman world, was available in the coastal regions west of Sinope, as well as wood for furniture, maple, and a variety called Oricarion, not otherwise documented but probably similar to walnut. The fertility of Pontus also meant that it was abundant in wild animals, which could be caught for local food. But the land was rare in any kind of sheep, and thus wool, or at least types soft enough to be useful, was only produced in the Gadolinitis region between the mouth of the Halys and Amisus. But one lake, Stephani, modern Lediculou, today only an intermittent vestige of its predecessor, lying 20 miles northeast of Amicia, was noted for its fish, although no other details were provided. There was also a vigorous tuna, Pelamudes in Greek, industry all along the south coast of the Black Sea. The tuna migrated from the Myotis, the modern Sea of Azov, on the north side of the sea, and traveled along the east and south coasts and eventually into the Aegean. Thus, the Pontic fishermen had an early chance to harvest it, although the fish did not reach maturity until they passed Sinope. Towns farther east also caught them when they were not yet full-grown. By the 2nd century BC, Pontic salted fish was a major export product, but according to Cato the Elder, the price, 300 drachmas a jar, was exorbitant. There were other resources beyond agriculture, timber, and fishing.
Mining was important, especially the Realgar works near Pimolisa on the Halys River at modern Osmanjic.
Realgar, arsenic sulfide, was an orange mineral primarily used for coloring. The mines were state-owned in the early imperial period and probably had been a royal monopoly previously. The miners were slaves and worked under terrible and often deadly conditions. Silver had been mined in early times in the mountains of eastern Pontus. It was believed that the Homeric reference to the birthplace of silver referred to this region. This had been an important mining district since prehistoric times. Early Greek settlement may have been connected to a search for metals, something implicit in the story of the Golden Fleece. By Roman times, precious metals were no longer found, although there were still local iron mines. Sinope profited because of the ancient trade route from the interior. This was so important that a type of red ochre from Cappadocia was called Sinopian because it was shipped from there to the rest of the Greco-Roman world, a fine example of identifying an item not from its point of origin but from the most familiar place on the trade route. The ochre was mercury sulfide, also known as minium cinnabar or miltus, used as a red dye for painting and also medicinally.
Amomum, or amomon, Amomum sublatum, was an important export from Pontus, although it is not certain whether it was produced in the region or imported from elsewhere, perhaps India, arriving in Pontus from the Caspian region and Colchis.
It is an aromatic and a type of cardamom, used medically, primarily to reduce inflammation, and as a constituent of perfumes. Sinopian ochre and perhaps amomum and even iron demonstrates how Pontus could profit from being an intermediary on the trade routes from the east and south to the Greco-Roman world. The cities on the coast had long maintained relations with the Greek heartland, and as the Pontic kingdom expanded and became more stable, it also reached out to the Aegean through trade and political connections. King Pharnakes I and his queen, the Seleucid princess Nisa, were honored by Athens in the early 2nd century BC, probably before the annexation of Sinope. A few years later, in the 170s BC, a Pontic grain and oil merchant, his name and hometown are not preserved on the inscription mentioning him, was also recognized by the Athenians, presumably an indication that trade between Pontus and Athens was well established. These records show that Pharnakes I and Nisa, along with their subjects, were actively involved in spreading the Pontic presence through the Greek world, using both their prestige and the benefits of Pontic commodities. The land of Pontus included extensive royal and temple holdings. It seems unlikely that all the 75 fortresses built by Mithridates VI were totally for defense, but were instead probably royal estates or even regional granaries. The great temple sanctuaries were notable for their prosperity through both agriculture and the income received from those visiting the shrines. They were also involved in the slave trade. The coastal cities would have owned land in their hinterland that contributed to their wealth. Although established as free Greek cities, in time they became integral parts of the kingdom. And presumably, as everywhere, there were farms and villages that functioned outside of the state economy. Thus, by the time that the kingdom of Pontus began to be organized in the early 3rd century BC, the territory was already a diverse region with Hittite, Assyrian, Persian, and Greek elements, as well as various indigenous populations. It had a developing economy based on agricultural and mineral resources. Nevertheless, except for the Greek cities, it was as yet largely outside of the mainstream of the developing Hellenistic world, and thus ripe for the establishment of a new kingdom, a feature of the fluid politics of the era. Chapter 2. The Founder. Ancestry. The state of Pontus was created in the early 3rd century BC by Mithridates I, known in antiquity as the Founder, who established himself at the fortress of Kymiata, or Chymista, and used it as a base to create his kingdom. He was descended from several generations of Persian satraps and dynasts, but the evidence for the origin of his family is full of contradictions. An ancestry from the highest levels of the Persian aristocracy was promulgated in later days, although the veracity of this is far from certain. Assertion of a famous ancestry was common among the Hellenistic dynasts, and one can perhaps be dismissive of many of these claims, yet the sources are consistent that Mithridates I was a descendant of either Darius I of Persia or one of his 6 co-conspirators who helped put him on the throne in 522 BC. Alexander the Great was also mentioned among his ancestors, which is highly improbable. But the strongest argument against descent from Darius or his circle is that several sources do not give the name of the famous ancestor. In fact, Polybius, the earliest extant author to record the claim, merely wrote that the Mithridatic line came from one of the 7 Persians, a suspicious vagueness. Yet, despite the unanimity of the ancient sources, such an ancestry has generally been rejected since at least the 19th century. To be sure, one has every reason to do so, given the proclivity of people of power to create heroic genealogies for themselves, but there is nothing unreasonable in assuming that the Mithridatic kings were related to the Persian aristocracy, and it should not be seen merely as an attempt to find favor with the Persian element of the kingdom. In fact, one could argue that especially in the later years of the dynasty, a Greek or Macedonian ancestry would have been more politically viable. On balance, then, descent from one of the 7 Persians seems probable, but the exact line cannot be proven. Another possibility is Darius's son Gobryas, who commanded the Mariandynians in the war against Greece, which suggests that he had connections with northwestern Asia Minor. Mariandynia was the mountainous district south of Heraclea Pontica, not far from the western boundary of the future Pontic kingdom. By the end of the 4th century BC, a certain Mithridates seems to have been the dynast of Mariandynia, assuming that this is the toponym reflected in the incomprehensible and otherwise unknown name Arina or Marina in the extant text of Diodorus. This Mithridates, who died in 302 BC, was preceded by Ariobarzanes, later to be another Pontic royal name, who had died in 336 BC, and was followed by another Mithridates, someone who greatly expanded his territory and in all likelihood was the founder. These conclusions have a degree of speculation about them and are based on determining the proper interpretation of the mysterious Arina Marina. The relationships between the three known Mariandynian dynasts, Ariobarzanes, Mithridates, are not clear. It is unlikely that power passed from father to son, and the two dynasts named Mithridates were probably uncle and nephew. Yet Diodorus outlined a dynasty that was typical of the local rulers who came to power in the last years of the Persian Empire. After Alexander the Great passed through Asia Minor in the 330s BC, the local satraps and dynasts tended to change their allegiance from the Persians to Alexander and then to his successors, whose territories were always fluid.
The earlier Mithridates, in power 336 to 302 BC, became caught in the rivalries of the era. He first supported Antigonus I Monophthalmus, satrap of Phrygia and nominal ruler of Asia Minor. But when Mithridates' attentions drifted toward Cassander, another of Alexander's successors, who had assumed the title of King of Macedonia in 305 BC, he was killed at the obscure town of Chios on the Aegean, and the second Mithridates, probably his nephew, inherited his possessions.
The younger dynast may have already fled to Kimyata in Paphlagonia, a necessary act of self-preservation. Another possible ancestor was Artabazos, perhaps the person of that name who was a commander in Xerxes' invasion of Greece and satrap of Daskylion. This too would give the Mithridatids a connection with northwest Asia Minor, where Daskylion is located. The problem of Chios. The introduction of Chios into the narrative of the formative years of the Mithridatic dynasty raises another problem of interpretation. The text of Diodorus describing the death of the elder Mithridates is ambiguous. At about this time, 302 BC, Mithridates, who was subject to Antigonus but seemed to be turning his support to those around Cassander, was killed around Chios in Mysia, having ruled it and Arine or Marine for 35 years. The problem is the antecedent of it. Since the late 19th century, this has been universally accepted as referring to Chios, thus leading to the assumption that this was the seat of the ancestors of the founder. Chios, modern Gemlik, lies at the head of a bay of the same name on the southern side of the Propontis, the sea between the Hellespont and the Thracian Bosporus. It was a Milesian foundation that remained relatively obscure. After its participation in the Ionian revolt against Persia of 499 BC, it was little involved in the events of Greek history. There is no evidence of a Persian presence in the city. It paid tribute to Athens in the 5th century BC and was organized according to Greek civic institutions. The city was destroyed by Philip V of Macedonia in 202 BC and refounded by Prusias of Bithynia, who then named it after himself. Its location facing west in extreme northwestern Asia Minor seems odd for the seat of a dynasty that was able to assert itself in Pontus, hundreds of miles to the east. Moreover, Strabo, in his discussion of the town, made no mention of it being the ancestral seat of the Mithridatic family, whose history was of great interest to the geographer. In fact, he had just mentioned Mithridates I, the founder, and his acquisition of Kimyata. There is no doubt that the founder's assumed uncle, the elder Mithridates, was killed at Chios in 302 BC, but the suggestion that this obscure town was the seat of a dynasty that had ruled there for nearly a century seems improbable. It is better to see the matter of Chios as a diversion and conclude that the antecedent of Diodorus's it is Mysia, a construction, admittedly ambiguous, that he used elsewhere with more clarity. Despite almost universal acceptance of the idea that the Mithridatic dynasty originated at Chios, there is, oddly, no further significant association of Mithridates I or his descendants with his place, strange if it were the ancestral seat, and any relevance of Chios to the dynasty beyond the death of the elder Mithridates is simply not viable. Chios, by now called Prusias, was taken by Mithridates VI when he conquered Bithynia in 73 BC, but this seems merely a routine event, not reacquisition of the historic home of the dynasty. The ancestral region of the Mithridatic family was clearly Mysia, and almost certainly included Mariandynia, two territories not far from one another that would be well positioned for the founder's retreat into the interior, either after his relative's death at Chios, or more probably even earlier when the unforgiving politics of the last quarter of the 4th century BC became a threat to his survival. The successors. It is well known that when Alexander the Great died at Babylon on the 13th of June 323 BC, he left no coherent plans for succession. The eastern Mediterranean entered into a 40-year period of complex diplomacy and frequent warfare, with the rise and fall of dynasts and potential dynasts. Years of uncertainty ensued before the new Hellenistic world settled into the three great kingdoms of the Ptolemies in Egypt, the Seleucids in Syria, the Levant, and southern Asia Minor, and the Macedonians in the Greek peninsula. These were accompanied by numerous free cities, federal associations, and lesser dynasties such as that which emerged in Pontus. Much of what happened during this era is not immediately relevant to the origins of the Pontic kingdom, but several personalities stand out among the successors of Alexander whose actions were an essential part of the creation of the Mithridatic world, and who are all known to Mithridates I. Antigonus I Monophthalmus, circa 382 to 301 BC, was a companion of Alexander and took part in the eastern expedition as far as Phrygia, where he was appointed satrap of that region. He managed Alexander's affairs in Central Asia Minor and after the king's death adopted a policy of consolidating his power in both northern Asia Minor and the Greek peninsula. His son Demetrius Polyarchetes, besieger of cities, 336 to 283 BC, who was raised in Phrygia and as a young man became a friend of Mithridates I, served as his father's commander in Greece. Father and son were the first of Alexander's successors to declare themselves kings, probably in 306 BC, thus creating the formal structure of the new Hellenistic state, although at first the title was more an honorific than that of a ruler of a specific territory and was awarded because of military victories. Another important successor of Alexander involved in the genesis of the Pontic kingdom was Cassander, circa 354 to 297 BC, who was not part of the eastern expedition but generally remained in Macedonia. After Alexander's death, he and Antigonus formed an alliance, but in the inevitable ways of the Hellenistic world, this did not last long, and within a decade the two were at odds, largely over territorial issues in the Greek peninsula. Cassander declared himself king of Macedonia shortly after Antigonus and Demetrius took the title, and this may have aggravated the rivalry. Caught in the midst of it was the ancestor of Mithridates I, who had been a supporter of Antigonus but was killed at Chios, perhaps on his way to Macedonia, as he was transferring his loyalty to Cassander. Seleucus I, circa 358 to 281 BC, another companion of Alexander and a member of the Eastern expedition, became satrap of Mesopotamia and in time extended his control to the Mediterranean, founding the Seleucid Empire. He repeatedly attempted to obtain much of Central and Northern Asia Minor and thus would become involved in the formative years of the Pontic kingdom. His successors and those of Mithridates I would regularly intermarry, and in time the Seleucid kings and queens would also be descendants of the founder. And finally there was Lysimachus, circa 355 to 281 BC, of Thessalian origin, who participated in the eastern expedition and was given control of Thrace after Alexander's death. By 313 BC, he was extending his power into northwestern Asia Minor, and he also declared himself king around 306 BC. The history of the early Hellenistic period defies any simple narrative, with a constant shifting alliances and territories and innumerable battles. Yet Antigonus, Demetrius, Cassander, Seleucus, and Lysimachus were to play a particularly significant role in events connected with the career of the founder and the establishment of the Pontic kingdom. The early career of the founder. Mithridates I would be known to ancient historians even if he had never become king. He was a minor player in the circle around Antigonus and his son Demetrius in the last quarter of the 4th century BC. His exact lifespan is difficult to determine because the data are contradictory, but some reasonable suggestions may be made. According to Diodorus, after the death of his homonymous uncle, he ruled Cappadocia and Paphlagonia for 36 years. The statement was placed by Diodorus under events of 302 BC, and thus would assume a death date of 266 BC. To be sure, Pontus was not mentioned, but Cappadocia and Paphlagonia make some sense. Cappadocia can be a general term for anywhere in Central Asia Minor, including Pontus, and Paphlagonia was the location of Mithridates' original retreat, Chimiata. Diodorus was probably vague about details, including the exact territorial limits, and it is unlikely that Mithridates exercised any official power from as early as 302 BC, but this is probably not a major issue. According to Hieronymus of Cardia, Mithridates died at age 84. Hieronymus moved in the same circles as Mithridates. He too was attached to Antigonus I and Demetrius, and wrote a history extending from the death of Alexander to around the middle of the 3rd century BC. One would expect him to have been well informed about the world that he functioned in, and he probably knew Mithridates. His information would suggest that Mithridates was born about 350 BC, perfectly reasonable for the known elements of his career. But Plutarch in his biography of Demetrius emphasized that Mithridates and Demetrius were essentially the same age and were youthful companions. The birth date of Demetrius is well attested as around 336 BC, since sources are consistent in making him 22 years of age when he was in Syria during the winter of 314 to 313 BC. It is clear that two people born about 14 years apart could hardly be described as of the same age or youthful companions. Presumably, one piece of the data is wrong. Either Mithridates was born over a decade later, or he did not die in 266 BC at age 84. Other elements of the tradition seem solid. The story that Mithridates and Demetrius were friends in their youth is well documented, and there would be little reason for it to be a fabrication, whereas the age at death could easily be an error. Without proof, it seems better to assume that Mithridates was born in the 330s BC, the same decade as Demetrius. This removes another difficulty in the chronology of his career, since if he were born in 350 BC, most of his activities as king of Pontus would have been in old age, and thus he would have been closer to the generation of Alexander the Great, which seems improbable. The later birth date would mean he reached maturity after 310 BC, which fits with other elements of his career. Young Mithridates attracted attention from the dynasts of the era because of his character. He was notable for his bravery and had been raised from childhood as a soldier. Where he grew up is not known. His father, who is obscure today, was probably Ariobarzanes, the brother of the elder Mithridates, dynast of Mysia and Mariadynia, although the evidence for the family and upbringing of Mithridates I remains confused, and there are many contradictions. But it is clear that as soon as he reached adulthood, he attached himself to the retinue of Eumenes of Cardia, satrap of Paphlagonia, and parts of Cappadocia, which may suggest that Mithridates was raised in his territory. Eumenes, probably a relative of his compatriot Hieronymus the historian, had been Alexander's secretary and was part of the Eastern expedition. In the years after Alexander's death, he sought to preserve his position as satrap, resulting in a series of conflicts with Antigonus I. Eventually, in early 315 BC, at Gibeoni on the Iranian plateau, Eumenes was captured and killed. Fighting on his side was Mithridates, who had already proven himself through his ability. His activities during the battle are not known, but afterward he was somehow able to avoid the fate of his patron and join the side of the victor, Antigonus. Before long, Mithridates and Antigonus's son Demetrius became close friends. Plutarch's account calls Mithridates a Etyrus, or companion of Demetrius, which can have legal force within the Macedonian aristocracy, but not necessarily in this case, since the two were about the same age. Presumably, as a new member of Antigonus's entourage, Mithridates would naturally gravitate to his coeval son. No details are provided about the relationship or how long it lasted, but eventually Antigonus became suspicious of Mithridates. What happened is not known, but given the constantly shifting loyalties of the era, Mithridates had in some way become a threat. His relative, the elder Mithridates, would fatally change his allegiance from Antigonus to Cassander in 302 BC, but this was probably later. Yet some years earlier, Antigonus may have had similar concerns about another member of the family. Antigonus and Cassander were often at odds during these years, and the former had a reputation for ruthlessness. Eumenes and the elder Mithridates would be only two of many supposed rivals that he eliminated. As recounted by the sources, Antigonus dreamed that he was walking across a large and beautiful field and sowing it with gold dust, but Mithridates reaped the harvest and took it away to the region of the coastal Black Sea. To be sure, this is a standard after-the-fact dream prophecy of future greatness, a formula using an agricultural metaphor that goes back at least to the dream that Astyages of Media had about Cyrus of Persia. Even if one is dismissive of Antigonus's dream, Mithridates did something that caused the ever-suspicious satrap to believe that he was no longer reliable, and thus he resolved to kill him. He told his son Demetrius about his plans, but swore him to silence. But Demetrius would not allow his friend to have such a fate. The two went for a walk alone on the seashore, and Demetrius used his spear to write, "Flee, Mithridates," in the sand, thereby keeping the vow of silence given to his father. Mithridates understood and immediately left the court of Antigonus at night with a handful of companions. He took refuge in a stronghold somewhere in Cappadocia, here used in the generic sense of Central Asia Minor. However much the dream may be questioned, as well as the message scratched in the sand, which has the characteristics of the prophecy that comes true despite attempts to avoid it happening, for some reason Mithridates terminated his association with Antigonus and departed. What is lacking in the extant accounts is either a location or date for the event. The only certainty is that it happened sometime between the Battle of Gibeoni, winter 315 to 314 BC, and the death of Antigonus, 301 BC. Conventionally, Mithridates' flight has been associated with the death of his ancestor at Chios in 302 BC, but this is unlikely. By that time, both the younger Mithridates and Demetrius would have been in their 30s, hardly the youthful companions implied in the tale. Moreover, the event had to have taken place when Demetrius and Antigonus were together at a coastal location. Demetrius, who along with his father declared himself king in 306 BC, is pictured as being young and still under his father's control, very much his subordinate. By 314 BC, he had been posted to Syria by his father, and thereafter they generally operated separately. Thus, the walk on the beach was, in all probability, within a year or two after the Battle of Gibeoni, long enough for the two young men to become friends, but before Demetrius left for Syria. A probable location is the Phoenician city of Tyre, which Antigonus and Demetrius besieged in 314 BC. By the end of 314 BC, then, Mithridates was on his own, having left the court of Antigonus and his friend Demetrius, and had retreated somewhere into the interior of Asia Minor, or perhaps even to his uncle's residence in Mysia. Eventually he ended up at Kamiata or Kamista in Paphlagonia, but this may not have been for some time, perhaps not even until after the death of both his uncle and Antigonus in 302 and 301 BC, respectively. Even though Mithridates had distinguished himself on the battlefield and had won the favor, for a while, of one of the most powerful early Hellenistic dynasts, his total obscurity for many years need not cause concern. Such invisibility is part of the sporadic nature of the records of Hellenistic history, and Mithridates, although a talented young man, had no significant support or power base. To go into hiding, even for an extended period of time, would have been the best means of surviving the turbulent politics of the era. But eventually he gained a following. Many came to him, wherever he was, and this became the basis of the kingdom of Pontus. King Mithridates I. According to Diodorus, Mithridates I was king of Cappadocia and Paphlagonia for 36 years. The statement was placed in the context of the death of his uncle and other events of 302 BC. Although the comments are unlikely to be accurate in detail, it is improbable that Mithridates had any formalized sense of a territory to rule at that early date. They probably reflect a feeling that 302 BC was an important year in his personal history. The death of his uncle meant that he inherited some territory. His father, Ariobarzanes, was obscure and may already have been dead, and there are no other known heirs. Moreover, in 302 BC, the political organization of northwestern Asia Minor underwent certain changes that may have favored the rise of Mithridates I. It was at about that time that Lysimachus established himself in the region. As satrap of Thrace, he had long shown interest in expanding his power across the northern Aegean into Asia Minor. An opportunity presented itself with the death of Dionysius, the ruler of Heraclea Pontica, around 306 BC. His widow, Amastris, inherited control of the city, but her rule was never secure. There was opposition within her family to a woman of power, and before long she married Lysimachus. This not only strengthened her position, but gave him access to an important seaport on the Black Sea. In 302 BC, Lysimachus was involved in campaigns against Antigonus in interior Asia Minor, but by later in the year he had been forced back north and entered winter quarters in the plain of Ceylon, a fertile cheese and cattle-producing district, the modern Bolu region of Turkey. The plain is about 40 miles south of Heraclea and within the ancient territory of Mariandinia, the region held by the elder Mithridates, who was killed at Chios at about the same time. Lysimachus may have gone into Mariandinia to prevent Antigonus from claiming the territory. In the spring of 301 BC, Lysimachus, having recently declared himself king, moved south, and in a decisive battle at Ipsos in Phrygia, Antigonus was caught between him and Seleucus I, with Cassander providing troops, and was killed. This not only established Lysimachus as master of much of Asia Minor, but effectively created the Seleucid Empire. Where Mithridates the founder was during these months is not documented, but it is hard to imagine that he was not somehow involved in these momentous events that took place in and around his territory. When Lysimachus spent the winter in the plain of Ceylon, he was not only in the traditional territory of Mithridates' uncle, but only 100 miles from Chimiata on a well-traveled route where Mithridates may already have established himself. It seems probable that Mithridates, already having serious complaints against Antigonus, offered his support to Lysimachus at this time, and perhaps even accompanied him to Ipsos. After the battle, Lysimachus, now the unquestioned ruler of northern Asia Minor, embarked on a major reorganization of the region. One of his actions, which had far-reaching consequences, was to designate a retainer, Phileteros of Teos, as the commander of the fortress of Pergamon in Mysia, entrusting him with a treasury of 9,000 talents. Pergamon was still unimportant at this date, but in time Phileteros, with extensive funds available, declared himself independent and established the local dynasty, which was to rule much of Western Asia Minor for 150 years and contribute brilliantly to the art and culture of the Hellenistic world. How Mithridates fit into Lysimachus's plans is not known. Like Phileteros, he was as yet of little importance, but Lysimachus would have realized that he was useful, especially as a buffer to Seleucid claims to the region, and thus he may have confirmed Mithridates' possessions of portions of Mariandinia, Mysia, and the Paphlagonian regions around Chimiata, thus establishing the initial territorial basis of the future Pontic kingdom. Mithridates was not yet strong enough to declare himself a king, which would probably offend his new patron. In all likelihood, he merely took the title of satrap, or to consider organizing his new possessions into a coherent state. But the blessing of Lysimachus gave him credibility, and thus he could consider 302 BC, the year of the death of his uncle, as the moment that his rule began. Over the next 2 decades, support for Mithridates I increased, especially as Lysimachus's interests turned more toward Bithynia to the west of Pontus. Yet, given the vagueness of territorial limits and topographical terminology, it is not possible to determine exactly what Mithridates ruled. It was said that he gained control of Cappadocia and lands along the Black Sea because the Macedonians, presumably Lysimachus, were engaged elsewhere. The suggestion that Mithridates held Cappadocia is an exaggeration. It was a vast, sprawling area in Central Asia Minor that had its own rulers, but he probably encroached onto its northern regions around the Halys River. To some extent, the information in the sources about the limits of his territories is tainted by the ambitions of his descendant Mithridates VI the Great 2 centuries later, who often justified his own territorial claims by asserting that the districts in question had always been under Pontic control. At some time in the 36 years after 302 BC, Mithridates declared himself king, following the pattern of the era. The major dynasts Lysimachus, Seleucus I, Ptolemy I, and Demetrius Poliorcetes had done so in the last decade of the 4th century BC. By the following century, lesser dynasts also assumed the kingship. The first may have been Zapotes of Bithynia in 297 BC or slightly earlier. Mithridates may have become king in 281 BC, since the Byzantine chronographer Iorios Sinkilos reported that the Mithridatic dynasty had existed for 218 years at the time of the death of Mithridates VI in 63 BC. Yet Sinkilos's data, or that preserved in the manuscripts, are suspect, since he also recorded that there were 10 kings of Pontus through Mithridates VI, but by all other accounts there were only 8. Thus, Mithridates' assumption of kingship was possibly as early as 297 BC. This is when the Pontic era began, and it is also contemporary with the kingship of his neighbor Zapotes. But 281 BC was the year of the death of both Lysimachus and Seleucus I, the last of the major successors who had known Alexander, and that year saw a major reorganization of the fortunes of northern Asia Minor. The Macedonians were said to have objected to the change of Pontus from satrapy to kingdom, but could not prevent it. This suggests that Mithridates may have taken advantage of the instability after the death of Lysimachus, when there were 7 kings or claimants to the Macedonian throne in 4 years, until Antigonus II Gonatas, a son of Demetrius Poliorcetes, took control in 277 BC and established the Antigonid dynasty that would last for the century remaining to the Macedonian kingdom. Mithridates may well have seen his chance during these years to move from satrap to king. During his reign, he founded the city of Amasea, which remained the capital of the new kingdom until his descendant Pharnaces I moved it to Sinope in 183 BC. No date for the establishment of Amasea can be determined, but it was during the founder's reign, since he was buried there. Amasea lies 100 miles east of the original stronghold of Kimiata at the other end of Mount Olgasus, and farther away from any districts claimed by the Macedonians, Bithynians, or Seleucids. It is securely in the deep valley of the Iris, but with access to the rich plains of Phaneroia and Themyscira, as well as the Black Sea coast. Yet the new kingdom was still in its formative stage. It is significant that there seems to be no coins from the reign of Mithridates I. Pontic coinage probably did not begin until the time of his grandson Mithridates II, who came to the throne around 255 BC. Nevertheless, in declaring himself king and building a new capital, Mithridates I not only inserted himself into the dynastic ideology of the era, but well deserved the epithet of the founder. Solidifying the kingdom. Mithridates would have had 2 priorities regarding his new kingdom: to protect his south and west from Macedonian and Seleucid ambitions, and to secure a foothold on the Black Sea. Although Amisus and Sinope were the nearest seaports, both were stable Greek cities that offered little opportunity for assimilation by Pontus. But farther west along the coast at Amastris, the situation was more uncertain. When Queen Amastris, who had ruled the city that she founded for about 15 years, was killed in 284 BC, her husband Lysimachus gave the city to a certain Eumenes, probably the brother of Phileteros of Pergamon. Before long, Lysimachus was dead, and Eumenes ruled Amastris without any obligations. Ariobarzanes, the son and future successor of Mithridates, who enters the historical record at this point, opened negotiations with Eumenes, who promptly and unexpectedly handed the city over to the Pontic kingdom, despite military threats and even an offer of payment from its mother city of Heraclea Pontica. Eumenes may have been acting on behalf of Pergamene interests, believing that they were better served by restraining the power of Heraclea. The result was the most important territorial acquisition by Mithridates I beyond the original core of Pontus, since it gave the kingdom a port on the Black Sea and a bulwark against the expansionism of Heraclea. With the death of Lysimachus at Seleucid hands in early 281 BC, Seleucus I sought to extend his power into northern Asia Minor by threatening Heraclea. He had already made an alliance with Pergamon. Ambassadors sent by Heraclea to Seleucus were not received, and the government of the city reached out to its neighbors, including Mithridates, as well as Byzantium and Chalcedon on the Bosporus. Nothing is known about the response, if any. Probably at the same time, Seleucus sent his commander Diodorus into Cappadocia, with the result that Diodorus was killed and his army lost. Cappadocia often includes Pontus, and it may be that the Seleucid strategy was to neutralize Mithridates, who was beginning to demonstrate his regional power. If so, this obviously failed, and Mithridates' elimination of a Seleucid army may have been one of the factors that led him to declare himself king. The original kings, Antigonus Monophthalmus and Demetrius Polychaetes, had taken the title when they defeated a Ptolemaic army. Yet Seleucus's campaign against northern Asia Minor, and indeed Macedonia itself, was stillborn when he was assassinated later in 281 BC by a member of his staff, Ptolemy Kavravnos, a son of Ptolemy I of Egypt, who had his own desire for Macedonia and indeed was declared its king. The collapse of Seleucid ambitions in northwestern Asia Minor meant that Mithridates would have a freer hand to tend to the security and expansion of his kingdom. The relationships that Mithridates had with Heraclea Pontica and Damascus are difficult to untangle and seem to change without viable explanations. Part of this is the deficiency of source material and the fact that the king, as a minor dynast, only entered the historical record when his activities impacted on the major powers. In addition, his paramount interest was the safety of his kingdom, which included any necessary territorial acquisitions, but this meant that he had to follow a narrow path and be sensitive to the ever-changing alliances and power bases of the era. Acquisition of Damascus was, to some extent, serendipitous. The relationship with Heraclea was somewhat more complex. As the most powerful city on the western coast of the southern Black Sea, it had to be both favored and contained. An unexpected change in the dynamics of northern Asia Minor occurred in 278 BC when several groups of migrating Celts entered the region. These bands had been on the move for well over a century, coming from their homeland in modern France. One of them had attacked Rome in the early 4th century BC. In time, others crossed the Hellespont, and although they were probably more peaceful and organized than Greek and Roman sources imply, they were seen as a danger, in fact an existential threat to the Hellenistic world and to civilization in general. Resistance to and defeat of them became part of the received view of the history of the 3rd century BC, best visible today in the surviving art of the Pergamene kingdom. Greek sources called them the Galatians, from the same root as Latin Galli, English Gauls. In time, various accommodations were achieved, and they settled in the lightly populated region of Central Asia Minor that came to be called Galatia, gradually becoming Hellenized. They became notable as mercenaries, serving in most battles in the region well into the Roman period. Regardless of the actual nature of the Galatians, before long it was realized that they could be useful in the never-ending dynastic wars of the era. Mithridates understood their utility, according to the obscure historian Apollonius, who wrote a history of Caria, probably his home region, at an uncertain date. His account is confused, but it recorded that Mithridates and his son Ariobarzanes allied with the Galatians and engaged the Ptolemies, defeating them and driving them into the sea. There is no date for the event, but it must have occurred during the last decade of the king's life. The context is probably the Ptolemaic operations in Caria during the reign of Ptolemy II, who came to the throne in 281 BC. As a result of the campaign, the Galatians allegedly founded several cities, most notably Angyra, modern Ankara. The city had been visited by Alexander and thus already existed, but Arrian's account of his campaign, written in the 2nd century AD, is anachronistic. The term Galatia is used, and the city may have been renamed by the Galatians. The name, unusual for an inland location, was said to refer to the anchors taken as spoils in the campaign against the Ptolemies.
Another Galatian foundation that may have helped Mithridates was Tauia, later Tavium, near modern Buick-Nefes, about 80 miles east of Ankara and just south of the Pontic Kingdom, an old Hittite center. Angira, whenever the name was applied, and Tauia were thus towns controlled by an ally and therefore a theoretical barrier against perceived Seleucid and Ptolemaic incursions from this direction. One element of the last years of the founder was the appearance of his son and successor Ariobarzanes, named after his grandfather and born in all probability around 300 BC. No one else is known from Mithridates' immediate family, and the failure of the sources to mention any wives demonstrates that he did not have enough status to connect with one of the major dynastic families of the era, unlike his grandson Mithridates II, who married a Seleucid princess. Ariobarzanes is the only recorded child of Mithridates I, and while his father was still alive, he obtained the city of Amastris for the kingdom and took part in the expedition against the Ptolemies. Apollonius's phrasing that Mithridates and Ariobarzanes led the campaign suggests that by the 270s BC the son had been raised to a level of co-rule with his father. The founder died in 266 BC. He was buried in the first of the royal tombs in Amasea, high above the Iris River. Visitors to the site today can still see the facade and enter the chamber. He had been in power 36 years, although it was only in the last 15, after the almost simultaneous deaths of Lysimachus and Seleucus I, that the Pontic kingdom began to coalesce and he could call himself king. He had moved his royal seat from the isolated fortress of Chimiata, probably not suitable for a town site, to the new capital of Amasea, and had established a foothold on the coast at Amastris. He solidified his southern border by establishing relations with the newly arrived Galatians. He ruled during what was arguably some of the most unstable years of the Hellenistic era, yet he skillfully balanced his own needs against those of the great powers, playing a role in terminating any Ptolemaic, Seleucid, and Macedonian aspirations in north-central Asia Minor. He was also indirectly involved in the demise of Seleucus I, although before long the Pontic kings would realize that the Seleucids were probably their best allies, as later marriage alliances demonstrate. By the time of his death and the transfer of power to Ariobarzanes, Pontus had emerged as one of the new powers in Asia Minor. Chapter 3. The kingdom becomes an independent state. Ariobarzanes. The reign of the son of Mithridates I, Ariobarzanes, is not well documented. He had been assisting his father for a number of years, involved in the matter of the Galatians, and in acquiring the city of Amastris for the kingdom. He came to the throne in 266 BC at perhaps 35 years of age, and was the only ruling member of the family to hold the name Ariobarzanes, Aryabardana, which is known from at least the 5th century BC, when an earlier Ariobarzanes, perhaps the great-grandfather of the king, was an important player in events of northwest Asia Minor for a number of years, eventually receiving Athenian citizenship. King Ariobarzanes ruled Pontus for slightly over a decade. The only documented event of his reign was a deteriorating situation with the Galatians. Details are not preserved, but after Ariobarzanes' death, the Galatians invaded the kingdom. Nothing else is known about his reign. Like the case of his father, his family relationships remain invisible except for the identity of his son, Mithridates II. Even his death date cannot be determined precisely. It was during the reign of the Seleucid king Antiochus II, 261 to 246 BC, perhaps after 250 BC. Mithridates II. When Mithridates II came to the throne in probably the early 240s BC, he was believed to be weak, perhaps because of his youth, and the Galatians, once the allies of the kingdom, attacked. Evidently, the results of the invasion were serious enough that there was famine, and Mithridates appealed for help to Heraclea Pontica, which sent grain to the city of Amisus, from which it was transported to the interior. Implicit in this is that any past differences between Pontus and Heraclea had been settled, and that by this time Pontus controlled Amisus.
This city, situated at the western end of the fertile plain of Themyscira and just 15 miles from the mouth of the Iris River, was well placed as a seaport for shipment of commodities into Pontus proper, and acquisition of it probably occurred during the reign of Ariobarzanes or even earlier, but details are lacking. Heraclea already had its own issues with the Galatians. There had been a previous attack, which may have encouraged the city to seek as a new ally its opponent of a generation previously. This earlier encounter took place just after the death of Nicomedes I of Bithynia, sometime between 255 and 253 BC, and presumably the Galatian attack on Pontus was a few years later. The help that Heraclea sent to Pontus resulted in a second threat by the Galatians against the city, which sent an embassy to them led by the historian Nymphus. His diplomatic skills were probably less effective than his payment of 5,000 gold pieces to the Galatian army and an additional 200 each to the officers, and the Galatians withdrew and seem to have had no further interest in either Heraclea or the territory of Mithridates. During the reign of Mithridates II, the kingdom reached legitimacy as an international power, albeit a minor one. His marriage arrangements, which are discussed later, are proof of this, as well as the king's response to an earthquake that struck the island of Rhodes in 227 or 226 BC. The event can be dated with some precision because of the list of contemporary kings in Polybius's account. The earthquake was devastating, although it was noted that it provided a fine opportunity for urban renewal, and its major casualty was the famous Colossus, which was over 100 feet high but had stood for only half a century. Many of the rulers of the Mediterranean world promptly gave aid to the Rhodians. Polybius listed 10 kings and 1 queen who made contributions. As expected, the major kings, Ptolemy III, Seleucus II, and Antigonus III, donated lavish amounts, but the account mentions kings from as far away as Sicily, Hiram II and Gelon, as well as Queen Chryseis of Macedonia, the wife of Antigonus and mother of Philip V. Except for the Sicilian kings, who are listed separately, the monarchs are presented in order of importance, beginning with Ptolemy and the other major kings, and continuing down to regional dynasts, some of whom are otherwise unknown. Sixth on the list is Mithridates II. The amount that he gave is not specified, although Polybius noted that it was similar to that provided by his more powerful colleagues. The account of the donations of the 11 monarchs is the first extant report of such a collaborative effort by the Hellenistic rulers, coming slightly over a century after the death of Alexander the Great, at a time when the Hellenistic world, although never free of dynastic rivalries and warfare, had reached an era when cooperation was seen to have its own virtue. Moreover, it marks the entry of the Mithridatic kingdom into global politics. To be sure, Mithridates II had already been engaged in marriage alliances, but these were pointed in one direction toward the Seleucids. Now, however, in the early 220s BC, he was able to stand alongside his royal colleagues and take part in an effort that affected the entire Mediterranean world from Sicily to the Levant and Egypt, unlike the foreign policy of his predecessors, which had been limited to the defense of the kingdom or accommodation with the Seleucids alone. Yet Mithridates did not rank high among the kings of the East, below Prusius I of Bithynia, who reigned just to the west of Pontus, and above a certain Lysanias, who ruled some principality in Asia Minor, perhaps in Caria, that cannot be identified today. Yet the Rhodian donations demonstrate the position of the Mithridatic kingdom in the world of the late 3rd century BC. Marriage alliances. Mithridates' standing among contemporary kings was not only due to his participation in the relief of Rhodes, but also because of his astute marriage connections. The women of the Mithridatic dynasty before his time remain anonymous, suggesting that the royal wives were not of significant dynastic importance. But Mithridates II, seeking to increase his legitimacy among the great powers of the era, reached out to the Seleucids for a marriage partner. At the time of his accession, the extent of the Seleucid kingdom far exceeded that of any of the other major states, from the Aegean to India and south into the Levant, with repeated attempts to gain a foothold in the Black Sea coastal regions. The kingdom was at its territorial peak, although soon inexorable contraction would set in, and obviously desired some of Mithridates' possessions. The king probably realized the futility of any military opposition, but connections through marriage might be a way of establishing a peaceful relationship with a larger and more powerful kingdom. Thus, Mithridates II sought marriage to a Seleucid princess. The evidence is scant but credible, yet so vague that not even her name is known with certainty. It was probably Laodike IV, as that was the name of her mother, Laodike I, and two of her daughters, Laodike X and XI. Like so many Hellenistic royal names, it had heroic antecedents. The original Laodike was a Trojan princess, a daughter of King Priam, and a later Laodike, the 14th, was the matriarch of the Seleucid dynasty, the wife of a certain Antiochus, an officer of Philip II of Macedonia, and the mother of Seleucus I, the companion of Alexander the Great and the first Seleucid king. It is thus no wonder that the name should become frustratingly common in the early Hellenistic period, and at least 6 holders of it are known from the royalty of the mid-3rd century BC, with more later, to the everlasting confusion of both ancient and modern commentators. The marriage between Mithridates II and Laodike IV is solely documented in the Chronicle of Eusebius, to be sure a late source, from the early 4th century AD, but the report is unlikely to have been made up. The sparse account merely states that one of the daughters, unnamed, of the Seleucid monarchs, Antiochus II and Laodike I, married Mithridates II. No date is provided, but the suggestion is that it was before the death of her father in 246 BC. Since Mithridates II had not been long on the throne and Laodike IV had grown children by the 220s BC, this suggests a date of around 250 BC for the marriage, but dates between 250 and 240 BC have all been suggested. This connection between the two dynasties was a momentous event in the self-image of the Pontic kingdom and may mark the beginning of a Pontic chronological era, although the evidence is far from certain. A century later, Pontus seems to have been using the Seleucid era, but this need not be a contradiction. By 246 BC, Seleucus II, Laodike IV's brother, was on the Seleucid throne, ruling until 226 BC. Before his accession, the Seleucids may have seen the marriage as a way of controlling northern Asia Minor to their advantage in the turbulent final years of Antiochus II. In a way, the Seleucids were protecting their north and west as they entered a period of increasing contention with the Ptolemies to their south. Only a few months after the start of his reign, Seleucus II began a war against Ptolemy III of Egypt, the so-called Third Syrian War of 246 to 241 BC. Preparations were surely underway before Antiochus II died, and perhaps even at the time of the marriage. Moreover, Seleucus had to face internal contention with his brother Antiochus Hyrax, the Hawk, a rivalry exploited by their mother Laodike I, who was now the Seleucid dowager queen. Further evidence that Seleucus was seeking to stabilize, or at least have fewer worries about, his northern frontier is that he allegedly gave Greater Phrygia to Mithridates as a dowry, although this should perhaps be treated cautiously since the assertion was made over a century later by Mithridates VI to support his claim to the territory. Mithridates II and Laodike IV had at least 2 children, both named Laodike, the 10th and 11th. Whether the little-known Mithridates III was also her child is not certain, and Laodike IV drops from the historical record after the birth of her children. Her homonymous daughters are difficult to distinguish. One, perhaps the younger, Laodike X, was given to her uncle Antiochus Hyrax in some sort of hostage situation that is not fully understood. Later, she married Achaeus, a cousin of the Seleucid ruling line, who claimed the title of king in 221 BC. He established himself at Sardis and was killed there in 213 BC by Antiochus III, the successor of Seleucus II. Laodike X seems to have survived her husband's death and gained a following at Sardis, but disappears from the historical record at that point. Whether she was the Laodike who was the mother of the Greco-Bactrian king Eucratides I, who came to the throne around 170 BC and whose coinage provides his mother's name, remains speculative. Her older sister, Laodike XI, was also of importance. In 222 BC, she married Antiochus III, who came to the Seleucid throne in that year. The wedding took place at Seleucia on the Euphrates, situated at an important crossing of the river in Commagene. It was a magnificent spectacle, and afterward the royal couple went to Antioch on the Orontes, the Seleucid capital, where Laodike was given the title of queen. This was the first time that one of the major Hellenistic kings took a spouse from one of the lesser and non-Macedonian dynasties, definite proof of the emergence of Pontus as an important state. By 204 BC, Laodike XI had received the title of sister queen, although she and Antiochus III were actually first cousins, perhaps an attempt to imitate the sibling marriage of the Ptolemaic dynasty.
In that year, King Antiochus III wrote to Anaximbrotos, his satrap of Caria, stating that he was increasing the honors given to Laodike and establishing a cult of her, with chief priestesses who themselves were of royal origin.
The letter made it clear that Laodike was still alive at that time. Another inscription from the Elamite town of Susa, although heavily restored, suggests that the cult also existed there in 177 to 176 BC, but that the queen was dead by then. Yet during her reign she acted independently or as an equal partner with her spouse. Around 204 BC, the city of Teos, one of the 12 Ionian cities north of Ephesus, granted her and her husband divine honors for services rendered, especially in relieving the city from Pergamene control. On the inscription recording the event, Laodike's goodwill toward the city is particularly noted, and a statue of her, as well as one of her husband, was set up in the local agora. She was also honored through the construction of a spring house in her name.
Her independent profile was reinforced a few years later, probably in 197 BC, when she told the city of Iassus, in Caria, that they were to receive on her behalf a 10-year endowment of grain. In response, the citizenry established a cult of her and the king.
This was an early example of philanthropy by a Hellenistic royal woman, something that would in time become a common trait, culminating in the activities of the aristocratic women of the Roman imperial period. Laodike had 8 or perhaps 9 children, and it is through these numerous offspring that her legacy among the Eastern dynastic network was assured. 2 of her sons became Seleucid kings. Seleucus IV ruled 189 or 187 to 175 BC, and Antiochus IV ruled 175 to 164 BC. And between them they were the ancestors of all the subsequent Seleucid kings to the last, Philip II, who was forced out by the Romans in 65 BC. Her daughters made significant dynastic marriages. One was engaged to Demetrius I, king of Bactria. This took place around 200 BC when Demetrius made a visit to the Seleucid court before he was king. He came to the throne shortly thereafter and allegedly embarked on an expedition to India, although the information is confused and unclear.
Because his wife, Laodike XI's daughter, is not named or ever heard from again, she may have died shortly after the marriage.
Another daughter, Antiochus, married Ariarathes IV of Cappadocia, perhaps also around 200 BC. Antiochus and Ariarathes were seemingly unable to have children, and she convinced her husband to accept 2 of her own children, Ariarathes and Holofernes, as his own. The father of these children is not known, and Ariarathes IV was allegedly unaware that they were not his. The younger Ariarathes was sent to Rome to be educated in 172 BC, an early instance of what would become a common practice for the children of Hellenistic royalty, and Holofernes was banished to Ionia. By that time, Antiochus and Ariarathes IV actually had children, a son and 2 daughters. The son, originally named Mithridates, became King Ariarathes V of Cappadocia around 163 BC. Clearly, there are unexplained issues regarding the children of Antiochus. Nevertheless, the story provides an interesting insight into the dynastic maneuvering of the era and of Hellenistic royalty generally, and also the indisputable fact that only the mother can know the parentage of children. The descendants of Antiochus, who was the granddaughter of Mithridates II of Pontus, ruled Cappadocia until the dynasty ended in 96 BC. Antiochus herself was killed at Antioch at the time of the death of her brother Antiochus IV in 164 BC for unknown reasons. Laodike XI and Antiochus III had another daughter, Laodike V, whose career is unclear because of the many homonymous women of the era. She probably married in sequence her brothers Antiochus IV and Seleucus IV, and also became high priestess of the cult of her mother, and perhaps was the mother of Antiochus V, who ruled briefly in the 160s BC. She may also have been the first Seleucid queen to be depicted on coinage. Yet the daughter of Antiochus III and Laodike XI, whose impact was to be most prominent among future generations, was the one who also brought the most famous Hellenistic dynastic name into the history of the Eastern Mediterranean. Why her parents chose to name her Cleopatra is not known. It does not seem to have been used among royalty since the death of the sister of Alexander the Great a century previously. The name also had some mythological authority, most notably as the wife of Meleagros in the Caledonian boar hunt tale, but there was little indication that it would become so famous. Cleopatra became an important player in the political ambitions of her parents. In 204 BC, the Egyptian king Ptolemy IV died mysteriously, and his successor Ptolemy V was a child. This resulted in a period of instability in Egypt, quickly exploited by the Seleucids. Warfare between the Ptolemies and Seleucids was imminent due to territorial disputes in the Levant and interior Syria. But then Antiochus III announced that he and Ptolemy V had concluded a marriage alliance. How much Ptolemy knew about this is uncertain, but he was convinced to agree, and in the winter of 194 to 193 BC, 16-year-old Ptolemy married 10-year-old Cleopatra, who became Cleopatra I of Egypt. The ceremony took place at Raphia on the Egyptian-Levantine border. Although neither survived long, all the remaining Ptolemaic rulers to the end of the dynasty in 30 BC were descended from the royal couple, whose children were Ptolemy VI, Ptolemy VIII, and Cleopatra II. Thus, the granddaughter of Mithridates II of Pontus became the great-great-grandmother of her most famous namesake, Cleopatra VII, the last Ptolemaic ruler of Egypt and the companion of the triumvir Marcus Antonius. These dynastic interactions are complex and often baffling to modern listeners, and were equally so in antiquity. The Hellenistic penchant toward homonymity has long been a source of confusion, but the sheer number of prominent royal personalities who are descended from Mithridates II of Pontus shows not only the connectivity between the Eastern dynasties, but also the emergent importance of Pontus in the royal network of the era. Mithridates II did not know that his descendants would include, in addition to future rulers of Pontus to the end of the dynasty, Seleucid, Ptolemaic, Cappadocian, Armenian, Parthian, and Mauritanian royalty, with connections to Bactria and the Roman aristocracy. The last years of Mithridates II. The marriage alliances are certainly the most important feature of the reign of Mithridates II, as they positioned him and his kingdom within the mainstream of the politics of the second half of the 3rd century BC. With a Seleucid princess for his wife and, later, his daughter as Seleucid queen, he was inevitably drawn into the internal problems of the Seleucid state, which reverberated throughout Asia Minor. In particular, there was the civil war between Seleucus II and Antiochus Hyrax, brothers of Mithridates' wife, which began around 246 BC and continued for nearly a decade. The sequence of events during these years is far from certain, but when war broke out between the brothers, Mithridates at first sided with Hyrax. Before open hostilities began, Seleucus had given his brother command of the Seleucid territories in Asia Minor, in part to counteract growing Pergamene strength and ambitions. Moreover, Seleucus and Ptolemy III were moving toward war over territorial issues in the Levant, and placating Hyrax may have been to assure his support in this matter. But Hyrax quickly established a strong power base in Asia Minor, largely independent from the central Seleucid government. He did so by making alliances with the Galatians and Mithridates II. Hyrax was still an adolescent. One report is that he was only 14, and it was at this time he gained his surname, the Hawk, because of his adolescent aggressiveness, which made him seem like a bird of prey. His sister, Laodike IV, was probably not yet married to Mithridates. In fact, at some time during these years, she was actually in the entourage of Hyrax. Hyrax eventually saw his chance and declared war on his brother with the aid of Mithridates II and the Galatians. This seems to have occurred only after Seleucus II and Ptolemy III came to terms, which seems strategically unwise, and Seleucus promptly invaded the territories of Hyrax's coalition. Around 240 BC, near Angira, a battle was fought in which Seleucus was defeated. He was suspected to have been killed, and allegedly Hyrax was devastated at the report and elated when it turned out to be false. This may be a paradigm for the regret felt by siblings whose inability to get along with one another leads to disaster, and there is no evidence of any long-term reconciliation. In fact, after the battle near Angira, Hyrax's fortunes began a steady decline. Mithridates was no longer mentioned as an ally, neither were the Galatians, and although Hyrax survived for over a decade more, he became an adventurer, wandering as far as Mesopotamia and Europe, and suffering a series of defeats until, fleeing Pergamene retribution, he died in Thrace around 226 BC. But during his last years, Mithridates II was no longer a part of his world, and it may be that after Seleucus's recovery from the battle near Angira, Mithridates received some of the territory Hyrax had claimed, and perhaps his sister in marriage, in an attempt to repair the damage done to northwest Asia Minor by her brother. Given Mithridates' new legitimacy as king of an important state due to his marriage alliances as well as his participation in the collaborative project to restore Rhodes, it was only natural that he should seek ways to expand his kingdom. If the report of his descendant Mithridates VI is to be believed, he received portions of Phrygia after the Angira battle as part of the dowry for his wedding with Laodike IV. But the Greek cities on the coast were still an issue. The kingdom had acquired Amisus at some uncertain date before the accession of Mithridates II, and the next region for assimilation was Sinope, which lies between Amisus and Heraclea, 75 miles along the coast from the former. In 220 BC, Mithridates prepared to attack the city. Whether he actually did so is ambiguous in Polybius's account. The Sinopeans built elaborate defenses around the city and its port, not knowing whether the king would come by land or sea, perhaps an indication that it was believed he had substantial forces available. They also appealed to Rhodes for assistance, which sent a vast amount of support in terms of men, supplies, and funds, as well as 1,000 jars of wine. Unfortunately, exactly what happened is not known, for Polybius, as was his custom, broke off his account in order to move to another contemporary topic, and the remainder of the story is not extant in the preserved portions of his history. At this time, the Rhodians, despite the effects of the earthquake of a few years previously, were the preeminent maritime power of the eastern Mediterranean and, as can be seen, had interests as far as the Black Sea. In fact, a few years earlier they had gone to war against Byzantium because that city was restricting trade from the sea to the Mediterranean world through what were considered exorbitant customs duties. Mithridates, despite his previous assistance to the Rhodians in their time of need, may have realized that any engagement that would bring them against him would be unwise. Either his attack on Sinope never happened, or he was unsuccessful in taking the city. It was only 40 years later that King Pharnakes I, his grandson, acquired Sinope for the kingdom. Whatever happened between Mithridates II and Sinope, it is the last event associated with his kingship, and presumably he died shortly thereafter, having been on the throne about 30 years. He had come to power as a king thought to be so weak that the Galatians saw his accession as an opportunity for invasion. When he died, his kingdom was an international power, and his daughter was the Seleucid queen. During those years, Pontus evolved from a minor kingdom with ambitions limited to northern Asia Minor to an emergent major power with complex dynastic interests. The marriage alliances in particular gave Pontus new status. Another demonstration of the importance of the kingdom is its first coinage, although the date of its inauguration is far from certain, and it has been attributed to as early as Mithridates I or as late as Mithridates III. The earliest coins seem to be gold staters with a head of Athena on the obverse and a Nika on the reverse, and with the Greek legend of King Mithridates, demonstrating that Greek was the official language of the kingdom. They are direct imitations of coins of Alexander the Great. Even though the Pontic dynasty was not born out of his successors and the Mithridatic kings were not related to those associated with Alexander, it is a clear statement that the self-image of Pontus was that it deserved to be placed within that world. These coins seem to fit into the ideology of the era of Mithridates II, when Pontus sought to prove its credentials as a respected member of the Greek world. Foregoing any connection with the environment of the defunct Persian Empire, and thus the ancestors of the dynasty, Mithridates II instead located himself in the new culture of the legacy of Alexander, a solid means of creating legitimacy and a view forward rather than backward. This was an attitude that would be sustained to the end of the dynasty and his most famous descendant, Mithridates VI the Great. Moreover, a gold issue was an astute move, since gold coinage was the mark of a dominant state. It is probably the earliest gold coinage in Hellenistic Northern Asia Minor, solid proof of the kingdom's view of itself in the 3rd century BC. Chapter 4. The Arrival of the Romans. Mithridates III. The planned attack by Mithridates II on Sinope around 220 BC is the latest event associated with his reign. 30 years later, a new king, Pharnakes I, was on the Pontic throne and was part of a grand coalition fighting against Eumenes II of Pergamon, a conflict that took place in the early 180s BC. Whatever had happened in the previous 30 years, the activities of the rulers of Pontus were not significant enough to warrant the attention of the major extant sources. An account may have appeared in Polybius's Histories, which became fragmentary after 216 BC, the end of Book 5. Diodorus's Bibliotheki, another potential source, is also deficient for the period in question. Thus, the Pontic kingdom during these years remains invisible to the modern reader. Since both Mithridates II and Pharnakes I are well documented, the lack of any information about either during this interval means it can be assumed that the former died shortly after 220 BC, and the latter came to the throne not long before 190 BC. This presumes an intervening king, and it is possible to conclude that he was Mithridates III, not mentioned in the extant literature and only cited on an inscription from Delos as the father of Mithridates IV. He was probably, but not certainly, the son of Mithridates II and Laodike IV. According to Plutarch, in his account of the escape of Mithridates I from the entourage of Antigonus I Monophthalmus, there were 8 kings in the Pontic line until the Romans brought the dynasty to an end. Appian confirmed this and also added that 6 of the kings were named Mithridates. Since 2 kings with other names are known, Ariobarzanes and Pharnakes I, there is a missing Mithridates who can only be placed between Mithridates II and Pharnakes I, since after Pharnakes there is no gap in the king list. The last ruler of the Hellenistic Pontic kingdom was Mithridates the Great, who died in 63 BC and must be Mithridates VI. Thus, Mithridates III ruled most, if not all, of the period between 220 and 190 BC. Yet, essentially nothing is known about his reign or the Pontic kingdom during those 30 years, until Pharnakes I was on the throne by 190 BC. In fact, extrapolating back from the earlier years of Pharnakes, there is no evidence of any significant achievement, changes, or issues in foreign policy during the previous reign. Mithridates III is also documented by his tomb located at Amasea between those of his father and son, Mithridates II and Pharnakes I, and his presumed coinage, a series of silver issues with a royal portrait on the obverse, facing right, showing a prominent nose, thick lips, a close-cropped beard, and a wrinkled brow. The quality of the portrait is high, demonstrating that the king had access to Greek die cutters who created a realistic and individualized portrait in the fashion of Hellenistic representations of foreign royalty. On the reverse is the Greek legend of King Mithridates and a seated Zeus, remindful of the statue of the god at Olympia. There is also a star and crescent symbol which appears here for the first time on Pontic coinage and which would remain through the issues of Mithridates VI. This is some kind of dynastic device not fully explained. The coins attributed to Mithridates III are not certainly identified with that king, but the portrait strongly resembles that on the coinage of his son Pharnaces I, a younger version of the same physiognomy. The Hellenistic world, 220 to 190 BC. The period from 220 to 190 BC was one of profound change in Hellenistic Asia Minor, most notably due to the arrival of the Romans and their involvement in the affairs of the region. Mithridates III was not the only new king who came to the throne around 220 BC. His brother-in-law Antiochus III became Seleucid king in 222 BC, and in the same year Philip V came to power in Macedonia, and in the following one, Ptolemy IV in Egypt.
Meanwhile, Attalus I of Pergamon, the grandnephew of Phileteros, who had been on the throne for 20 years, was contending with the Seleucids for dominance of Asia Minor.
In the Levant, there was repeated and sporadic warfare between the Seleucids and the Ptolemies, with the former generally gaining a more dominant position. But it was in the traditional Greek world that the future was being decided. Piracy in the Adriatic had brought the Romans to Illyria in 229 BC, but an adventurer, Demetrius of Pharos, modern Hvar in Croatia, resisted the Romans and supported the pirates. The Romans, occupied with the Gauls in the Celtic territories north of Italy, tended at first to ignore Demetrius's activities, but eventually in 219 BC a consular army was sent against him. Demetrius promptly sought refuge with Philip V of Macedonia. 2 years later, the first official contact was made between Rome and Macedonia when an embassy was sent to Philip requesting the extradition of Demetrius. Yet the Romans were in no position to enforce the demand, since the previous autumn Hannibal had crossed the Alps and invaded Italy. Philip, on the other hand, saw this as an opportunity to remove the Romans from the eastern Adriatic, dangerously close to his own interests, and began to attack Roman outposts in what has come to be called the First Macedonian War. An attempt by Ptolemy IV to negotiate a truce was the first Roman contact with the Ptolemaic kingdom. By 215 BC, Philip V had made an alliance with Carthage and then with Prusius I of Bithynia, thus extending his reach to all three continents. This caused Attalus of Pergamon to ally with the Romans, which brought Roman interests into Asia Minor. Although the Romans remained largely occupied with Hannibal, the Aegean world was polarizing into a Roman coalition, including Pergamon and a number of southern Greek states, especially Athens and Sparta, and a Macedonian one, including Bithynia and much of central Greece. When the Second Punic War came to an end in 201 BC, Rome turned its attention to the east, with the Second Macedonian War beginning the following year. A Roman embassy was sent to Athens, which ordered Philip to cease war on the Greek states and to compensate Attalus, who was present, for injuries received. This was the first time that the Romans gave orders to a Hellenistic power, and compliance was expected. The Roman ambassadors continued east and opened negotiations with Antiochus III and Ptolemy V in an attempt to end the Fifth Syrian War. This was the first official meeting between Rome and the Seleucids.
Needless to say, Philip ignored the Roman ultimatum, and the Second Macedonian War lasted until 197 BC, when he was defeated at Kinoskephla in Thessaly. The terms of the settlement included the surprising statement that not only were the Greek cities in Europe to be free and independent, but those in Asia Minor as well. Philip had claimed some territory in western Asia Minor, and this was the Romans' primary concern. But the decree was a stronger rebuke to the active territorial interests of Antiochus III. To be sure, he protested, and in the following year the Romans ordered him to release any cities in Asia that he controlled and not to invade Europe.
In return, in the winter of 194 to 193 BC, Antiochus attempted to establish an official agreement of friendship and alliance with the Romans. This was at the same time that he strengthened his relations with Ptolemy V by marrying his daughter, Cleopatra I, the granddaughter of Mithridates II, to him. Yet the Romans refused any adjustment of the previous order.
In the autumn of 192 BC, Antiochus attacked Demetrias, the Macedonian royal city in Thessaly, thus invading Europe, and Rome declared war.
Within a year, after a loss at Thermopylae, he returned to Asia. The Romans followed, and they defeated Antiochus again in early 189 BC at Magnesia by Sipylos. At the Seleucid royal residence of Apamea in Phrygia, a treaty was concluded in which Antiochus agreed to withdraw from essentially all of Asia Minor and to pay an immense indemnity, which greatly assisted the Roman economy. The treaty, preserved in detail by the ancient sources, sets out in precise specifics the disposition of western and southern Asia Minor, as far north as Phrygia and Mysia. In addition to eliminating Seleucid control in all but extreme southeastern Asia Minor, it greatly increased the power and extent of Pergamon. King Eumenes II, who had succeeded his father Attalus I in 197 BC, received not only an indemnity from Antiochus, but additions to his territory, including footholds in Europe. Rome was now able to dictate the future of the kingdoms, dynasties, and cities in Asia Minor. Of particular interest was the presence in Antiochus's entourage of the famous Carthaginian leader Hannibal. After his defeat by the Romans in the Second Punic War and further difficulties at Carthage, he had fled to the Seleucids in 195 BC, becoming one of Antiochus's major advisors, although with a low opinion of his strategic abilities. Needless to say, Hannibal's primary goal was vengeance against the Romans, who considered him a destabilizing influence in Asia Minor. Thus, one of the many conditions of the Treaty of Apamea was that Antiochus give up Hannibal, but he slipped away to Crete. He was next reported at the Armenian court of King Artaxius I, although this seems rather far afield from his other travels and is dubious. Then he came to Bithynia as an advisor, militarily and architecturally, to Prusius I, continuing his agitation against the Romans. He took up residence on an estate, poignantly named Libyssa in memory of his homeland, writing anti-Roman pamphlets until his suicide in 183 BC. Despite his desultory last years, the mutual obsessions between him and the Romans were an important element in Asia Minor in the 180s BC and affected the policies of the regional dynasts, including those of Pontus. Nevertheless, the long extant list of participants in the various campaigns of the generation after 220 BC makes no mention of Pontus or its kings, although some territory may have been lost to Pergamon as part of the Treaty of Apamea in 189 BC. This is probably why Pharnakes I would send ambassadors to Rome a few years later regarding an issue with Pergamon. The accession of Pharnakes I. The exact dates of the reign of Pharnakes I are not known. As noted, he probably came to the throne around the time of the Apamea Treaty, succeeding his father, the ephemeral Mithridates III. His successor, Mithridates IV, became king between 160 and 155 BC, and the last dated event of Pharnakes' reign was when he and his wife Nysa received honors from Athens during the archonship of Tichondros in 160 to 159 BC. Within 5 years, Mithridates IV was on the throne, who was not the son but the brother of Pharnakes. After his reign, the succession returned to the direct line with Pharnakes' son Mithridates V. There was also a second Pharnakes, the great-grandson of the first, who in the 40s BC briefly attempted to reconstitute the Pontic kingdom after the death of his father, Mithridates VI.
The name Pharnakes marks an unexplained break from the onomastics of the Pontic dynasty and may suggest that Pharnakes was not the firstborn son of Mithridates III.
It was a historic Persian name, Pharnaka, most notably held by the uncle of Darius I, who was administrator of the palace at Persepolis between 505 and 497 BC. In the Apamea arrangement, the Romans and Eumenes II of Pergamon profited the most. In addition to acquiring a substantial indemnity, Eumenes' territory was greatly enlarged, receiving the Thracian Chersonesus, the long narrow peninsula on the northern side of the Hellespont. Its major city, Lysimachia, founded by Lysimachus in 309 BC, and much of Phrygia, part of Mysia, and various cities as far south as Ephesus and inland to Tralles and Sardis. If Pontus also possessed any part of Phrygia at that time, as Mithridates VI was to claim a century later, the kingdom had cause for concern at the growing power of Pergamon, now situated on its margins. Yet other than the Seleucids, who were to play no future role in the destiny of Asia Minor beyond its extreme southeastern portions, the real losers in the Apamea Treaty were the Bithynians. Bithynia had emerged as an independent state in the second half of the 5th century BC and, not without effort, generally managed to retain its independence against the Persians, Alexander the Great, and the successor dynasties. Its historic territory was extreme northwestern Asia Minor, extending inland from the coasts of the Propontis and Bosporus. Sepoites, who came to power in 328 BC, may have been the first minor dynast to declare himself king in 297 BC. In 230 BC, a vigorous monarch, Prusius I, began his rule. After half a century on the throne, he was followed by his son Prusius II, who reigned from 182 to 149 BC. In 74 BC, the great-grandson of the latter, Nicomedes IV, willed the kingdom to Rome. Because of territorial proximity, the interests of Bithynia and Pontus could often be intertwined, and after the Apamea Treaty, both states realized the dangers of Pergamene expansionism. Due to the treaty, Bithynia had lost its claim to Mysia, the historic hinterland of Pergamon, which Prusius I had acquired during a period of Pergamene weakness in the late 190s BC. It is unlikely that Prusius had seized the city of Pergamon itself, but he probably held the lands to its northeast, adjoining the traditional Bithynian homeland. Thus Prusius had every reason to find fault with the Treaty of Apamea, and the arrival of Hannibal at his court would make the Romans especially interested in his kingdom. Soon Prusius enlisted Pharnakes I of Pontus to his cause. The early years of Pharnakes were marked by his involvement as a Bithynian ally in the war against Pergamon, his sudden acquisition of the coastal city of Sinope, and his first contacts with Rome. Pontus had not been directly affected by the Apamea Treaty, and this may have encouraged Pharnakes to adopt a more aggressive posture than his predecessors, becoming involved in the overall destiny of Asia Minor rather than limiting himself to the territorial concerns of his own region. Pergamon had benefited the most from the treaty, and thus it was perhaps natural that the other states in the region would feel a need to contain this expanded power. Bithynia had suffered the most, and the appearance of Hannibal may have been the catalyst for assembling a coalition in the early 180s BC against Eumenes II of Pergamon. Prusius and Hannibal were of a similar age, around 60, and seem to have had an instant rapport. The king came to rely on the Carthaginian for both strategic and tactical advice. Prusius and Hannibal perhaps made a visit to Pharnakes in Pontus to enlist his support. The other members of the coalition were the Galatian tetrarch Ortiagon, a man noted for his culture and bravery, who had unfulfilled visions of uniting all the Galatians, and Philip V of Macedonia. Ortiagon is not heard from again and may have been killed in the war. Philip probably only provided logistical support. The war did not go well for the coalition. Although Hannibal, in his last campaign, managed some striking tactical maneuvers, especially when he threw jars full of snakes onto the Pergamene ships, the Pergamene forces defeated the coalition in a land battle at Mount Lipodrone, an unknown location in Bithynia. This may be the victory celebrated by the Telmessians, presumably the inhabitants of the Carian town of Telmessus, which was a Pergamene possession at the time, in December 184 BC. The effusive inscription from a location far away from the presumed area of conflict suggests that it may be a commemoration of the end of the war. For a war that lasted nearly 5 years, it is astonishingly poorly documented. Despite this, it is clear that the coalition forces lost, although not easily. Eumenes' greatest fear was Philip V of Macedonia, who probably had greater resources than the other participants. Near the end of the war, perhaps in late 184 BC, Eumenes sent his brother Athenaeus to Rome to complain about Philip's involvement. Philip was also destabilizing Thrace, close to territories that Eumenes had acquired under the Apamea Treaty. In addition, Philip and Pharnakes sent envoys to Rome, the first official contact between the kingdom of Pontus and the Romans. Sparta and Rhodes also sent representatives, and Livy pointed out that never before had there been so many people from Asia Minor in Rome. The Romans took all this seriously and sent out a commission to investigate. The Rhodians had come to Rome not because of the Pergamene-Bithynian War, but because of another matter entirely, the sudden seizure by Pharnakes of the city of Sinope, where they had interests. Sinope had become an enclave in the midst of the expanding coastal territories of Pontus, especially after the kingdom acquired Amisus. It lay at the end of an ancient trade route from Mesopotamia and was the closest city in Asia Minor to the rich territories on the north shore of the Black Sea. It would be a major asset to Pontus, which would thus effectively control all the central part of the southern coast of the sea, and also possess an excellent staging point for the north shore. Mithridates II had attempted to take the city around 220 BC. Now, 40 years later, his grandson took advantage of the distractions due to the Pergamene-Bithynian War and successfully obtained it. It may be that Pharnakes withdrew from the wartime coalition in order to pursue a policy more relevant to the future of his kingdom, believing that those who might object were otherwise occupied. Presumably, the capture of Sinope, which required a long siege, was, at the latest, during 183 BC. There is no extant report on the seizure itself, only the rather horrified reaction to it. Rhodes, whose connections with the region went back half a century, ever since Mithridates II had threatened Sinope, called the action a crime, atihia, or in Livy's Latin, a calamity, clades. The following year, the Roman commissions reported that Pharnakes was greedy and arrogant. Even Strabo, who would normally take the Pontic side of things, since his ancestors were involved in the Pontic royal government, wrote that the city had been enslaved. Clearly, Pharnakes, however reasonable his actions seemed in terms of Pontic domestic policy, offended all sides. Pharnakes' acquisitions were not limited to the city of Sinope itself. Sinope possessed a string of settlements to the east, most notably Kotiros, modern Ordu, about 150 miles away beyond the Pontic town of Amisus, and Kirissus near modern Giresun, 30 miles farther east. Even more to the east was the most important city on this part of the coast, Trapezus, modern Trabzon, the limit of Sinopian control at the borders of Armenia. The evidence is uncertain, but it is probable that Pharnakes also took possession of these towns, either peacefully or otherwise, when he acquired Sinope, with the possible exception of Trapezus, which may only have come under Pontic control at the time of Mithridates VI. As part of this expansion of Pontic territory, Pharnakes became the first of its kings to found a city and name it after himself. The new settlement of Pharnakia at modern Giresun was populated, as was common with Hellenistic foundations, from towns in the region, especially Kotiros and Kirissus, which Pharnakia was near. The town seems never to have become particularly important, probably because it was situated between the ancient centers of Amisus and Trapezus. Regardless of the distaste toward the seizure of Sinope expressed by the Rhodians and Romans, and perhaps others, the city became the major port of the expanding Pontic kingdom. Pharnakes was probably the first to develop a Pontic navy, which would have been based at Sinope. In annexing this ancient trade center and seaport, Pontus for the first time moved away from being a state oriented solely in northern Asia Minor and began to look north across the Black Sea toward the little-known lands on its north shore and beyond. Moreover, Pharnakes now controlled approximately 400 miles of the southern Black Sea coast. Sinope became the new Pontic capital and the seat of its royalty, who thereafter were born and buried there. The war between Pergamon and Pontus. Exactly why Pharnakes sent a delegation to Rome is far from clear, since the sources only refer vaguely to the existence of matters in dispute without any specifics. It is possible that the king wanted to be involved in any settlement of the war between Pergamon and Bithynia, and may also have felt a need to justify his seizure of Sinope. In addition, the war may have impacted on Pontic claims to parts of Phrygia and Galatia. The various embassies arrived in Rome probably late in 183 BC, and the Senate agreed to send commissioners to Asia Minor, led by a certain Marcus, who cannot be otherwise identified, to investigate the matter of Sinope and the dispute between Pharnakes and Eumenes. It is difficult to structure events in an exact chronological sequence, and there are gaps in the narrative, but it seems that while Marcus's commission was gathering evidence, Pharnakes, having finished with Sinope, moved against Galatia, Paphlagonia, and Cappadocia, presumably the portions that Pergamon held but which he considered to belong to Pontus. When Marcus returned to Rome, his report, which was not favorable toward Pharnakes, may have led to an attempt at a truce. But Pharnakes persisted in his military activities despite a Roman order to stand down, and sent his general Leokritos to Galatia in winter, perhaps early 180 BC, with a force of reportedly 10,000. Leokritos is the first person known in Pontic history who was not a member of the royal family. His name shows that Pharnakes had Greek commanders in his army, and he may have been a descendant of the Leokritos who had died in Athens in 287 BC in a revolt against Demetrius Poliorcetes. Greek commanders would become a standard element of the Pontic military to the end of the dynasty. In Galatia, Leokritos was able to gain the support of two local chieftains, Kazignatos and Gaizatorix, but only briefly. When the Pergamene army showed up a few months later under the command of Eumenes and his brother Attalus, the future king Attalus II, the chieftain sought Pergamene protection, which was refused, although Kazignatos may have eventually ended up as a Pergamene cavalry commander. In Paphlagonia, Pharnakes seized the treasury of another chieftain, Morzios of Gangra, who was probably the most powerful regional leader. The Pergamene army quickly moved against the invasion of Galatia, but by the time they arrived, Leokritos had withdrawn, so the army advanced on Pontus proper. En route they joined with Ariarathes IV of Cappadocia at Parnassus, just northeast of Lake Tutta. He had his own complaint against Pharnakes, who had also seized his treasury. Shortly thereafter, the combined forces heard that another Roman commission had arrived demanding a truce. The commissioners sought out Pharnakes, who showed no interest in their proposal. Nevertheless, the Romans insisted that the king send a delegation to Pergamon to meet Eumenes. This was probably Eumenes' suggestion because he felt that a meeting between the two kings and the Romans would demonstrate Pharnakes' unreliability and arrogance. Yet the conference broke up with no solution, and the war continued. It was now probably the spring of 180 BC, and the war became more aggressive. Leokritos appeared at Tion, or Tyos, on the Black Sea between Heraclea and Amastris. This was traditionally an outpost of Heraclea, but had been given to Pergamon in the Apamea Treaty, perhaps in part because it was the home of Philoteros, the founder of the Pergamene dynasty. But given Pontus's consistent expansionism along the coast, it was a natural locality for Pontus to acquire, and Leokritos attacked the city. Under a truce, a mercenary force was to be given safe conduct away from the city, but Leokritos, under orders from Pharnakes, killed them all as they were leaving, an action that further lowered the international reputation of the king. Nevertheless, possession of Tion moved the effective Pontic territory farther west along the coast to a point almost halfway between Amastris and Heraclea. Meanwhile, Eumenes had blockaded the Hellespont, thus eliminating movement in and out of the Black Sea. The goal was to block seaborne supplies to Pontus, perhaps aggravated by fear of a Pontic fleet in the Aegean, but the action did not meet with the approval of the Rhodians, who had interests in the Black Sea, and Eumenes soon withdrew. At this point, the Seleucid king, Seleucus IV, attempted to enter the war on Pharnakes' side. He was Pharnakes' cousin and had come to the throne just after the time of the Apamea Treaty that had severely constrained his father. An offer of 500 talents from Pharnakes may have eased his decision. He evidently moved his army some distance north, but soon remembered that crossing the Taurus Mountains would be a direct violation of the treaty. He had been visited shortly before by Titus Quinctius Flamininus, who had been involved in Roman affairs in Greece and Asia Minor for many years. He had defeated Philip V at Kinoskephaly in 197 BC, and who may have told Seleucus that it was unwise to break the treaty. Unfortunately, Diodorus's account, the major extant source, breaks off and does not provide the full details of why Seleucus started and then withdrew, but he never came to his cousin's aid. With the failure of Seleucus to help, Pharnakes was in an untenable position. Presumably, the combined Pergamene and Cappadocian armies were within his territory. Joining them was the new king of Bithynia, Fiercest II, who had succeeded his father Fiercest I probably in 182 BC and turned against the historic allies of Bithynia in order to support Pergamon. His reign, which lasted until 149 BC, was marked by discontent. He was weak, uneducated, and ignorant, and eventually was killed in a palace revolt led by his son Nicomedes II. Thus, Pharnakes was forced, presumably by the Romans, to sign a peace treaty, probably in the autumn of 180 BC, or perhaps the following spring. The text was preserved verbatim by Polybius. The disputing parties were Eumenes, Prusias, and Ariarathes on one side, and Pharnakes and a certain Mithridates on the other. This Mithridates had not been mentioned previously by Polybius and cannot easily be identified. He may be the satrap of Lesser Armenia, named later in the same passage, or a ruler of Sophene. Both were adjoining territories to the southeast of Pontus, and the satrap may have been a relative of Pharnakes and might reasonably be expected to have been allied with him. In the treaty, the king was enjoined not to invade Galatia and to withdraw from Paphlagonia and Cappadocia, to make restitution to the inhabitants of those regions, and to return those whom he had deported to their homes. The treasuries of Morzios and Ariarathes were also to be restored. He was to evacuate Teion, which was given to Bithynia, and pay an indemnity of 900 talents. The treaty records some additional insights into the nature of the war and Pharnakes' ambitions, such as his invasion of Paphlagonia and the alliance with Mithridates of Lesser Armenia, or Sophene, which show attempts to expand Pontic control east and west of what was previously claimed, as well as the massive deportations that the war involved. Pharnakes had gained nothing and had become responsible for a large financial burden, which was still affecting the kingdom nearly 20 years later. There is much more of interest in the text of the treaty. 3 regional dynasts are listed in addition to the participating major kings: Artaxias I of Greater Armenia, a certain Akosilokos, who is otherwise unknown but whose territory was probably east of Pontus, and Gatulos the Sarmatian, who was north of the Black Sea and whose involvement suggests Pontic aspirations in that direction.
Also mentioned are 4 cities: Heraclea, Mesembria, Chersonesus, and Cyzicus.
Heraclea, of course, had been involved in the affairs of northwest Asia Minor for some time and had long had a contentious relationship with the Pontic kingdom. Mesembria, modern Nesebur in Bulgaria, had been founded on the west coast of the Black Sea in the late 6th century BC, and its inclusion in the treaty is the first hint of worries regarding possible Pontic expansion toward that area. Chersonesus was on the north shore of the sea in modern Crimea and was another example of Pontic interest toward the north. Cyzicus, a Milesian settlement on the Propontis, had historic relations with the Pergamene dynasty. The text of the treaty noted that all the cities were independent, although it cannot be determined whether they, or the 3 dynasts mentioned, were actually involved in the war. It is more probable that the war had caused widespread awareness of Pontic ambitions among the states and cities around the Black Sea, and those that were the most prominent would wish to be certain that their interests were upheld. It had been less than a decade since the Apamea Treaty had seemingly brought peace to Asia Minor, yet its arrangements were in danger of being disrupted. Even the Seleucids were attempting to assert their traditional interests in the region. All 4 of the cities might have seen a danger in Pontic aggression, especially since Teion and Sinope had already succumbed to it. Heraclea was only 40 miles further along the coast from Teion. Chersonesus was one of its settlements. Cyzicus and Mesembria could have been persuaded by Heraclea that Pontus was a threat.
The Sarmatians had associations with Chersonesus.
The connectivity between the places mentioned in the treaty shows the extensive concern about Pontic intentions, almost around the entire circuit of the Black Sea, a harbinger of the actual Pontic territory acquisitions over the next century. Pharnakes would conclude an agreement with Chersonesus in 155 BC. It is probable that all the signatories to the treaty other than Mithridates of Lesser Armenia or Sophene were opposed to Pharnakes and his ambitions. Moreover, the Romans were almost certainly involved and probably dictated some, if not all, of the terms, since they may have been particularly worried at the threat of a Seleucid move back into northern or western Asia Minor. Thus, the reach of Roman interests also essentially encircled the Black Sea. To them, Pharnakes was a destabilizing influence, and their entry into the political dynamics of Pontus would hardly have caused them to look favorably on its king. This first impression on both sides was remembered when the Romans repeatedly went to war against Pharnakes' grandson, Mithridates VI, who cited the treatment of his grandfather as one of the reasons for war. Pontus after the Pergamene War. Thus, Pharnakes' ambitions were curtailed by means of the treaty of late 180 BC. Although he was to remain on the throne for another 20 years or more, several of his adversaries and allies had passed from the scene. Prusius I of Bithynia died in 182 BC after ruling for half a century. His friend and ally Hannibal, facing Roman demands for his extradition and under house arrest at Libyssa, had drunk poison in 183 BC, thus, as he said, relieving the Roman people from their lengthy worries. The Romans had pursued him for nearly 20 years after the end of the Second Punic War, and their obsession with him had been one of the reasons that they had become involved in Asia Minor. Yet the death of Hannibal only came after the Romans were too deeply implanted to change direction. In Macedonia, Philip V was to die at Amphipolis a few months after the treaty restraining Pharnakes was signed, and was succeeded by his son Perseus, who unsuccessfully attempted to restore Macedonian power but lost his kingdom in the process. He was deposed by the Romans in 168 BC, and the independent kingdom of Macedonia came to an end. Despite the emphasis of Pharnakes' expansionism toward the west and south, the treaty reveals that he was moving in all directions, not only toward Cappadocia, Galatia, Bithynia, and Pergamon, but north into the Chersonesus across the Black Sea and east into Armenia. He also attempted to connect with the Seleucids to the southeast, but the Romans told Seleucus IV not to become involved. Armenia was another matter. The treaty is the first evidence for Pontic interests in that direction. Armenia is located in the high uplands just to the east of Asia Minor proper, extending north into the southern Caucasus between the southeastern Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. It reaches its highest point at Mount Ararat, 16,854 feet. The sources of the Tigris and Euphrates also lie in the territory near one another. Although Armenia was known to the Mesopotamian and Levantine world from earliest times, both the source of the Euphrates and Mount Ararat are mentioned in the book of Genesis. It remained outside the horizon of the Greek world until Xerxes levied the Armenians for his invasion of Greece. Xenophon and his forces were probably the first Greeks to enter at least the fringes of the region in the winter of 401 to 400 BC, by which time it was already famous as a large and prosperous territory. After Alexander the Great passed to the south in 331 BC, Armenia came under Seleucid control, but as Seleucid power declined, it was divided into two kingdoms, generally called Greater to the east and Lesser to the west, Armenia. Taking advantage of the restrictions placed on the Seleucids in 189 BC, Antiochus III's satrap of Greater Armenia, Artaxias I, declared himself king and founded a new capital city, Artaxata, near modern Araluk. Hannibal was said to have planned and supervised its construction, but this is questionable and may be nothing more than a later Armenian attempt to adopt an anti-Roman posture by indicating closeness to Rome's great enemy. Yet it can be presumed that Artaxias began to have worries about Pharnakes' ambitions, although not directly threatened, and thus he became a signatory to the Treaty of 180 BC, restraining him. To the west, between Artaxias' territory and Pontus, was Lesser Armenia, and to its south, Sophene. Both of these had evolved into kingdoms under similar circumstances as Greater Armenia. The ruler of, probably, Lesser Armenia, Mithridates, is only known because he was an ally of Pharnakes, presumably for the dynasty of a small territory that had recently become independent. Opposition to the ambitious king of Pontus would have not seemed wise. But nothing more is known about Lesser Armenia until Mithridates V of Pontus, Pharnakes' son, was styled king of Pontus and Armenia around 130 BC. This can only refer to Lesser Armenia, since the dynasty of Greater Armenia remained in power and independent, and thus Lesser Armenia had been absorbed into the Pontic kingdom sometime during the previous half-century. Yet it is clear that as early as the 180s BC, Pharnakes had his designs on all of Armenia. Not mentioned in the Treaty of 180 BC were the Seleucids, once the greatest power in Asia Minor. Since the Apamea Agreement, they had been constrained to the extreme southeast. Antiochus IV, who came to the throne in 175 BC, turned his efforts against the Ptolemies, with little success, and cultivated relationships with the cities of Greece. Yet the great power of the era was Pergamon, where Eumenes II and his brother Attalus II were already working to bring the kingdom to the peak of its influence and territorial extent, endowing the magnificent artistic and architectural program for which the dynasty came to be known. When Attalus came to the throne in 159 BC, Pergamene territory extended from Thrace in Europe to Cappadocia and the Seleucid frontier at the edge of Cilicia, excepting only some districts in the west and southwest that were under the control of free Greek cities. And even though the Romans did not actually acquire territory in Asia Minor until after the Pergamene legacy of 133 BC, their presence was everywhere, and they had had contacts with most, if not all, of the cities and states in the region. Such was the world that Pharnakes confronted in the last 2 decades of his reign. Having been blocked on all sides, Pharnakes spent his final years in more diplomatic activities. His acquisition of Sinope and the construction of a fleet allowed him to extend his influence across the Black Sea and into the Aegean. Chersonesus was the most remote location cited in the Treaty of 180 BC, and it is hardly unexpected that cautiously, and after a number of years, Pharnakes would reach out in its direction. Even though the Romans were probably involved in dictating the terms of the treaty, it might be believed that any interest by Pharnakes in the region north of the Black Sea would attract only nominal Roman interest. In 155 BC, Pharnakes and the city of Chersonesus concluded an agreement. The text, partially preserved on an inscription discovered at Chersonesus, reveals that the city would assist Pharnakes in protecting his kingdom, and that the king would provide aid to Chersonesus if it were attacked by the neighboring barbarians. Pharnakes also swore that he would not make any hostile moves against the city, including stockpiling weapons, which suggests that he may have done so previously. Both sides agreed to continue their friendship with the Romans, demonstrating that Chersonesus and Pontus had already entered into some alliance with them, however limited, and perhaps with each other. The inscription is dated to the month of Dacios in the 157th year as King Pharnakes reckons time, which would be, according to the Seleucid era generally in use in Asia Minor at that time, spring 155 BC. The date is supported to some extent by archaeological evidence, particularly Rhodian-stamped amphoras. Presumably, the friendship between Rome, Pontus, and Chersonesus had been established as a feature of the Treaty of 180 BC, and thus it shows the long reach of Roman power even at this date, perhaps into regions that no Roman official had as yet seen. Moreover, the treaty was valid only as long as both participants remained on good terms with Rome. In addition, Pharnakes had some sort of relationship with the city of Odessus, modern Varna in Bulgaria, on the western Black Sea coast, although the inscription recording this is too fragmentary to determine context. Odessus, a Milesian foundation, was a prosperous free city only 40 miles north of Mesembria, one of the signatories to the Treaty of 180 BC. Thus, there was some unspecified Pontic interest in this region. Like Chersonesus, Odessus may have looked to Pharnakes for help against the indigenous populations of the interior. In these attempts to reach out to cities on the western and northern shores of the Black Sea, Pharnakes was continuing a process that had been gestating for some time. As early as the end of the 4th century BC, Eumelos, the dynasty of the Bosporus, centered at Ponticapion, envisioned a coastal confederacy all around the sea. In part, this was a counterbalance to the aggressive movements of Alexander's successor, Lysimachus. Eumelos's plan came to nothing. He died in a freak accident after only a few years in power. But his concept of the Black Sea littoral as a unified territory surely influenced Pharnakes and especially his grandson, Mithridates VI. The northern shore of the Black Sea is an area of unusual topography, where a strait known as the Cimmerian Bosporus, the modern Strait of Kerch, from 4 to 20 miles wide,
divided the continents of Europe and Asia, and led from the Black Sea to an interior sea, the Maiotis, the modern Sea of Azov.
This strait was called Cimmerian to distinguish it from the more famous Bosporus at the other end of the Black Sea. Both names were believed to mean cow ford and had been applied because Io, who had been turned into a cow because of the jealousy of Hera, wandered through the region. The Cimmerians, the biblical people of Gomer, had been long known to the Greeks and were eventually localized in the regions north of the Black Sea. The first Greek settlement in the region was Panticapaeon at modern Kerch, traditionally founded by a brother of Medea. It may have had an early indigenous history, but by the 7th century BC, Greeks from Miletus had established a trading quarter there, and the town gradually became Hellenized. It became the most important city in the region. In the 430s BC, its ruler, Spartacus, established a dynasty whose members were calling themselves kings of Bosporus by the following century. The independent kingdom lasted until 109 BC, when its ruler, Pisides V, was unable to withstand barbarian pressures and turned over his territory to Mithridates VI of Pontus. At its Hellenistic peak, the kingdom of Bosporus covered much of the Maiotic shore, especially the southern and western portions, including a large part of the diamond-shaped peninsula to its west, the Chersonesos, modern Crimea.
In the western Chersonesus, but within the same economic zone, was the independent Greek city of the same name, near modern Sevastopol, where extensive remains are visible, often called Chersonesus Tavriki, to distinguish it from the many other localities with this common Greek toponym meaning peninsula.
This was the home of the Taurians, famous in Greek myth for the stories about Iphigenia, the daughter of Agamemnon, who, in some versions of the story, had escaped sacrifice at Aulis and ended up as a Taurian priestess of Artemis. Outside of mythology, the region had been visited by Greek traders as early as the 6th century BC, with a Greek town probably founded in the following century. This was the city with which Pharnakes sought to establish relations in 155 BC. Other than pure expansionism, there was a solid economic reason for the king to show interest in the northern Black Sea region, especially to connect with the agricultural resources of the territory. Since the 5th century BC, the principal export of the northern Black Sea territories had been grain. When this trade began is a matter of uncertainty, but in 480 BC, Xerxes at the Hellespont saw ships of grain moving from the sea into the Aegean, and archaeological evidence confirms that the modern Kerch region had numerous agricultural settlements by that time, and even more thereafter, whose major products included cereal grains. The agricultural proclivities of the locals were well known to Greeks by the 5th century BC, and by the following century the northern Black Sea provided more grain to Athens than all other regions combined. Presumably this trade was still flourishing 2 centuries later when Pharnakes made a treaty with Chersonesus, indirectly gaining his own foothold in the Bosporus and Chersonesus. He probably was well aware of the importance of grain supplies to the economy of the Pontic kingdom, since there had been a grain shortage during the time of his grandfather Mithridates II. In addition to grain, the Bosporan region was a major wine producer from perhaps as early as the 5th century BC. There was also tarikos, or salted fish, which itself required an extensive salt-producing industry. All these products meant that the Bosporus would be a major economic prize. In the time of Mithridates VI, Bosporus and Chersonesus would become an integral part of the Pontic state. Pharnakes may also have attempted some sort of arrangement with his traditional enemy of Pergamon. A peculiar statement in Justin's Epitome, often ignored, states that Pharnakes was made the successor to Eumenes II. To be sure, the context is suspect. It is from an alleged speech of Pharnakes' grandson Mithridates VI to his troops, and he would have had his own agenda justifying his contemporary expansionism. But the statement may reflect a momentary alliance between Pergamon and Pontus, perhaps in the 170s BC, when Eumenes II had no obvious heir. His son Attalus III was not born until 168 BC, and his brother Attalus II was, with Roman encouragement, considering becoming the ruler of a separate kingdom. It may have seemed to Eumenes that designating Pharnakes as the future king of Pergamon was a sensible move and an attempt to control the aspirations of his own family. But if such an arrangement were made, it did not last long. When Eumenes died in 159 BC, Attalus II became king, to be followed in 138 BC by Attalus III. Close relations with Athens were also established. The city, noting the historic friendship that they had had with Pharnakes' ancestors, something not specifically documented, accepted a donation from the king despite the fact that the kingdom was still in economic distress, for reasons not mentioned. It seems that the king had requested deferment of an agreed payment to the city, giving only 1/3 of the promised amount. The Athenians, hoping to receive the remainder, attempted to solicit his goodwill by giving him a golden crown, an event to be announced several times in public. The king's recent marriage to the Seleucid princess Nysa was to be commemorated, and she was also to be crowned. Bronze statues of king and queen were to be set up on Delos, and a certain Philoxenos of Piraeus was selected to convey the decree and crowns to the royal couple and to persuade them to pay the rest of the promised funds within a year. Unfortunately, the date of the inscription is far from clear, and suggestions have ranged from 196 to 195 BC to 160 to 159 BC. The presiding archon's name must be heavily restored, but his term of office was those 2 years. The matter cannot be resolved, but it seems that the later date makes more sense historically, in large part because Delos had been assigned to Athens by the Romans in 167 to 166 BC, and thus it would be more appropriate after that time for the Athenians to erect statues of their benefactors on the island. Further support for the later date concerns the construction of the Middle Stoa in the Athenian Agora. Its foundations were laid around 183 BC, and it may have been Pharnakes, at the peak of his ambitions having just conquered Sinope, who financed this construction. He perhaps made the first payment for terracing and foundations, but delayed the remainder due to the costs of the war against Pergamon. The Athenians eventually grew tired of waiting and appealed for prompt remitting of the remainder, sweetening the request by honors toward king and queen. Pharnakes did not see the construction through to its completion. He was dead within a few years, and the Stoa was finished later by the Athenians at their own expense. Yet the 2nd century BC was certainly a time for Eastern monarchs to make dedications and to finance projects in Athens, most notably the great Stoas built by Eumenes II and Attalus II of Pergamon. If the Athenian inscription is later rather than earlier, the kingdom suffered for many years after the settlement of the war with Pergamon, unless Pharnakes' refusal to make his payments was merely a posture. But there is no evidence in ancient literature regarding any economic problems Pharnakes faced. It is difficult then to construct the trajectory of the Pontic economy during Pharnakes' reign. But it is certain that his capture of Sinope in 183 BC was to have a lasting effect on the overall welfare of the kingdom. This not only gave Pontus a major port on the Black Sea, thus enhancing the trade opportunities of the kingdom, but it also meant that Pontus now controlled the ancient trade route across Asia Minor from Mesopotamia and the Levant, especially since Seleucid aspirations had been curtailed.
The Athenians had relied on Black Sea grain since at least the 5th century BC, and Sinope was one of the major ports for this trade, which may explain why they were anxious to treat Pharnakes gently when he failed to make his payments. The king was probably the one who moved the Pontic capital to Sinope from Amasea, although it may have been his brother and successor Mithridates IV, an astute move that placed the political and cultural center of the kingdom at a long-established and prosperous Greek port city rather than at inland Amasea. In addition to the economic results of the move, this emphasized to the world that Pontus was now a truly Hellenized state. It was firmly aligned with the international Greek world. The final years of Pharnakes. Inscriptions provide what little is known about Pharnakes' family. Less than a year before the Athenians made their plea for the king to pay what he had promised, he had married the Seleucid princess Nysa, the daughter of King Antiochus, probably the 4th, and Queen Laodike, probably the 15th. One might think that the marriage between Pharnakes and Nysa occurred earlier, but his failure to have a son mature enough to succeed him — he was followed by his brother Mithridates IV, and only thereafter by his own son Mithridates V — suggests a late date for the marriage. On this basis, it seems best to assume that it was in 161 to 160 BC and that Nysa was born in the 170s.
The marriage was probably due to the intrigues of Demetrius I, the nephew of Antiochus IV, who had been a hostage in Rome but escaped, with the help of Polybius, in 162 BC, returning to Antioch. Despite Roman opposition, he took the Seleucid throne by executing his cousin Antiochus V. Demetrius attempted to regain some Seleucid influence in Asia Minor. He understood that crossing the Taurus with an army would be unwise, but there was always the possibility of marriage alliances.
Yet his first attempt to arrange that his sister Laodike XII, the widow of Perseus of Macedonia, marry Ariarathes V of Cappadocia, failed. Ariarathes realized that any connection with the renegade Demetrius would not be looked upon favorably by the Romans.
Demetrius then may have reasserted the long history of marriage connections between the Seleucids and Pontus. He himself was a great-grandson of Mithridates II, and arranged the marriage of Nysa, who was probably his aunt, to his remote cousin Pharnaces. The portrait of Pharnaces on his coinage shows a family resemblance to his father Mithridates III, presenting a similar physiognomy with a determined expression and the same prominent lips, nose, and type of beard. It easily shows a personality that would seek conquest in all directions. On the reverse is the legend of King Pharnaces, and a male figure with a cornucopia and caduceus in the left hand and a vine branch in the right, with a doe nibbling at the branch. This complex symbolism has not been fully explained, but it may represent a pantheistic divinity seeking peace by joining East and West. It was a concept that had originated with Alexander the Great and which was to grow over the next several centuries, reaching its peak in the ideology of Cleopatra VII and Marcus Antonius. The depiction on the reverse of Pharnaces' coins is visually reminiscent of that of Alexander. If Pharnaces sought to join East and West, perhaps referring to a connection between the Persian heritage and the Greek world or even Rome, this would be a strong expression of dynastic aspirations. The artistic quality of the royal coin portrait is exceedingly high, again demonstrating that Greek die-cutters were at the court. Another example of the Hellenism of his kingdom is a silver statue of the king, erected perhaps either by his brother Mithridates IV or his son Mithridates V, probably at Sinope. It may have been part of a dynastic group, since there was also one of Pharnaces' grandson Mithridates VI. The statues were brought to Rome and exhibited in the triumph of Pompey the Great in 61 BC. What happened to them thereafter is unknown. A further artifact from the era of Pharnaces is a bronze shield, now in the Getty Museum in Los Angeles. It is 80 centimeters in diameter with a six-pointed solar image and the Greek inscription of King Pharnaces. The nature of the lettering assigns it to Pharnaces I, not his great-grandson Pharnaces II. Its provenance is unknown, but it could have been a dedication at a sanctuary or even something lost by its owner in the manner so eloquently described by Archilochus and Horace. The exact date of the death of Pharnaces is not known, but by the winter of 155 to 154 BC, his brother Mithridates IV was on the throne. Pharnaces' tomb had been started at Amasea, next to that of his father Mithridates III. It was never completed, and in all probability he was buried at Sinope in what would come to be a dynastic mausoleum for him and his successors. Above the unfinished tomb at Amasea is an inscription reporting that a certain Mithridates, who was commander of the garrison, Frurachos, dedicated an altar and flower garden to the king, perhaps on a terrace above the tomb accessed by a stairway that is still visible, a memorial probably created when it was decided not to bury him in Amasea. Mithridates may have been an ancestor of Mithridates of Skepsis, the advisor to Mithridates VI. Pharnaces' wife Nysa is not mentioned after being honored by the Athenians. It was common for Seleucid princesses of the era to return home after their husbands died or were deposed, as was the case with two of her relatives, Laodike XII, the wife of Perseus of Macedonia, and Antiochus, the wife of Ariarathes IV of Cappadocia, and it is reasonable to assume that Nysa did the same. Early coins of her husband's successor Mithridates IV have been found in Seleucid territory, and these may have been brought by her entourage. Pharnaces had ruled for over 30 years, leaving a mixed reputation. Polybius had a low opinion of him. According to the excerptor of his histories, Pharnaces then was more lawless than all previous kings. The thought stands alone and is incomplete, presumably the concluding sentence in a lost summary of Pharnakes' faults, but it lacks context or detail. Yet Polybius was a contemporary of the king and was very much involved in the destiny of the Eastern dynasties, and his opinion was certainly based on personal knowledge, although the two probably never met. Pharnakes' ambitions surpassed his abilities, and he attempted to expand his kingdom in every direction, only achieving success with Sinope and the territories north of the Black Sea. He engaged with the other powers in northern and central Asia Minor, Pergamon, Bithynia, and Cappadocia, but was defeated or rebuked by all of them. Only the Seleucids were a constant ally, probably largely due to the marriages, yet they were banned from activities in the vicinity of Pontus. Like all his contemporaries, Pharnakes underestimated the expanding power and long reach of Rome and that state's ability to dictate the destinies of the eastern kingdoms. Yet, paradoxically, he had some concept of his own limitations. He did not become involved in the events leading to the Apamea Treaty, despite the role of his uncle by marriage, Antiochus III, as a protagonist. His wars caused financial difficulty for the kingdom, or at least the royal court, but acquisition of Sinope and the Chersonesus opened up possibilities that would allow Pharnakes' son and grandson, Mithridates V and VI, to bring Pontus to the peak of its territorial extent, power, and influence in the last brilliant century of the kingdom. His cultivation of the Greek cities, especially Athens, was another policy that would serve his successors well. But Rome was in the ascendancy. A decade after Pharnakes' death, the final defeat of Carthage would allow it to turn its attention even more dramatically to the future of the Eastern dynasties. Chapter 5. The Collapse of Pergamon. Mithridates IV and his sister wife Laodike. When Pharnakes died, probably in the early 150s BC, he left no one who was in a position to succeed to the kingship. His son, the future Mithridates V, only became king a decade later, suggesting that he was merely a few years old when his father died. The kingship of Pontus passed to Pharnakes' brother Mithridates IV. The relationship between the two is shown on an inscription from Rome that refers to Mithridates IV, the son of Mithridates, who can only be Mithridates III. Nothing is known about the laws of succession in Pontus. One would expect Mithridates IV to have been a regent, not a king, but this was not the case, and there may have been some sort of royal council that acclaimed him as king. This is the only case of horizontal succession in the dynasty. Mithridates IV also broke with tradition and married his sister Laodike. Royal incest had existed in the Hellenistic world for over a century, ever since Ptolemy II of Egypt had married his sister Arsinoe II in the 270s BC. This certainly provided a precedent, and the practice became accepted in the Seleucid family when Antiochus IV married his sister Laodike V. Both were grandchildren of Mithridates II. But the reality in Pontus was that there was no suitable marriage candidate from the Seleucid family after Nysa married Pharnakes. The Seleucids had been the traditional source of Pontic queens for 3 generations, but as the reign of Demetrius I, 162 to 150 BC, became more turbulent, and it became apparent that his position would never be recognized by Rome, a further liaison between the Pontic and Seleucid kingdoms may not have seemed wise. Moreover, by this time the Seleucids were in decline and the Mithridatids in the ascendancy. Marriage within the family would have been the best option. Mithridates IV was the first Pontic king known to have adopted titles. His full name was Mithridates Philopater Philadelphus, documented on both the inscription from Rome and his coinage. These surnames were Ptolemaic in origin. Philopater, father-loving, is first attributed to Ptolemy IV, reigned 221 to 204 BC, and Philadelphus, sibling-loving, especially relevant because it implied royal incest, had first been used by Ptolemy II and his sister wife Arsinoe II. Mithridates' sister wife Laodike also took the epithet. There is no reason to believe that the nomenclature represents any particular Ptolemaic connection, although, to be sure, the contemporary Ptolemies were descendants of Mithridates II. Such titles were becoming commonly attached to royalty in the mid-2nd century BC. Attalus II of Pergamon was Philadelphus, and Ariarathes V of Cappadocia, ruled 163 to 130 BC, was Philopator. The assumption of these titles by the Pontic monarchs indicates a self-perception that placed them on an equal footing with the other Hellenistic dynasties and would serve to stress the legitimacy of Mithridates IV, given his somewhat anomalous succession. During his reign, probably the briefest of all the Pontic kings, Mithridates IV adopted a less aggressive foreign policy than his brother. The only known military initiative was involvement in a war between Attalus II of Pergamon and Prusias II of Bithynia, which broke out in the summer or autumn of 156 BC and lasted into 154 BC. Both sides appealed to Rome, and Attalus was told not to invade Bithynia but to secure his own territory. Prusias was ordered to stand down, which he refused to do, and the Romans terminated their alliance with him. They forced a truce whose terms were totally to the advantage of Pergamon. Prusias was ordered to give Attalus 20 cataphracts, armored triremes, and 500 talents. He never recovered politically, and his subjects demanded his removal. When his son Nicomedes II went to Rome to request an easing of the terms, the Romans and Pergamenes encouraged him to revolt. Nicomedes had his father killed at the altar of Zeus in Nicomedia and became king in 149 BC by this dubious method. The relevance of the war between Attalus and Prusias to the history of Pontus is that Mithridates IV was somehow involved on the Pergamene side. In the only reference to the king in extant literature, Polybius reported that Mithridates and Ariarathes V of Cappadocia sent a force of cavalry and infantry to Attalus early in the winter of 156 to 155 BC. The expedition was under the command of a certain Demetrius, an otherwise unknown son of Ariarathes. It was mobilized because of an existing alliance that the two kings had with Pergamon, which shows a change in the political dynamics of northern Asia Minor in the years after the Treaty of 180 BC, when the three states had been at odds. All three kings had come to the throne since the treaty, Ariarathes around 163 BC and Attalus in 159 BC, and Ariarathes and Attalus were already closely allied, since the latter had assisted in restoring the former to his throne when he had been expelled during a brief dynastic war in 157 BC. Although Pontus and Cappadocia had long been opposed to one another, Ariarathes was a grandson of Mithridates II, and this may have brought the two kingdoms closer. But the fact remains that with new kings on the thrones, alliances were readjusted. Unfortunately, nothing further is known about Pontus's involvement in this war between Pergamon and Bithynia, yet it can be assumed that the Pontic Cappadocian forces briefly invaded Bithynia and then promptly withdrew when the Romans began to dictate terms. The most notable achievement during the reign of Mithridates IV was the establishment of strong relations with the Romans, a policy that would survive into the era of his successor and nephew, Mithridates V. In 168 BC, the Macedonian kingdom had come to an end with the defeat of Perseus at Pydna, who was sent into retirement in Italy. Although southern Greece was still independent, the Romans could now become more involved in the affairs of Asia, and the eastern dynasts, Mithridates IV included, may have felt that accommodation was the better move, a reaction perhaps to the more aggressive policies of Pharnaces. Thus, the previously mentioned inscription from Rome set up on the Capitol records in both Greek and Latin that King Mithridates Philopator Philadelphus, son of King Mithridates, made a dedication to the people of Rome with whom he had friendship and alliance. This is one of a group of dedications, not all of the same date, created by a total of 16 rulers and peoples. The one from the Lycians may be as early as the 160s BC, and one from probably Ariobarzanes I of Cappadocia is as late as the 90s BC. Nevertheless, the titles and ancestry provided for Mithridates can mean no one other than Mithridates IV, and his dedication would have been set up during the 150s BC. The inscription is part of a major monument on the Capitol which may have reached its final form during the era of Sulla in the 80s BC. Thus, Mithridates IV, differing in his foreign policy from his brother, started no wars and acquired no territory, but, realizing the inevitability of Roman involvement in Asia Minor and the importance of good relations, made an alliance with Rome during his short reign. Mithridates' sister wife Laodike had a profile of her own and was honored with a statue on Delos. The inscription was set up by 3 Rhodians, Agathanax and the brothers Asclepiodorus and Hermogenes, sons of Asclepiodorus. And Asclepiodorus was the father of a certain Helionax, who some years later was in the service of Mithridates VI and dedicated a monument to him, also on Delos, so that family presumably had connections with the Pontic kingdom and may have been their agents on Rhodes. The island had recently, in 164 BC, concluded its own alliance with Rome. Delos had been made a free port under Athenian supervision 3 years earlier and was rapidly becoming the greatest mercantile center in the Aegean. Thus, the honors given to Laodike connected the Pontic kingdom with the great island powers of the era, Rhodes and Delos, as well as with Rome and Athens. That Mithridates and Laodike were joint rulers is reflected in their coinage. For the first time, a Pontic queen appears on coins, both by herself and in a portrait with her husband. The joint coinage has right-facing profiles of the couple, with Mithridates in front of Laodike. On the reverse, in the inscription, "Of King Mithridates and Queen Laodike, sibling-loving." The style of the portraits is similar to those of previous Pontic monarchs and continues to reflect the highly artistic coins common throughout the dynasty. Showing monarchs as a joined pair was another Ptolemaic feature that the Pontic rulers adopted, again originally from the era of Ptolemy II and Arsinoe II. The reverse of the Pontic coins has facing portraits of Zeus and Hera, thus equating the Pontic siblings with the most important of all sibling marriages and placing them firmly within a Greek context, a strong assertion of the Hellenic quality of the state and court. There are also coins of Mithridates alone. On their reverse is Perseus, the Greek hero who was the mythological founder of the Persians, connecting the Persian antecedents of the monarchy with its contemporary Greek outlook. The king may also be shown on a cameo now in Geneva. If this represents him, it provides a rare personal name of an artist at the Pontic court of this period, a certain Nicias, who carved the gem. In addition, Laodike had autonomous powers of coinage, the first Pontic queen to be so honored, issues that may have been minted after her husband's death. Mithridates IV had died by the early 140s BC, since his successor and nephew, Mithridates V, sent aid to the Romans in the Third Punic War, 149 to 146 BC. How long Laodike survived is not known, but her autonomous coinage suggests that she may have briefly ruled as dowager queen before the accession of her nephew. A fine intaglio in pale blue chalcedony from the region of Amisus may show her, and perhaps dates from after her husband's death. The Mediterranean world after 150 BC. The decade that Mithridates IV ruled, mostly in the 150s BC, was the beginning of profound changes in the political and cultural structure of the Mediterranean world. By the time his nephew Mithridates V ascended the throne, the balance of power was undergoing major shifts. When he was assassinated in 120 BC, the Pergamene and Carthaginian states had ceased to exist, the Seleucids were in irreversible decline, and the Romans possessed territory on all 3 continents. Romans had been involved in the Greek and Asian world since the late 3rd century BC. Part of this was due to repercussions from their lengthy fight with Carthage for control of the western Mediterranean. Conflict began in 264 BC when their interests collided in Sicily, where there were also Greek cities. When that war ended 23 years later, the Carthaginians had been removed from the island, and the Romans began an unprecedented period of expansion that was to continue well into the imperial period. A second war, 218 to 201 BC, included an invasion of Africa as well as extensive Roman acquisitions in the Iberian Peninsula. This war was also of particular relevance to the future of Asia Minor and the Pontic world because of the appearance of the instigator of the war, Hannibal, at the Seleucid court of Antiochus III in 195 BC. The Carthaginian spent the remaining decade of his life moving between the Hellenistic courts, fomenting anti-Roman sentiment and directing Roman interest toward Asia Minor, thus initiating the Roman involvement in the destinies of the local kingdoms. Even with the death of Hannibal, matters between Rome and Carthage were not yet settled. By 150 BC, about the time that Mithridates V came to power, Carthage had rearmed and was expanding its influence in northern Africa, which gave the Romans an excuse to start a third war in 149 BC. Mithridates IV sent some assistance, ships and a few troops, to the Romans. The city of Carthage was eventually besieged, and despite its vigorous resistance, it fell to Publius Cornelius Scipio in 146 BC. Polybius was in his entourage and described the uncertain emotions of seeing the city in flames. Scipio was said to have remarked that in time Rome would suffer the same fate. In the settlement after the war, Rome acquired the Carthaginian heartland and organized it as the new province of Africa. Roman attention had not solely been directed toward the Carthaginians. In the Greek peninsula, the Macedonian Empire had been dissolved in 168 BC, with its territories divided into 4 republics carefully watched by Rome. But the peninsula to the south was dominated by the Achaean Federation, which controlled the Peloponnesus, and although the situation was initially peaceful after 168 BC, the next 20 years saw increasing instability and contention between the Federation and the Romans. By early 146 BC, they had slipped into open warfare. The conclusion of the war against Carthage allowed the deployment of more Roman troops to Greece, and Corinth, the seat of the Federation Assembly, was burned and its artworks destroyed or removed to Rome. Almost the entire Greek peninsula was effectively provincialized, including the 4 Macedonian republics. Essentially simultaneously, the Romans had defeated both Carthage and the Achaean Federation. The end of the Pergamene kingdom. The kingdom of Pergamon had become the most powerful state in Asia Minor after the Treaty of Apamea eliminated Seleucid power in the region. Under the reigns of Eumenes II, 197 to 159 BC, and his brother Attalus II, 159 to 138 BC, the kingdom extended inland as far as Cappadocia in the southeast and the Halys River in the northeast, and included parts of the European shore of the Thracian Bosporus. Pergamon became noted for its art and culture, and the kings developed the city itself into a magnificent showplace with outstanding art, and also supported intellectual endeavors with the second-best library, after Alexandria, in the Hellenistic world. The Pontic kingdom had varying relations with the Pergamenes, including opposition to their expansionism, outright war for several years around 180 BC, and then attempts at accommodation. Perhaps because of the increasing power of the Pergamene state, the Romans became more deeply involved in its future, most notably when, in the winter of 168 to 167 BC, they attempted to persuade Attalus, who was not yet king and in Rome on a diplomatic mission, to depose his brother and take the throne, or acquire at least part of the kingdom. Attalus was tempted, but when the news reached Eumenes, he sent his physician Stratius to Rome in order to reason with his brother. This effort was successful, and Attalus was persuaded to ignore the Roman suggestion. Even though this scheme to sow dissension between the Pergamene brothers came to nothing, it was indicative of the Roman desire to interfere in the dynastic succession of the eastern kingdoms, even when there seemed no major strategic or political reason to do so. A decade later, in 159 BC, Eumenes died and Attalus did become king, significantly taking the epithet Philadelphus. Despite his refusal to accede to the ambitions of the Romans while his brother was alive, he now resolved in no way to do anything without them, specifically citing their suspicion of his late brother as a primary reason for such a policy. Attalus continued the cultural preeminence of Pergamon, both in the city and abroad, most notably with his stoa in the Athenian Agora. Yet the dependence of the kingdom on Roman goodwill was clear, and this became even more apparent when, in 138 BC, he was succeeded by his nephew, Attalus III, who was not favorably remembered. Diodorus, writing about a century later, noted that his rule was quite different from that of his predecessors, since he allegedly killed many of the ruling aristocracy, as well as his mother and wife, driving the populace to hopes of revolution. Some of this seems formulaic slander of an unpopular ruler who succeeded a popular one. It is significant that the ever-watchful Romans did not interfere, but Attalus III was more interested in scholarship than rule, specializing in botany and pharmacology and writing treatises that were used by Varro and Pliny. He was especially noted for his agricultural research and an interest in poisons. In this he was a precursor of Mithridates VI half a century later. His preference for scholarship over politics may also have affected his reputation, as would be the case with the Roman Emperor Claudius. Nevertheless, he reigned only 5 years, dying a few days after falling ill from sunstroke. Yet what was to be revealed after his death had major repercussions. Attalus had written a will which left his kingdom to Rome. Details are lacking as to why he did this and exactly what the legal implications were, at least from his point of view, and the sources are brief and scattered. The only contemporary references are epigraphic, a decree of the Pergamene assembly shortly after Attalus's death that refers to the need for the will to be ratified by the Romans without stating what was in it, and a slightly later decree of the Roman Senate, preserved in a Greek copy set up at Pergamon, which seems to say that it decided to uphold the will, again without indicating what it contained. The earliest documentation in literature is from a century later. All sources that mention the nature of the will record the bequest to Rome, although Sallust reported an alleged speech by Mithridates VI of Pontus that claimed it was a forgery. This can easily be dismissed, not so much because the speech, like most in ancient literature, is a construct, but because it served the needs of Mithridates at the time, 69 BC, to reject the will's validity. For a king to make a will favoring Rome was a recent idea. The earliest seems to be that of Ptolemy VIII, who in 155 BC, when he was king of Cyrene, he did not become Egyptian king until a decade later, announced that he would leave my proper kingdom to Rome, with whom from the beginning I have truly preserved friendship and alliance. What is notable is that Ptolemy cited a specific reason for his action, to take vengeance upon those implicated in the impious plot against me who have undertaken to deprive me not only of my kingdom, but of my life. The will was only valid if he died without heirs. He also set up the document on a public inscription, thus allowing everyone to know his intentions. But the plot he referred to was not successful, and in fact he became king of Egypt and ruled there until 116 BC, at which time he was succeeded by his son Ptolemy IX. So the will was never implemented, and the Romans did not have to decide what to do about it. Yet this will, published 2 decades before that of Attalus III, reveals a solid reason for writing such a document. It was a way of restraining usurpers and potential assassins, making it clear that there was nothing to gain from deposing the ruler. This was exactly the situation that Attalus faced, since an alleged son of Eumenes II, Aristonicus, was fomenting rebellion before Attalus died, and upon his death claimed the kingship as Eumenes III. This was no minor revolt. He held on for nearly 4 years, lasting until 129 BC, when he was captured and sent to Rome, dying shortly thereafter. That he was able to survive for so long is a confirmation of the negative reports of Attalus's reign. But regardless of Aristonicus's fortunes, there was still the matter of the will. Much like the instance of Ptolemy VIII, it is quite possible that Attalus's will reflected more the internal political situation within the kingdom than any recognition of the inevitability of Roman power. Nevertheless, a prompt Roman response was out of the question, since when the news reached Rome in the early summer of 133 BC, the city was embroiled in the land reform legislation of Tiberius Gracchus. Although Gracchus attempted to use any monetary benefits from the will to finance his reforms, there was no possibility that the Roman government would seriously debate its implications, and when Gracchus was assassinated a few weeks later, the will became, for the time being, irrelevant to Roman interests. Shortly thereafter, the Romans learned of the matter of Aristonicus. Again, they were in no position to act, and at first the cause against the usurper was undertaken by the Greek cities and the eastern dynasts, perhaps at Roman request, including Mithridates V of Pontus. It was only after the defeat of Aristonicus that the Roman Senate considered the will as part of a general settlement of the volatile situation in Western Asia Minor. The issue for the Senate was more than the disposition of the Pergamene territories, as demonstrated by the upheaval caused by Aristonicus. Furthermore, when the Romans did pursue the usurper, 2 Roman officers were killed, Crassus Mucianus and Marcus Perperna, the consuls, respectively, of 131 and 130 BC, enough to make the Romans realize that the Asian problem was a serious one that needed meticulous attention. Basically, the Senate opted to leave parts of the legal structure of the Pergamene kingdom intact, but under close Roman observation. The final Roman commander sent against Aristonicus, Manius Aquilius, the consul of 129 BC, supervised the organization of the Pergamene territories.
The city of Pergamon remained autonomous, but much of the interior was ceded to the various dynasts whose coalition had inaugurated the suppression of Aristarchus.
A major beneficiary was Mithridates V, who received Greater Phrygia, although bribery of Aquilius was suspected. This accusation, the same charge was made against Nicomedes III of Bithynia, may be pure slander. It was mentioned in a speech of Gaius Gracchus, Tiberius Gracchus's younger brother, during his brief political career in the 120s BC. He was killed in 121 BC, but the context is uncertain. Nevertheless, Gracchus reflected increasing Roman suspicion about the pernicious effects of the wealth of the Hellenistic kings.
The Romans exercised indirect control of the Pergamene lands and the surrounding dynasts, as they had for some time.
Roman commanders were regularly sent to the region, essentially as observers and policemen, not as administrators of Roman territory. It can be presumed that the Roman state benefited financially from Attilus's will, but the sources are silent on this. Aquilius was said to have organized the region as a Roman province, yet this seems premature, and the process was probably more evolutionary and lengthy than implied. Roman dithering, always a problem, had been aggravated by the matter of Aristarchus. For the time being, those who profited most from the end of the Pergamene kingdom were the eastern dynasts, particularly Mithridates V of Pontus. Elsewhere in contemporary Asia Minor, although the Pergamene question dominated politics during much of the reign of Mithridates V, other states and dynasts were less affected by the end of the Attalids. In the northwest, the generally disliked Prusius II of Bithynia had been assassinated in 149 BC by his son Nicomedes II, who remained on the throne until 128 or 127 BC and was a member of the coalition against Aristarchus. Bithynia was increasingly surrounded in its eastern portions by the expanding kingdom of Pontus, and an unspecified dispute between Nicomedes III and Mithridates V, probably in the late 120s BC, may be due to territorial concerns, but this is so faintly documented as to indicate that it may have been brief and minor. What is known is that the Romans seem to have ruled in favor of Mithridates, but the details are not preserved. Bordering both eastern Bithynia and western Pontus was Phrygia, which was not a coherent state and tended to be appropriated by its neighbors, such as when Mithridates V received portions of it in the Pergamene settlement. The various Galatian tetrarchs were also in possession of part of this district, although they are hardly known during the period in question. Mithridates had some control over this region, since his Phrygian territories would have been isolated from Pontus proper had not some arrangement been made with the tetrarchs. Eventually, the king asserted a more direct claim. Directly west of Pontus was Paphlagonia, a minor state generally at the mercy of the surrounding powers, which was eventually incorporated into the Pontic kingdom, although not without difficulty. South was Cappadocia, extending over much of southeastern Asia Minor from the Halys River almost to the Mediterranean. It was ruled by the Ariarathed dynasty, descended from Persian satraps and in power since the early 3rd century BC. The territory had greatly profited by the Peace of Apamea and the removal of Seleucid control, but its relations with Pontus had always been contentious. Pharnaces I had invaded Cappadocia, and Mithridates V was to claim it. Yet Cappadocia retained its independence long after the collapse of the Mithridatic dynasty. Mithridates V lived in a world that had changed markedly since the establishment of the successor kingdoms of the era after Alexander the Great. The Macedonian kingdom had disappeared in 168 BC, and the Greek peninsula was essentially under direct Roman control by 146 BC. The Treaty of Apamea of 183 BC had ended Seleucid aspirations to most of Asia Minor, although there were faint attempts to reassert this. Nevertheless, by the time of Mithridates V, any regional claims of the Seleucids were limited to Cilicia, at the extreme southeast of the territory. Under a series of weak and competitive kings, the empire would continue to decline. Cilicia was acquired by the Romans at the end of the 2nd century BC, and the final dissolution of the Seleucids took place in 65 BC. They had once been rivals with Pontus for parts of northern Asia Minor, but after the middle of the 2nd century BC they played no further role in local politics. The most stable of the successor kingdoms was Ptolemaic Egypt, which at its peak in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC claimed the eastern part of North Africa, portions of southern Asia Minor, Crete and some of the Aegean islands, and had designs on the Levant and much of western Asia Minor.
Yet it too suffered from loss of territory, largely due to weak monarchs and internal dissension, beginning with Ptolemy VIII, the great-grandson of Mithridates II of Pontus, who came to the Egyptian throne in 145 BC.
But intensive Ptolemaic involvement in Asian politics had come to an end, although in the 1st century BC there were attempts by Mithridates VI to reach out to them as an ally in his wars with Rome, and after his death Cleopatra VII acquired parts of the southern coast of Asia Minor. The demography of Asia Minor in the 2nd century BC was complex. In addition to the dynasts and regional powers mentioned before, there was an assortment of free Greek cities and independent temple states scattered throughout the territory, which would play varying but minor roles in contemporary politics. 17 ethnic groups were identified by the late 2nd century BC, and everywhere there was the lengthening shadow of Rome. The reign of Mithridates V Euergetes. At the beginning of 149 BC, Rome again declared war on Carthage. The conflict lasted into 146 BC. At some time during this period, probably close to the beginning of the war, Mithridates V sent aid to the Romans in the form of some ships and a few troops. This is the first event associated with his reign. He was probably on the throne no later than the last months of 150 BC. In sending help, he continued the pro-Roman policies of his uncle Mithridates IV. Ships were the best support that he could give because the Romans, although having developed a fleet a century previously, were never comfortable with sea power, and as early as the 3rd century BC they had begun to rely on the ships of others, primarily the Greek cities and the Phoenicians. There is no evidence how Mithridates' ships were used, but a likely possibility is for troop transports. Mithridates V followed the pattern of his uncle and adopted a title, in this case Euergetes, benefactor, one used for various reasons by Hellenistic royalty as early as Ptolemy III in the mid-3rd century BC. Mithridates' title appears on a dedication from Delos and on his coinage, and consistently in the literary sources. It may have been bestowed on him by the Delians. The 30 years that he was on the throne are somewhat better documented than the reigns of his predecessors, despite the loss of Polybius as a source in his early years. But as is often the case, specific dates for events are generally lacking. Moreover, since Mithridates V was the father of Mithridates VI the Great, many of the extant notices are in the context of his son's activities, who often justified his own policies by referring back to those of his predecessors, especially his father. The next datable event in the career of Mithridates V was his participation in the coalition against Aristonicus, the pretender to the Pergamene throne. The members, in addition to Mithridates, were Nicomedes II of Bithynia, Pylaemenes of Paphlagonia, and Ariarathes V of Cappadocia. All four ruled adjoining territories extending from the Propontis to the Mediterranean, effectively forming a blockade against any attempts by Aristonicus to move into Central Asia Minor. In fact, his efforts were mostly directed toward the Greek cities south of the traditional Pergamene territory, such as Phocaea, Colophon, and Samos. He seems to have had utopian aspirations, calling his followers Heliopolitai, citizens of the sun. The meaning of the term remains enigmatic, and gaining extensive support which allowed him to hold off the coalition and the Romans for 4 years. The coalition was not purely defensive, since the kings coveted part or all of the territory of Pergamon. But it seems to have been surprisingly ineffective, lacking the moral edge that Aristonicus had, since the cities of Western Asia Minor feared the ambitions of the dynasts more than those of the usurper. Aristarchus was only eliminated when the Romans became involved, and after great difficulty, including the death of 2 proconsuls and King Ariarathes V. After the end of Aristarchus, the Romans gave various Pergamene territories to the coalition dynasts, with Mithridates receiving Greater Phrygia. There had long been Pontic interest in the territory. Seleucus II allegedly had given it to Mithridates II as a dowry when he married Laodice IV. But after that time, however, the Pergamenes claimed it. Phrygia was not contiguous with Pontus, lying beyond Galatia to its southwest, and this suggests some accommodation with the Galatian tetrarchs. Half a century later, Mithridates VI was to claim a strong alliance with them. Mithridates VI made a number of statements about his father's territorial ambitions in order to legitimize his own expansionism. These need to be considered cautiously. Mithridates V was explicitly said to have invaded Cappadocia, but the evidence is confused because Appian emphasized that Cappadocia was a foreign entity, something seemingly obvious, yet in 88 BC the official Pontic point of view was that Cappadocia had always been Pontic territory, but had been recovered by Mithridates V, a somewhat contradictory statement. Moreover, the daughter of Mithridates V, another Laodice, was married to the king of Cappadocia, Ariarathes VI, who came to the throne in 130 BC after his father's death at the hands of Aristarchus. It may seem difficult to reconcile these statements, but a plausible explanation is that the invasion of Cappadocia has been overemphasized and may have been little more than a gesture on the part of Mithridates V, which resolved itself through a diplomatic solution that included a marriage alliance. Mithridates would not have been unaware that his father Pharnakes I had been less than successful in invading Cappadocia and may have rethought his plans. But then Mithridates VI, for his own reasons, stressed his father's claim to the territory, letting it be known that Cappadocia had always been Pontic, manifestly untrue, but giving his assertion the nuance that Mithridates V had recovered it. The situation in Paphlagonia was a little more straightforward, but again the ideology of Mithridates VI causes a certain amount of confusion. Pylaemenes, the local king, had participated in the coalition against Aristarchus, but is hardly known otherwise. When Mithridates VI in 108 BC invaded Paphlagonia in a joint operation with Nicomedes III of Bithynia, he claimed that it had belonged to his father, who received it as an inheritance, presumably from Pylaemenes. But the Roman Senate ordered that the territory be returned to its former status, which hardly suggests Pontic control. Whether the obscure Pylaemenes was still on the throne over 20 years after the Aristarchus matter is not known, but this suggests again that Mithridates VI was presenting a revisionist view of history. Even if his father had inherited Paphlagonia from Pylaemenes, Pontic control of the territory was brief or ephemeral, or never implemented. Any direct control Mithridates V had over Paphlagonia and Cappadocia seems limited or even non-existent. Perhaps movements in that direction were enough for his son to claim that they previously belonged to Pontus. But the marriage alliance between his daughter Laodice and Ariarathes VI of Cappadocia was an important element of his foreign policy, defining his international posture, and thus he became the ancestor of the remaining 2 Ariarathed kings, 7th and 8th, of Cappadocia. Pontic acquisition of Phrygia was a major boon and further laid the groundwork for the empire of Mithridates VI. By the time of the death of Mithridates V in 120 BC, the Pontic kingdom occupied a broad swath of territory from the Armenian mountains almost to the Aegean, adjoining on its west Bithynia and the new Roman province of Asia. In the east there was some relationship with Lesser Armenia, since one source, perhaps in exaggeration, called Mithridates V king of Pontus and Armenia, and Mithridates of Lesser Armenia had been an ally of Pharnakes I during the war with Pergamon in the 180s BC. In all probability, the Pontic kingdom in the later years of Mithridates V was the largest political entity in Asia Minor. It was also the wealthiest, which may explain the accusation of bribery of the Romans in the years after the Pergamene legacy. But ironically, the reign of Mithridates V was not as expansionist as that of his father, Pharnakes I, To be sure, there was some involvement in the destiny of Paphlagonia and a marriage alliance with Cappadocia, but the only territorial acquisition was Phrygia, which had been donated to him rather than conquered, an attempt to stabilize the political situation of northern Asia Minor after the collapse of the Pergamene dynasty. Mithridates V also reached out to the Greek states. The strongest relationship seems to have been with Delos. The tiny sacred island had been the birthplace of Apollo and Artemis and a major cultic center since earliest times, but it began to flourish economically after the fall of Corinth in 146 BC. It was famous for its innovative architecture as well as its slave market, which, with the assistance of the piracy that was endemic in the eastern Mediterranean in late Hellenistic times, could process 10,000 a day. The religious immunity of the island also helped in its prosperity. Mithridates' aunt, Laodike, the wife of Mithridates IV, had already been honored by the island, and the king early realized that good relations would be to his advantage. An Athenian, Dionysius, son of Boethos, may have been his agent there. Given the relationship of Pharnakes I with the island, one might expect some of its citizens to migrate to the Pontic court. Another Pontic representative honored at Delos was Paeanias of Amisos. Two local citizens, Seleucus and Dyskelos, dedicated statues of the king. Seleucus' statue, at least, was probably erected while he was gymnasiarch in 129 to 128 BC. Moreover, coinage of the king also seems to emphasize his connection with Delos. The reverse of one type has the inscription of King Mithridates Euergetes and a standing male figure identified as Apollo of Delos, with a bow and holding a small female figure in his outstretched hand, possibly commemorating a restoration of the temple of Apollo on the island. He may have also rebuilt the local palaestra on the lake, a project in evidence after the middle of the 2nd century BC. While these endeavors were not as impressive as the efforts of the Pergamene kings, they show an awareness in Pontus of the role of architecture in asserting royal power. Another coin has the date 173, which would be 140 to 139 BC according to the Seleucid era, the most probable one in use in Pontus at the time. This date and that of Seleucus's gymnasiate fall well within the reign of Mithridates V, and he may have reached out to the island in the later 140s BC after it began to flourish. Ironically, it would be his son Mithridates VI who brought Delos' prosperity to an end by sacking the island in 88 BC. The king also participated in athletic contests on the island of Chios, winning 4 equestrian competitions. There was a long tradition of royal involvement in athletics through either patronage or actual participation. Among the many examples were Hieron of Syracuse, who won the chariot race at Olympia in 476 BC, and Berenike II of Egypt at Nemea in the 240s BC. The presence of Mithridates V at the Games on Chios, which was still a free Greek state, was an additional foothold for the Pontic kingdom in the Greek world. The royal court and family of Mithridates V. Mithridates V is the first of the Pontic monarchs whose associates are known in some detail. In addition to those who were his contacts on Delos, there was a certain Alkimos, son of Menephilos, to whom the citizens of the city of Avonoutikos gave honors, probably in 137 to 136 BC. This was an obscure town on the Paphlagonian coast at modern Inebolu, and Alkimos may have been the local Pontic representative. But of all the royal functionaries of the reign of Mithridates V, the best known is Dorylaeus, who was the great-great-grandfather of the historian and geographer Strabo, and thus was given a brief biography in his Geography. Dorylaeus was by profession a military tactician whom the king commissioned to recruit mercenaries. Like most Hellenistic states, military manpower for Pontus relied not on citizen armies but hired mercenaries, and Greek commanders such as Leokritos had already been in the Pontic service. Dorylaeus was a high-ranking officer in the Pontic military. His background and early career are unknown, but eventually he was sent to Thrace and Greece for recruitment purposes. He then went to Crete, a known source of military manpower. Both Prusius II of Bithynia and Eumenes II of Pergamon seem to have acquired troops there, and later Mithridates VI continued to recruit from the island. Dorylaeus settled in Knossos, and regardless of how he fulfilled his duties, he became assimilated into the Gnossian hierarchy, becoming commander in a war between that city and Gortyna. Interurban warfare was endemic in Crete during the second half of the 2nd century BC, and Knossos and Gortyna were the most frequent belligerents. This particular war is not otherwise documented, but it has been dated to the late 120s BC, since Strabo reported that the death of Mithridates V, probably in 120 BC, was a little later. Dorylaeus had married a Macedonian woman named Sterope and had had 3 children, and when he learned of the assassination of Mithridates V and resultant dynastic disorder, he decided to remain in Knossos with his family and cut all ties with Pontus. But in time at least 2 of his children, Logatus, Strabo's great-grandfather, and Stratarchus, moved to Pontus. Logatus served in the government of Mithridates VI, but eventually became caught between Rome and Pontus and was destroyed. Strabo's biography of Dorylaeus is a brief insight into the career of at least one family associated with Mithridates V. Dionysius, Dorylaeus, and others demonstrate the high degree of Hellenization that the kingdom had undergone by the time of Mithridates V. This was manifested as early as the first Pontic coin issues from the late 3rd century BC, which show the presence of Greek die-cutters. Coins of Mithridates V are rare but continued this tradition, with a royal portrait somewhat idealized and youthful. He was probably no more than 20 when he came to the throne. Other examples of increasing Hellenization are the large number of Greeks who served at the court, although it is possible that some of them were of Persian descent with Greek names, also evidence of Hellenization. It is significant that there is no known member of the court with a Persian name. Only the monarchs themselves retained that tradition, and even their daughters and wives tended to have Greek names. The official language of the court had long been Greek. Roman ways, on the other hand, had not penetrated into Pontus, since the connection with the Roman Republic was purely political, not cultural, and Mithridates V continued the policy of his uncle and father in being styled a friend of the Roman people. This was a term with some legal force, but it had not yet been formalized into the friendly and allied king or queen of the early imperial period. His limited territorial ambitions at a time of increasing Roman power in Asia Minor were also evidence of a pro-Roman attitude. Moreover, it is possible that Mithridates V was one of the kings who reached out to Cornelia, the most prominent Roman matron of the era and the mother of the ill-fated agrarian reformers Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus. Cornelia held court from her estate at Misenum on the Bay of Naples and made contacts with Greek intellectuals and Eastern royalty. Since Ptolemy VIII of Egypt made a marriage proposal, unsuccessfully, to her, his cousin Mithridates V may have been one of the reigning kings who interacted with her as an important person to know in the Roman Republic. It is doubtful that Mithridates V actually went to Misenum, but he may have corresponded and exchanged gifts with Cornelia. Unlike her predecessors, the wife of Mithridates V is not known by name, a particular irony given her prominence in the royal succession after his death. Her name may have been, expectedly, Laodike, but this is pure speculation. Mithridates VI explicitly said that his mother was a Seleucid as well as a descendant of Alexander the Great. Having Alexander as an ancestor can easily be dismissed. It was a standard claim of Hellenistic royalty. But Seleucid descent is perfectly credible given the regular intermarriage between the Pontic dynasty and the Seleucids. By the time of the maturity of Mithridates VI, the Seleucids were in such decline that there would have been little advantage in fabricating such an ancestry. It has been suggested that his mother was a daughter of Antiochus IV and Laodike XVIII, themselves both of Pontic descent. Mithridates V and his wife had at least 4 children. Laodike, as already noted, married Ariarathes VI of Cappadocia. She became sole ruler of Cappadocia after her husband was assassinated through the orders of her brother Mithridates VI, and she then married Nicomedes III of Bithynia. Eventually, he sent her to Rome in order to escape from her brother and to attempt to restore the Cappadocian succession, which she seems to have done. She then drops from the historical record. Presumably, this was before the death of Nicomedes III in the 90s BC. Her sister, another Laodike, married her brother Mithridates VI and was executed after attempting to poison him in, probably, 115 BC. Three younger sisters, Nysa, Roxane, and Statira, are also recorded, but their exact parentage is uncertain, and they never married. The two known sons of Mithridates V were Mithridates VI and Mithridates Chrestos, who was killed by his brother. Around 120 BC, at the Pontic capital of Sinope, Mithridates V was assassinated. The date is dependent on the rule of his son, who died in 63 BC after having ruled for 56 years. There are no details about the plot except Strabo's statement that he was killed by his friends, a term in Hellenistic royalty referring to the monarch's inner circle. This seems to rule out his family, although it is difficult to imagine that they were not involved, given that the event occurred at the royal capital of Sinope and the turbulent start to the following reign. His widow became ruler or regent for her son Mithridates VI, who was 11 or 13 years old and who had become the most famous Pontic ruler. Part 2. Mithridates VI the Great. Chapter 6. The Rise of Mithridates VI. Introduction. Around 120 BC, the last and greatest of the Hellenistic kings of Pontus came to the throne. Mithridates VI Eupator Dionysius would rule for about 57 years, substantially longer than any of his 7 predecessors, and even though his kingdom would largely be assimilated by the Romans or broken up into lesser states, his direct descendants would rule part of his realm, under Roman supervision, until at least the 3rd century AD. One of the major dynasts of the late Hellenistic era, Mithridates VI would generate interest among Greeks and Romans alike for hundreds of years after his death. Moreover, he would have a vigorous afterlife in the arts and music into modern times. His accomplishments were not limited to the political and military world. He would create an intellectual and artistic presence at his court, including his own scholarly profile. Like other great opponents of Roman expansionism, his achievements would be preserved by those who defeated him, creating a problematic situation which nevertheless does not hide his character profile as one of the notable personalities of antiquity. Over 40 ancient literary sources mention Mithridates VI, a totally different situation from the scant documentation of his predecessors. To be sure, as is the case for much of the late Hellenistic world, the primary sources come from a later era. In addition, any account by an ancient biographer such as Cornelius Nepos or Plutarch is lost. The sketch surviving in the collection of biographies known today as De Viris Illustribus of uncertain Roman date is extreme in its brevity. Probably no extant writers knew the king, although Cicero, who was involved in the Roman actions leading to Mithridates' death, commented frequently on his activities. Posidonius of Apamea was another contemporary, but he seems to have mentioned him only in passing. Diodorus of Sicily, whose life overlapped the king's later years, is the earliest extant author to provide any details about his career. His contemporary Sallust treated Mithridates' last years in his histories, but only fragments survive. In the following generation, Livy's account of the king's era exists only in summaries, and while the family of Strabo of Amasea served at the royal court, his historical work is essentially lost, although it was probably a primary source for the king's reign. Strabo's geography mentions Mithridates over 40 times in a scattered yet revealing fashion. Thus, one must largely rely on later historians to understand Mithridates' rule, most notably Appian and Plutarch, both active around AD 100. Plutarch's biographies of the Roman commanders of the king's era, Sulla, Lucullus, Pompey, and Sertorius, are a major source, as well as the Roman history of Appian, who devoted one of his primary sections to the wars between Rome and Mithridates. In fact, without Appian's Mithridateios, knowledge of the entire history of the Pontic kingdom would be far more limited. One of the sources for his account may be Archelaus of Cappadocia, whose lengthy reign began in the 30s BC and lasted into the early years of Tiberius. Archelaus was the great-grandson of the Pontic general of the same name and was a scholar of note, with known writings on agriculture, cults, and Alexander the Great. Moreover, he was, briefly, the father-in-law of the historian Juba II of Mauritania, who married his daughter Glaphyra. It is hard to imagine that with such a scholarly presence at the Cappadocian court, attention did not turn toward Archelaus's famous ancestor, the intimate of Mithridates VI, who appears prominently in Appian's account. Other sources, such as Memnon, probably from the 2nd century AD, and his approximate contemporary Justin, are also of value. Moreover, there is a wealth of epigraphic and numismatic evidence. This material is what the modern scholar must rely upon to reconstruct the life and world of Mithridates VI. Mithridates VI was the only Pontic king whose life was interesting enough to Greek and Roman authors that they recorded details about his personal characteristics. Sources are consistent in reporting that he was a large man, demonstrated by the armor that he dedicated to the sanctuaries of Nemea and Delphi, and which was still on view in the 2nd century AD. He was athletic until nearly the end of his life, able to ride 1,000 stadia, about 125 miles, in a day, and may have participated in the chariot races at the Olympic Games. His devotion to physical ability was also revealed, in a bizarre way, when he executed an unfortunate named Alcaius from Sardis, who was superior to him in horse racing. The king was famous for speaking 22 or 25 or even 50 languages, more than anyone else, and was able to converse with each of the ethnic groups within his kingdom in their own language, conducting official business without an interpreter. In this talent he was followed by his cultural successor, Cleopatra VII. He was also said to be a glutton, although this is probably a slander, analogous to the alleged promiscuity of Cleopatra, because it is not recorded in the major historical sources. Perhaps more accurate is the report that he was moderate in his personal habits. The story that he kept a bull, horse, and stag as bodyguards because he did not trust human ones may be merely an anecdote about the strange and suspicious ways of tyrants. Like all Hellenistic monarchs, he was conscious of his connection to Alexander the Great, who was improbably said to have been his ancestor. He lost no opportunity to act in ways that reflected the career of his illustrious predecessor, staying where Alexander had stayed, reorganizing the sanctuary at Ephesus, and paying for earthquake relief at Apamea in Mysia. He even recreated an event in Alexander's life. When wounded, he had himself lifted up to be visible to his troops, as the Macedonian king had done in India. Mithridates also somehow possessed a cloak that was said to have belonged to Alexander, which Pompey wore in his triumph after the Pontic king's defeat. The authenticity of the token is difficult to ascertain, but it is demonstrative of his self-image. Mithridates' personal conception as the new Alexander was an astute piece of dynastic propaganda because it allowed him, as the conqueror from the East, to play a role that paralleled the great conqueror of the East. This heritage was also manifested in Mithridates' epithet of Dionysus, since Alexander believed that he was connected to the god. The young heir. The assassination of Mithridates V, probably in 120 BC, may have been in order to control the succession, since he was killed before any of his children had reached adulthood. Whether his wife was involved remains unknown. She certainly took immediate control, since her eldest son and the presumptive heir, Mithridates VI, was only 11 or 13 years old, having been born at Sinope in the late 130s BC. Presumably he was the legal heir, and as with many people of prominence, later traditions reported portents connected with his birth and accession. At the time of his birth, a comet was seen for 70 days, brighter than the sun, and another appeared under similar circumstances when he began to rule in 120 BC. The report of the comets may be little more than the standard tale of the epiphany of a great personality, but according to Chinese sources, the time of Mithridates' birth was marked by an unusual number of comets, with the most significant reported in 135 or 134 BC. The exact date of the king's birth is not certain in the Greco-Roman writings, but they place his age as between 68 and 72 when he died, and since his death was without doubt early in 63 BC, this would mean that he was born between 135 and 131 BC. According to the report in the Shiji, Records of the Grand Historian, 2 comets appeared, known as the Banner of Jiryu. Dates are not precise, but the earlier was between 134 and 129 BC, and the later between 122 and 117 BC. These seem to correspond to the birth of Mithridates and his accession about 15 years later. Other Chinese texts seem to place the first comet in September 135 BC. It perhaps appears on coins issued by the king after 110 BC, when his rule became secure. There is a representation of a star in the form of a flower with 8 rays. This may also be the comet mentioned by Seneca, which was said to be as extensive as the Milky Way and which occurred during the reign of a King Attalus of Pergamon. Since Seneca had just mentioned a previous comet from around 150 BC, the Attalus in question is either Attalus II, reigned 159 to 138 BC, or, more probably, Attalus III, who died in 133 BC, perhaps further limiting Mithridates' birth date to between 135 and 133 BC. In all probability, Seneca's immense comet is the Banner of Jiryu. One should always be suspicious of astronomical portents that mark the birth of someone who later became famous. The star in the east at the birth of Jesus of Nazareth comes to mind. But in the case of the birth and accession of Mithridates, the independent Chinese evidence provides a credibility unusual with such events. There is certainly no doubt that after his accession the king exploited the story of the comet, and it continued to evolve even beyond his death, because the report became adjusted to reflect his later career. The 70 days could be seen to refer to his lifespan, with the eclipsing of the sun a metaphor for his great political power. Moreover, it was said that the future king was struck by lightning as a baby, which burned his clothes but left him unharmed except for a mark on his forehead. The tale may be an etiology for a birth defect, but it connected him with the birth of Dionysus, whose mother, Semele, had been killed by the bolt of Zeus. Yet the king was more favored than the god's mother and survived, taking Dionysus as one of his epithets. More importantly, this was another parallel with Alexander the Great, whose mother, Olympias, dreamed that a thunderbolt kindled fire in and around her womb at the time of conception. Although these portents and signs are not documented in extant Greco-Roman literature until well after the time of the king, the earliest is the report of the comet, recorded by Pompeius Trogus and written perhaps 2 or 3 generations after the king's death. The tales demonstrate the mythology that began to be generated around him, in contrast to the scant data about his predecessors. Except for the horizontal succession after the death of Pharnakes I, inheritance in the Pontic monarchy had passed seemingly smoothly from father to son since the dynasty had been established in the early 3rd century BC. But the assassination of Mithridates V and his lack of adult children introduced an element of instability that had not figured previously in the history of the kingdom. In fact, the only succession that was remotely parallel was, in fact, the matter of the heirs of Pharnakes I. In that case, the kingship passed to Pharnakes' brother, Mithridates IV. Yet there is no evidence that, 35 years later, Mithridates V had any siblings to take over the rule. Thus it would seem that the only choice to inherit the kingdom was one of his several children, none of whom was an adult. But some additional arrangement would have to be made. The obvious solution would be to involve the widow of Mithridates V in some way. Since her oldest child was no more than 13, she was probably young herself, perhaps in her 30s. The earliest extant source on the succession is Strabo, who was probably well informed about the events, since his ancestor Dorylaeus, the nephew of the homonymous officer of Mithridates V, was a childhood companion and later the secretary of Mithridates VI. Strabo was explicit. No one was involved in the succession except Mithridates VI. This seems improbable, but it may have been the official point of view at the royal court in later years, when there were no longer any potential rivals to the kingship of Mithridates. By the time of his maturity, and that of his secretary Dorylaeus, it may not have been politically correct to refer to any issues or problems regarding the assumption of the kingship, and the actual events may have been conveniently forgotten. Mithridates' taking of the epithet Eupator, noble ancestry or noble father, also fits into this ideology. It is an ancient Greek word, but not a common title in Hellenistic monarchy. The term seems to have been applied first to the Seleucid king Antiochus V, another son of a powerful father, who reigned in the late 160s BC, as a way of establishing his credibility. Given Antiochus's short and unsuccessful reign, this may have been an odd precedent for Mithridates VI, but the unusual term allowed the king to stress his own legitimacy through his father and other ancestors. It is most probable that Mithridates V named both his eldest son and his wife as joint rulers, as reported by Memnon. Needless to say, if this were the arrangement, the mother of Mithridates VI would have exercised the true power upon the death of her husband. A precedent of sorts had been established 30 years previously with Laodike, the grandmother of Mithridates VI, who may have had some autonomous powers upon the death of her husband Mithridates IV. In late Hellenistic times, the status of royal women was rising. Cleopatra II of Egypt drove her husband into exile and ruled alone for several years after 131 BC. Her daughter, Cleopatra III, would become sole ruler in 116 BC. The women of the Pontic dynasty in Hellenistic times never held the power and independence the Ptolemaic women exercised, but Laodike and the widow of Mithridates V demonstrate that under certain circumstances women would be called upon to provide continuity in difficult times when there was a lack of a suitable male ruler. The widow of Mithridates V and the queens of Egypt were probably remote cousins, and the former may have looked to the latter for inspiration. Whether she came to power due to some official arrangement provided by her late husband, or simply assumed the rule as independent queen with a son too young to be effective, cannot be determined. Thus, it seems that around 120 BC, Pontus was under the control of its first ruling queen, although her legal power may have been as regent for her adolescent son. The later tradition stated that attempts were made from the beginning to do away with the young man, actions attributed to his guardians. None of these is known by name, and whether they included his mother is not specified. Too little is understood about her character to determine whether she would attempt to have her son killed. The reports are anachronistic, mixing together elements of Mithridates' education with his later knowledge of poisons. Yet, given the ultimate fate of his mother, it is difficult to believe that she did not attempt to secure her own position at the expense of her older son, perhaps with the intent of replacing him with his brother Chrestos, who might be more malleable. According to Justin, Mithridates' perfidious guardians attempted to kill him by forcing him into a dangerous athletic regimen, having him ride an unbroken horse and simultaneously throw a javelin. Yet this seems nothing more than part of the typical training of a Hellenistic dynast. Highly skilled horsemanship was certainly a necessity, and it was also a characteristic of Persian monarchs, the purported ancestors of the king. Xenophon in the Chiropedia stressed the riding and hunting skills of Cyrus of Persia and the dangerous nature of such activities. Young Alexander the Great was remembered for taming an unbroken horse, his famous Bukiphalos. Such training is hardly evidence of murderous intent, and Mithridates grew up to become a particularly notable horseman. Nevertheless, after the failure of the alleged attempt to kill Mithridates by especially vigorous horsemanship, his guardians next tried to poison him, but he was able to take an antidote. Attempted poisoning is plausible, although perhaps not the easiest and quickest way of disposing of the young man, but the account has become tangled with Mithridates' known expertise later in life with antidotes. It is improbable that the adolescent king was skilled enough in pharmacology to determine a way to be immune to professional poisoners, and if there were attempts to poison him, they simply failed. Realizing that his life at court was perilous, Mithridates allegedly went into hiding for 7 years. This, too, is disputable, because there is no interval of 7 years within the regnal chronology of the young king. By 116 or 115 BC, 5 years after the death of his father, he was honored as king by the island of Delos, and his coin sequence does not allow for a multi-year gap. Nevertheless, there were instances of the removal of aristocratic young men from society, such as the Crypteia at Sparta, forcing them to fend for themselves under harsh conditions in order to strengthen their character and physical capabilities. There were other traditions throughout antiquity of a period of withdrawal from civilization as part of the training of a notable personality, most famously the later case of Jesus of Nazareth. 7 years for such an experience on the part of Mithridates VI is impossible, but there may have been a briefer period which assisted in his survival. All the assumed attempts by Mithridates' guardians to kill him shortly after the death of his father can be better explained as part of the typical physical education of a young aristocrat, especially one who believed that he was descended from Persian royalty. Even the poisoning can be seen as some sort of Persian ordeal. Later in his career, the king reconstructed these events in a revisionist history of his youth, picturing himself as the young hero who achieved his position by fighting off numerous plots from the very beginning of his career. Nothing is known about the intellectual education of Mithridates beyond what can be assumed from his later abilities. He was famous for knowing many languages, and in his maturity he possessed a fine library, which was eventually acquired, catalogued, and partially translated into Latin by Pompeius Linnaeus, a freedman of Pompey the Great, the king's conqueror. The king published treatises, especially on pharmacology. All this is evidence for a solid academic education whose details are not documented. Dissension at the Pontic court. Nevertheless, even if the efforts to do away with Mithridates are exaggerated, there is no doubt that there was dissension at the Pontic court. The king had been assassinated by his inner circle, and there was no adult male successor. The situation was so unstable that Strabo's ancestor Dorylaeus, stationed at Knossos on Crete as the king's agent, abandoned all hope of return to Pontus. There probably were at least 2 hostile factions at the court in 120 BC, those around the family of Mithridates V and the friends who assassinated him, although these groups need not to have been mutually exclusive. Even though the plots against Mithridates VI described by Justin have been anachronistically mixed into his regular education, as well as events from his later life, they probably did exist, and there may have been an attempt to hide the young man from the court for a while. The position of his mother in all this cannot be determined. Sallust, writing not long after the death of Mithridates VI, reported that the king ascended the throne only after her death, suggesting that she held power for a while. A glimpse of the factions at the court may be provided by the status of 2 sisters of Mithridates VI, Roxane and Statira, who are only known because they were killed at about the age of 40 in 71 BC. This means that they were born around 110 BC, a decade after the death of Mithridates V, and thus must have had a different father. If the account is accurate, it means that at this late date Mithridates' mother was not only still alive, but had entered into another relationship that lasted for over a year. The evidence is frustratingly incomplete and seemingly contradictory, but it suggests that the mother of Mithridates VI had dynastic ambitions of her own for a number of years after the death of her ruling husband. Plutarch's account is the only one that provides the sisters' names, and these are worth noting as they are unusual. The original Roxane and Statira were both wives of Alexander the Great. Roxane was the Bactrian princess who was the mother of his son Alexander IV, and Statira was the oldest daughter of Darius III, the last king of Persia. These are names that had not been used in Hellenistic royalty since the eponyms themselves, and suggest the self-image of the court faction around the mother of Mithridates VI, which perhaps looked toward the past and the east more than one represented by Mithridates V, which was strongly Hellenized. If the sisters were in fact not born until around 110 BC, these groups confronted each other for at least a decade. Claiming the throne. In summation, Mithridates VI, born in the late 130s BC, became involved in the same court intrigues that had killed his father around 120 BC. Nevertheless, he received a proper education befitting Hellenistic royalty. After the death of his father, he may have been removed from the court environment for a while to ensure his own survival, but by 116 BC, when he was probably between 15 and 18 years of age, his position was strong enough that the gymnasiarch at Delos, a certain Athenian named Dionysius, son of Neon or Nikon, erected a statue in his honor. There was also one of his brother, Mithridates Chrestos, indicating that he was still a person of importance in the Pontic royal family, but it was Mithridates VI who was recognized as king. Chrestos was merely cited as his brother. A dedication was also made on their behalf to Zeus Urios. Their father, Mithridates V, had had a close relationship with the island. In fact, it was his strongest ally in the traditional Greek world, and it is fitting that Delos seems to have been the first state to recognize the new regime. The inclusion of Mithridates Chrestos on the Delian inscription was perhaps an act of cautiousness by the dedicator, Dionysius, showing that while events were turning in favor of Mithridates VI and it was legitimate to recognize him as king, matters may not quite have been settled in Pontus. Chrestos could have been anywhere between 4 and 16 years of age, and these dedications are the last mention of him. The sources are explicit in recording that he was eliminated by his brother, although no date is known. There was still the matter of their mother. Whether or not she was complicit in any of the plots against Mithridates VI, she was still a power at the royal court, remaining so for several years after the death of her husband. The available information about her later career is vague to non-existent, but she may have owed her survival to removing herself from the court at Sinope, perhaps to a country estate. At some time she entered into a relationship with a person who remains unknown today, which produced the 2 daughters. This may have been the catalyst that caused her son, by now firmly established in power, either to imprison her or even to kill her, allegedly by poison, since a new husband for his mother would be a distinct threat to his rule. The daughters survived but were removed from any dynastic plans of their brother, even being denied marriages. Moreover, the historical record was cleansed so that not even the name of the mother is known today. To be sure, such a late date for her disposal, no earlier than around 110 BC, depends on the age of the daughters 40 years later as reported by Plutarch. If they were in fact older and also the children of Mithridates V, the chronology becomes far simpler, allowing their mother to be eliminated earlier, perhaps around 116 BC. But this goes against the explicit statement by Plutarch, who was generally well informed and whose biography of the Roman commander Lucullus, the source for the sisters' ages, used contemporary material. Nevertheless, an earlier birth date solves some major chronological issues. Mithridates VI had 3 additional sisters. Nysa was captured by the Romans at Cabira when it was taken in 71 BC, but may have been released later. 2 others, both named Laodike, are more apparent in the historical record. The elder had been married to Ariarathes VI, the king of Cappadocia, for some time, probably since the mid-120s BC. Ariarathes had been too young to rule alone when his father, Ariarathes V, died around 130 BC, and his mother became regent. Mithridates V thus saw his chance to strengthen relations with, and control over, Cappadocia by marrying his daughter to the young king. But as Ariarathes VI matured, he became less susceptible to those around him, and thus he was killed at the instigation of Mithridates VI by a certain Gordius, a member of the Cappadocian aristocracy, who would become a close advisor to the Pontic king for many years. The date for the death of Ariarathes VI is not certain, but was probably sometime between 116 and 111 BC. His widow was now in a position to advance Pontic interests in Cappadocia through her son, Ariarathes VII, who was still an adolescent. With Mithridates becoming increasingly involved in Cappadocian affairs, he may have taken the epithet Eusebes, pious, previously unknown in Pontus, but common among Cappadocian kings. It was especially attached to Ariarathes IV and V, the grandfather and father of Ariarathes VI. Other Ariarathed kings also held the epithet, including Ariarathes IX, a son of Mithridates VI. Thus it is possible that the Pontic king appropriated the epithet to assert the legitimacy of his involvement with Cappadocia, although the evidence for this is scant, and the single citation presumed to be Eusebius must be restored on an inscription from Delos, where only the first two letters of the word are preserved. The other full sister of Mithridates VI, also named Laodike, married the king himself, but it was a brief relationship. Early in his reign, the king made a secret journey around Asia Minor, gathering information and allegedly plotting his future conquests. When he returned to Sinope after an absence of over a year, he found that his wife had had a son. Playing Clytemnestra to Mithridates' Agamemnon, she tried to eliminate him, but the king learned of the plot in advance. Laodike herself was killed. The fate of the child is unknown. There are no hard dates for these events, but presumably they were shortly after the king solidified his control around 116 BC, although Justin seems to place them somewhat later. Thus, in the early years of his reign, Mithridates eliminated both his mother and his sister wife Laodike. The other sister named Laodike remained in Cappadocia, acting for the time being as his agent. Mithridates' secret journey at the beginning of his reign, all over Asia, as Justin noted, which obviously took at least a year, allowed him to survey the status of the region. What long-range plans the new king had at this time cannot be determined, but the travels certainly acquainted him with many of the regions that he would conquer over the following years. The only place mentioned by Justin was Bithynia to the west of Pontus, whose ruler, Nicomedes III, had been on the throne since around 128 BC and was the most powerful regional dynast. Mithridates would wisely see him as his best ally. In time, in a complex turn of events, Nicomedes would eventually marry Mithridates' sister Laodike, the regent of Cappadocia. Although one can only speculate about Mithridates' itinerary on his journey, some information can be gathered by his future interests. He probably began his travels by heading into Paphlagonia and Galatia, two regions that long had had connections with Pontus. Pharnaces I had attempted unsuccessfully to conquer Paphlagonia, and Mithridates wanted to fulfill his grandfather's plans. The king would have learned that there was no unified Paphlagonian state but a relatively weak confederacy of regional dynasts. This would be his first conquest. To its south was Galatia, also divided into several regional dynasties that could easily be acquired. Phrygia, farther southwest, was in a similar situation, although the Romans were showing intense interest in the territory and may have annexed it soon after the death of Mithridates V, but the evidence is complex and contradictory. One would expect that these two regions were an important part of Mithridates' travels. Whether he went further into southern Asia Minor cannot be determined. Presumably he had no need to visit Cappadocia, since reliable information would be supplied by his sister and Gordius, but Lycia to the west might have been worth a visit. It was a confederacy of 23 independent cities that had existed in its present form since the Seleucid withdrawal earlier in the century. Information about Lycia would have been valuable, but the king does not seem to have shown any specific interest in the territory until the First War with Rome began in 89 BC. West of Lycia and extending up the coast and its hinterland to Bithynia was the Roman province of Asia. There is no evidence that the king entered Roman territory. In southeastern Asia Minor along the Mediterranean coast were several small states that had achieved an independent identity with the Seleucid withdrawal. Laconia, Pamphylia, and Pisidia eventually became involved in the wars between Mithridates and Rome, but it seems unlikely that he went this far afield at this time. Much the same can be said for Cilicia farther east. Scattered through this region and to the east was the Seleucid territory where Antiochus IX, Mithridates' cousin, was in the process of establishing himself as the last strong ruler of the dying kingdom. Despite the long-standing connections between the Seleucids and the Pontic dynasty, it does not seem that Mithridates had much concern with their territory at this time, although this would change as conflict with Rome became inevitable. To the north, Armenia was beginning to emerge as an important regional kingdom. It had come into existence as an independent state due to the Seleucid decline in the late 3rd century BC, but was still relatively obscure at the time of the accession of Mithridates VI, under its ruler Tigranes I. Around 95 BC, his son Tigranes II would succeed him and become the first great king of the territory, ruling for 40 years. He would be a major ally of Mithridates and would marry his daughter Cleopatra. An incognito king obviously could not make any visits to royal courts or make any political decisions involving other dynasties, and the journey was largely a topographical reconnaissance, laying the groundwork for the military operations that would characterize his reign, although it is impossible to determine his contemporary state of mind and his thoughts regarding the future. In time he returned to Sinope, confronted his unfaithful wife, and began his reign in earnest. Within several years of his father's death, Mithridates had eliminated or neutralized any potential rivals to his rule. He was now ready to embark on his dramatic career, which over the next half-century would make him the dominant personality of the Eastern Mediterranean world and the second of the three great rivals of the late Roman Republic, after Hannibal and before Cleopatra VII. Chapter 7. The early expansion of the kingdom of Mithridates VI. Encircling the Black Sea. His domestic problems settled, Mithridates VI began a program of expansion of his kingdom. Despite his journey through Asia Minor, his first interests were along the coasts of the Black Sea beyond the traditional boundaries of Pontus. No precise detailed chronological outline is available, nor is it possible to determine whether the Asian reconnaissance was before, during, or after his acquisition of the Black Sea territories, but one must assume that his efforts along the coast were within a few years after he gained total control around 116 BC. Strabo, writing several generations later, suggested that Mithridates had the idea of making war against the Romans in mind from the very beginning of his reign, and that he soon planned to go as far as the Adriatic. Such a global reach is unlikely at this early date, but the king certainly had cause for complaint against the Romans, since Phrygia, which had been given to his father in 129 BC, was repossessed by them and added to the province of Asia. Although the Romans were later to claim that they were merely liberating the territory, not annexing it, this was hardly the case, and it came to be believed that this incident was the primary cause of Mithridates' subsequent wars against Rome. To be sure, it would be a quarter century before open warfare began, but Mithridates would devote those years to building a power base that could, in fact, allow him to go to war. One of his early acquisitions may have been somewhat serendipitous. Around 107 BC, the dynast of Lesser Armenia, a certain Antipatros, son of Cissus, yielded his kingdom to Mithridates. Lesser Armenia, the mountainous region southeast of Pontus, was rich in natural resources, especially minerals. The Pontic kings had had an interest in the region for half a century, and Mithridates V had actually been styled King of Pontus and Armenia, the latter presumably referring only to Lesser Armenia, during the war against Aristonicus, the Pergamene pretender. Now, in the early years of Mithridates VI, Antipatros handed it over to the Pontic ruler, under exactly what circumstances is not known, and it would remain an integral part of his kingdom. To the east of Pontus was Colchis, the territory at the southeastern corner of the Black Sea, long famous as the destination of Jason and the Argonauts. It too was a rich region, as the tale of the Golden Fleece implies. There were also timber and linen resources, both of which were important components of shipbuilding. Linen was used for sails, and thus necessary to create the fleet that the king would need to move against the Romans. In fact, Colchis would become the primary supplier of these essential items. Moreover, it was a trade outlet for the interior, located on the Phasis, modern Rioni, River, and at the west end of a major route from the southern Caucasus and Caspian regions. Possession of Colchis gained Pontus access to a vast area of south-central Asia. Its acquisition was linked by Strabo with the annexation of Lesser Armenia, although if Mithridates did not obtain that region until 107 BC, he may have moved into Colchis a few years previously. It is also reported that the king took Colchis peacefully through inheritance, but not enough is known about its contemporary organization to understand the details, or whether any coercion was involved. Colchis was not a unified state, and remnants of the Persian local administration persisted. The collapse of this weak government may have been what led the Colchians to request that Mithridates become their ruler. Local invitation or a bequest was a claim that the king made regularly when acquiring territory. In this era of the Pergamene legacy, such means of transferring power were common, although there may have been some sort of self-justification by the king. In time, Strabo's great-uncle Moephernes would be royal governor, and he and other Pontic administrators gave Colchis the centralized government that it needed. By all accounts, these events were early in the king's reign, certainly by 106 BC. Regardless of his thoughts about the future, he had obtained important economic resources that would serve him well in any subsequent campaigns. Included in his new territorial reach was the city of Dioscurius at modern Sukhumi in Georgia, the northernmost city in Colchis and the largest Greek city on the eastern Black Sea coast. Allegedly founded by the Dioscuri, it was considered, slightly inaccurately, the most remote sailing point in the Mediterranean system. Less is known about his interest in the western Black Sea. The people of Odessus, modern Varna in Bulgaria, had appealed to Pharnakes I for assistance, citing the usual reason, pressures from the populations of the interior, and Mithridates may have continued his grandfather's relationship with that city. At the northwestern corner of the sea was Borysthenes, or Olbia, at modern Parutino in Ukraine, lying near the mouth of the Borysthenes, modern Dnieper, river. It had been founded by Milesians in the 6th century BC and, while prosperous, had a certain notoriety as the farthest north Greek city. In Mithridates' day, it was in decline, in part because of barbarian advances, and in fact the Scythian leader Skyluros had occupied it and struck his own coins there. Mithridates, presumably as part of his general campaign in the northern Black Sea regions, removed the Scythians, but it is not certain whether he took direct control of the city. Farther along the coast to the west was Tyrus, another Milesian settlement. It lay at the mouth of its homonymous river, the modern Dniester. Mithridates may have acquired it at roughly the same time as Borysthenes. Two other cities on the west coast, Istros in modern Romania south of the mouth of the Danube, and Apollonia at modern Burgas in Bulgaria, were allied with Pontus at the time of the First War with Rome, but details of their earlier relationship with the king are lacking. It was also said that Mithridates completely defeated the Scythians. This is problematic in part because Scythian tended to be a generic term for the primitive peoples north and west of the Black Sea, and it is unlikely that any defeat of them was as thorough as Justin's text implies. Moreover, Mithridates' total defeat is contextually associated by Justin with the Scythian expedition of Alexander the Great, whose commander Zopyron allegedly lost 30,000 men in an engagement with the Scythians near the mouth of the Borysthenes. This may provide the approximate location of Mithridates' victory, and it allowed him to succeed where Alexander, or at least those representing him, had failed. Thus it became the royal ideology that all the Scythians had been defeated, whatever actually happened. The invasion of the Chersonesos. Sometime during the first years of the king's rule, Chersonesos Tavriki sent him an urgent message. Mithridates' grandfather, Pharnakes I, had concluded a treaty with the city in 155 BC, which included among its conditions that he would provide assistance if there were a barbarian invasion. Now, perhaps 40 years later, the city had been attacked and, reluctantly, Strabo implied, it appealed to Mithridates. His commanders were already in the region, somewhere between Dioscurius and the Cimmerian Bosporus, engaging the locals. Chersonesus, another remote Greek city, had been under almost constant threat from the north. Skyluros, the Scythian dynast, had put together a kingdom whose outposts threatened Chersonesus. He built fortresses north of the city at Palakion, Kabon, and Neapolis. The southern part of the peninsula on which the city of Chersonesus was located, modern Crimea, is precipitous and mountainous,
and Scalurus and other local chieftains would harass the Greek cities from refuges on the rugged uplands of Mount Trapezus and Mount Cimmerian, which reach elevations of over 5,000 feet within a few miles of the coast. Moreover, presumably as a part of this general policy, Scaluros also seized the Greek city of Olbia to the west. The Scythians themselves were being forced to the south by population movements to their north, and an actual attack on Chersonesus, and probably the occupation of Neapolis and Olbia, resulted in the appeal to Mithridates. In response, the king sent his most senior commander, Diophantos, son of Asclepiodorus, to Chersonesus. His campaigns are documented better than most of the events of this era because the people of Chersonesus set up a bronze statue of the commander in full armor, now lost, whose surviving dedicatory base contains a detailed account of the events, spread over 3 years, perhaps 111 to 109 BC. Upon landing at an unspecified point, Diophantos was immediately attacked by Pallicus, Scalurus's son and successor. Although the Scythians had a reputation for being undefeatable, the Pontic army routed them, and it was claimed that this was the first time they had been beaten. This may have been what led Mithridates to assert that they had been totally defeated. Next, Diophantos overcame a nearby ethnic group, the Taurians, whom he consolidated into a town. They had been famous in Greek mythology as the protectors of Iphigenia, but in reality had long been a problem for Greek settlers. The town that Diophantos established may have been Eupatorion, named after the king, although, as with so many Hellenistic city foundations, it was both a collection of people from the hinterland and the re-establishment of an existing town. Having secured a Pontic presence in Chersonesus, Diophantos then headed east to the kingdom of Bosporus in order to meet with its king Perisides or Parisides V, and to persuade him of the inevitability of Pontic expansion into the region. The kingdom of Bosporus was situated around the narrow strait known as the Cimmerian Bosporus, modern Strait of Kerch. It also extended to the north along the Maeotis, the modern Sea of Azov, as far as the mouth of the Tanais, modern Don, river. Parisides was being pressed by barbarians from the north who demanded increasingly large tribute. Diophantos persuaded him either to hand over his kingdom outright or to leave it as a bequest to Mithridates, but there is no report of military action in Bosporus at this time. The commander then returned to the Chersonesus and moved inland, taking control of 2 Scythian royal fortresses, Kabioi or Kabon and Neapolis. The former lies near modern Kerman-Kair and the latter near Simferopol. There may have been a particularly compelling reason to capture Neapolis, since its name indicates that it was originally a Greek city that had been appropriated by the Scythians. The Greek population of the Chersonesus was quite satisfied with Diophantos' achievements, and his campaign finished, he returned to Sinope. But in time, how much later is not documented, the Scythians reconstituted their forces. The situation reached a point of urgency, and Diophantos was sent out again, even though winter was approaching. He attempted to move against the Scythian fortresses, presumably well in the interior, but had to retreat because of bad weather and return to the coast, where the Scythians had taken a number of cities, including perhaps Eupatorion. This campaign initially did not go well for the Pontic forces. It was the middle of winter in a region where they were less accustomed to the extreme weather than the locals. Yet after difficulties, Diophantos prevailed, even though he was besieged for a while in the vicinity of Katenos, near modern Sevastopol. Nevertheless, Pallicus, the Scythian commander, believed that he had the Pontic forces at a disadvantage and put together an indigenous coalition, especially including the Roxolanians, whom the Greeks believed were the farthest north population, led by their commander Tassios. The coalition forces allegedly numbered 50,000, perhaps an exaggeration, but due to their inferior tactics they were no match for the Greek phalanx, even though Diophantos had only 6,000 troops. At the beginning of spring they were defeated, and Diophantos was able to retake some of the fortresses in the Chersonesus. Issues regarding the arrangement made with Parisides of Bosporus to hand over his kingdom to Mithridates became urgent when it was learned that he had been killed by a Scythian chieftain, Somosos, who ironically had been raised at the Bosporan court.
The Scythians also attempted to assassinate Diophantos himself, who presumably had gone to Bosporus in order to negotiate with Symmachus, and he was only rescued by a ship sent from Chersonesus. In time he returned to Bosporus with both land and sea forces and captured the major cities, along with Symmachus, who was sent to Sinope and vanished from the historical record. Invoking whatever arrangements Parysades had made, Mithridates now took possession of the Bosporan kingdom. There is evidence for another Pontic expedition to the northern Black Sea region, but it cannot be dated.
In command was Neoptolemus, who was best known for fighting 2 battles on the Cimmerian Bosporus, one in winter when the straits were frozen and using cavalry, and another in summer with ships, events remembered because of the Greek incredulity at the cold weather of the north.
These battles may have occurred shortly after Diophantos's campaigns or much later, perhaps even in the 80s BC, when Neoptolemus was prominent as one of Mithridates' major commanders, and the indigenous peoples of the northern Black Sea were again causing difficulty. A tower of Neoptolemus, which was near modern Primorskaya in Ukraine, may be a memorial to this campaign. It does not survive today, but it is evidence for campaigning well west of the Chersonesus. With the acquisition of the Bosporan kingdom, Mithridates VI had now assimilated the most important Greek state on the northern Black Sea. This gave him control of the entire eastern seacoast from Pontus all the way around to the end of Asia at the Cimmerian Bosporus and somewhat beyond, although his presence in the unorganized territory between Dioscurius and the eastern edge of the Bosporan kingdom was marginal. This was a region of little-known and primitive peoples, the Achaeans, Zygians, who gave their name to modern Sochi in Russia, Heniochians, and others who lived on the northern and western slopes of the Caucasus. Mithridates also had some relationship, presumably more protectorate than outright control, over the region of the Chersonesus and some of the cities beyond to the west. The Roman response. The Romans must have looked askance at the activities of Mithridates. Although it is difficult to credit Strabo's statement that Mithridates' involvement with the northern Black Sea territories was part of a greater campaign that would take him all the way to the Adriatic, the king would have given the Romans cause for worry. They had officially known about Pontus since the time of Pharnaces I, yet their repossession of part of Phrygia, whatever the details, meant that Roman and Pontic territory were coming ever closer to one another. These were difficult years for the Roman Republic. The internal instability that was to last for a century and which would cause its eventual collapse was in its initial stages. The attempted land reforms of the 2 tribunes, the Gracchi brothers, connected in part to the projected revenue from the Pergamene legacy, had resulted in civil violence, with the elder brother, Tiberius, killed on the Capitol in the late summer of 133 BC, and the younger, Gaius, meeting the same fate a decade later on the Aventine. Then there was trouble in North Africa, where a civil war in Numidia resulted in the alleged killing of many Italian merchants in the capital, Cirta. This led to open warfare against the claimant to the Numidian throne and the assumed instigator of the violence, the Roman-trained Jugurtha, a conflict that lasted from 112 to 104 BC, the very years that Mithridates was encircling the Black Sea. Peoples in Europe were also on the move. The Cimbrians and Teutonians had been drifting south from the region of Jutland, and the first Roman consul sent against them, Gnaeus Papirius Carbo, suffered a massive defeat at Norea, probably in modern Austria. He returned home and was prosecuted in 113 BC by Marcus Antonius, grandfather of the triumvir, but committed suicide by ingesting copper sulfate. Then there were problems in Gaul, and the consul of 107 BC, Lucius Cassius Longinus, was defeated by the Volscians. He was killed and his army captured. 2 years later, near Arozio, modern Orange in France, the Roman army in the field against the Cimbrians was said to have lost 80,000 men, its greatest defeat since the time of Hannibal. Although there is no evidence that the Romans had any contact with Mithridates during the first decade of his rule other than the partial acquisition of Phrygia around 120 BC, reports of his activities on the Black Sea certainly reached Rome. The war against Jugurtha broke out in 112 BC, and Diophantus may have been in negotiation with Parysades of Bosporus at almost exactly the same time. It may even have been the Roman preoccupation with Jugurtha and the contemporary issues in Europe that encouraged Mithridates to believe that he could begin his expansionism without Roman interference. But whatever was heard in Rome about Mithridates, it cannot have been well received. If the rumors included a report that he was moving toward the Adriatic, that would have been worse. In later years, when war had actually started, the king stressed his good relations with the peoples of interior Europe, not only the Scythians and Taurians, but also the Bastarnians, who lived on the upper Vistula and along the Danube, and others in the region. He may have been making connections with them as early as the beginning of his reign. The only report of specific Roman reaction to Mithridates' presence in the northern Black Sea region is difficult to interpret and, as always, may be anachronistic. According to Memnon, the Romans were suspicious of what the king was doing and ordered him to return to the Scythians their hereditary territories, which Mithridates did in as limited a way as possible. The passage is part of Memnon's report on Mithridates' career and his wars against the Romans, and it lacks specific chronological grounding. Moreover, if the Romans did insist on the return of the Scythian acquisitions, there is no other evidence that Mithridates did so. It is more probable that Memnon's report is a garbled account of senatorial concerns about the king's activities in Central Asia Minor, perhaps in Phrygia or Cappadocia, close to Roman territory, and a region where the Senate in time would become involved. It is improbable that the Romans had any serious interest in the Scythians. But if the king were already reaching out to those in Europe along the Danube, the Romans might have found this a reason for worry, since they already had a presence in northern Thrace and thus might believe that Mithridates would be able to bring to his side some of the European peoples who were already threatening Rome. But for the time being, Rome was occupied elsewhere, especially with Jugurtha and the various pressures north of Italy. Yet a prescient analysis of current conditions might have led some in Rome to wonder if Mithridates would be the next Jugurtha. The economic benefits. There is the inevitable tendency, put forth since Mithridates' own era, to see the king as primarily an aggressor who conquered other peoples for his own self-aggrandizement. To some extent this is true, but acquisition of the coasts of the Black Sea was of significant economic benefit to the Pontic kingdom. As noted, Colchis was the primary supplier of the timber and linen needed for shipbuilding, and the fleet that this produced was important for trade as well as military purposes. There were also Colchian mineral resources along with those of Lesser Armenia. The Chersonesus and Bosporus had long been major grain exporters to the Mediterranean world, and the king was able to turn this to his own purposes. Shipments to the Athenians and elsewhere had begun by the 5th century BC, and by Mithridates' day the region of Syndike in the eastern portion of the Bosporan region sent 180,000 medimnoi, over 250,000 bushels of grain and 200 talents of silver, presumably annually, to the king. The grain could supply a large number of soldiers. Tannius, at the mouth of its river, the most remote city in the Bosporan territory and the contact point with the nomadic barbarians, would receive slaves, hides, and other such nomadic things from the interior, and the nomads in return would obtain clothing, wine, and other such products of a civilized life. As Mithridates acquired the Black Sea territories, part of the arrangement was that they would supply manpower for his growing military needs, and the accounts of his battles are replete with the foreign soldiers that he levied. He was said to have obtained his army from Scythia and to have caused the entire East to make war against the Romans. When the First War began in 89 BC, Pelopidas, his envoy to the Romans before the outbreak of hostilities, reported that Mithridates' empire included troops from the Colchians, Scythians, Taurians, Bastarnians, Thracians, Samartians, a particularly remote people from north of the Black Sea, and all those around the Tannius, Istros, Danube, and the coasts of the Meotis. It is clear that Mithridates' conquests during the first decade of his reign provided him with a vast amount of human as well as natural resources. The invasions of Paphlagonia and Galatia. Mithridates' creation of a greater Pontic kingdom spreading through northern Asia Minor and the Black Sea littoral began when he and Nicomedes III of Bithynia made an agreement to partition Paphlagonia, which lay between their two kingdoms. This probably happened in the early part of the last decade of the 2nd century BC. Weak and unorganized, Paphlagonia was ripe for conquest, but Mithridates realized that any such move might be viewed aggressively by Nicomedes, who had been on the throne longer than him, since the early 120s BC, and who would see a Pontic army heading west as moving toward his kingdom. Mithridates realized that Bithynia was the only other significant Greek state in northern Asia Minor, and probably respected Nicomedes' seniority. Relations between Pontus and Bithynia had more often been contentious than harmonious, but any conquest of Bithynia was probably not on Mithridates' agenda at this time. Yet a closer relationship might help neutralize Roman ambitions in the region, as well as give the king access to the Aegean without going through the Thracian Bosporus. Nicomedes had his own issues with the Romans. A few years later, the consul Gaius Marius requested help from Nicomedes in his campaign against the Cimbrians, but the king refused, noting that a significant number of Bithynians had been sold into slavery for failing to pay their taxes. Presumably these were Bithynians living in Roman territory, the province of Asia adjoined Bithynia on the south, and even though Marius's unsuccessful request came several years after the alliance with Pontus, the problem had probably existed for a while. Mithridates himself had his complaints against Rome, although he was somewhat more remote, involving the loss of at least part of Phrygia at the beginning of his reign. The two kings would have seen an alliance as a way of exercising their common antipathy toward Rome, and, moreover, acquisition of Paphlagonia would prevent the Romans from driving a wedge between them. Thus, with the Romans occupied elsewhere, Mithridates and Nicomedes invaded Paphlagonia, probably around 108 BC. There are no details preserved about the campaign or other activities connected with the conquest. Justin merely reported that the year after Mithridates' incognito travels around Asia Minor, he and Nicomedes attacked Paphlagonia and then partitioned it. The campaign was probably brief. If the kings had thought Rome would not respond, they were mistaken. When the Senate learned about the invasion, they sent ambassadors to both courts, demanding a withdrawal. Mithridates claimed that Paphlagonia was his by right of inheritance, a ploy that he used regularly, taking into account all the real and attempted conquests of his ancestors. In this case, he stated that it had belonged to his father Mithridates V, something documented only in Justin's account. Nicomedes, with more authority to dictate Paphlagonia's future, announced that he would return it to its proper ruler, and then placed his own son on the throne, giving him the Paphlagonian dynastic name Pylaemenes, the name of a king at the time of the Pergamene pretender Aristonicus. The Roman ambassadors, realizing that they were in a losing situation, gave up and returned home. To be sure, the kings may not have expected any response to their invasion on the part of the Romans, who were in the midst of the war with Jugurtha, and the actual Roman reaction seems weak and formulaic. Clearly, there were no troops available to support the Roman demands. Mithridates now believed that he was equal to Rome in power, ultimately a fatal overestimation, and after his initial bluster he may actually have given up Paphlagonia for a time, since in 85 BC the Roman commander Lucius Cornelius Sulla accused the king of seizing the territory while Rome was engaged in the Marsic War of 91 to 87 BC, an indication that he had not possessed it just previous to that time. The weak Roman response emboldened Mithridates, and he promptly invaded Galatia to the southwest of his kingdom. The Pontic relationship with the Galatians had been varied, and their groups, there were 12 tetrarchies in the late 1st century BC, had vacillated between being Pontic allies and opponents. Pharnaces I had attempted to acquire Galatia in his war with Pergamon of 183 to 179 BC, but had been forced to give it up and, moreover, to cancel all treaties that he had with them. He also was prohibited from invading the territory ever again for any reason. These terms may have led his grandson, Mithridates VI, to feel that he had an obligation to restore Galatia to Pontic control. Yet his invasion of Galatia was probably even more minimal than that of Paphlagonia, essentially an assertion of his ancestral rights and his way of rebuking the Roman response to the matter of Paphlagonia. He probably had the approval of Nicomedes III of Bithynia and his son Pylaemenes, now king of Paphlagonia. Mithridates advanced far enough to build a fortress in eastern Galatia, which he named Mithridatian, located perhaps at modern Eudokia, and which remained in Pontic hands until Pompey restored it to the Galatians in the 60s BC, perhaps even after the king's death. The fortress was presumably the sole visible manifestation of his occupation of Galatia, and the invasion made little impression on Rome. The war with Jugurtha came to an end in late 105 BC. The Numidian king was turned over to Sulla and was transferred to Rome, dying in January 104 through either execution or suicide. 2 years later, Marius, who had been Sulla's superior in Africa, defeated the Teutonians at Aquisextii, modern Aix-en-Provence, bringing the northern threat to Rome to an end. Mithridates was coming to realize that he could no longer count on Roman disinterest in his activities. Little did he realize that Marius and Sulla would become very much involved in his future destiny. Thus the king, who was also becoming embroiled in the affairs of Cappadocia, would have been naive to continue to expect a weak Roman response to his activities. He therefore resorted to another tactic, bribery of prominent Romans. Presumably he knew enough about Roman history to believe that such an approach would work. As early as the 4th century BC, bribery had become a problem in the Roman electoral process, and in subsequent years there had been numerous cases of both the practice and legislation against it. Internal electoral bribery was hardly the same as bribery by a foreign potentate, as Mithridates would learn, but the distinction may have been lost on him, and he saw it as a part of the Roman way of life. The king sent a well-financed embassy to Rome, probably in 102 or 101 BC. The date is determined by the election of the tribune Lucius Apuleius Saturninus to his second term, which began in 100 BC. Saturninus, a popular leader and protege of Marius, believed that the attempted bribery and the Senate's receptiveness to it could be used in order to attack their vested interests. He insulted the ambassadors, perhaps even resorting to violence. Encouraged by the senators, they pressed charges. Saturninus, in an emotional defense, argued that he was only trying to protect the needs of the people, and thus he was unexpectedly acquitted and re-elected tribune. He was elected again for 99 BC, but before he could assume office he fell victim to the civic violence of the era and was killed by a mob. Diodorus is the only source for the bribery, and needless to say his account is about Saturninus, not Mithridates. Nothing more is known about the king's ambassadors or how successful their bribery attempt was, although it is possible that it may have encouraged the Senate to ignore the invasion of Galatia. But the king had learned that Rome was now in a position to react more strongly to his endeavors, with the end of their problems in Numidia and Gaul, and that a direct approach to Romans of power might have certain advantages. Trouble in Cappadocia. Cappadocia had essentially been a Pontic protectorate since early in Mithridates' reign, when the king effected the assassination of King Ariarathes VI, leaving the kingdom to his wife Laodike, Mithridates' sister, and her young son Ariarathes VII. But as the new king reached maturity, he became less easy to control, and his mother saw her influence waning. Yet intervention in Cappadocia came not from her brother but from Nicomedes III of Bithynia, who took the initiative and invaded the territory, perhaps around 103 or 102 BC, expelling Ariarathes VII. This may have been at the instigation of the queen, who realized that her role as regent for her son, now an adult, made her vulnerable and that both her son and brother might find her dispensable. To protect herself, she married Nicomedes, but if the couple had any illusions about reigning in Cappadocia, these were futile, since Mithridates promptly expelled them and restored his nephew. A few months later, Mithridates and Ariarathes had a falling out, and because Mithridates needed a strong presence in the territory, he called upon his trusted advisor Gordius, who was Cappadocian and had been directly responsible for the death of Ariarathes VI a decade or so previously. He would now take control in Cappadocia. Needless to say, this was not acceptable to Ariarathes VII, who put together a large force ready to oppose a Pontic army of approximately equal size. Mithridates was not certain that he could prevail in so pretended negotiations, at which he killed Ariarathes VII with his own hand. Mithridates then made his 8-year-old son king, giving him the royal name Ariarathes IX, with Gordius as regent.
With the death of Ariarathes VII, the Ariarathed dynasty of Cappadocia that had been established in the early 3rd century BC came to an end. The Cappadocians were hardly pleased at these events and attempted unsuccessfully to place the brother of Ariarathes VII on the throne as Ariarathes VIII, but he soon died of natural causes. Nicomedes of Bithynia also put forth his own claimant, allegedly another son of Ariarathes VII. At this point, both Mithridates and Nicomedes sent embassies to the Romans. The former sent Gordius, and the latter Laodike, the mother of Ariarathes VII, perhaps one of the first examples of a royal woman appealing to the Senate. But the Senate was not impressed by either claimant. They ordered Mithridates to remove his army from Cappadocia, and, to give the appearance of equanimity, they ordered Nicomedes to give up Paphlagonia, which he had held, at least in part, for the previous decade. Further, the Senate declared that both Cappadocia and Paphlagonia would be free and independent states without a ruling dynasty. By this time, the Romans were becoming seriously worried about the activities of Mithridates, and in 98 or 97 BC, Gaius Marius visited Asia Minor using personal business to make a reconnaissance of the situation in Cappadocia and Galatia. Plutarch reported that as a private citizen, after holding an unprecedented 6 consulships and achieving numerous outstanding military successes, Marius was looking for new adventures and was hoping to capitalize on the wealth of the East, but this is unlikely. Specifically, he went to Asia in order to fulfill a vow at the shrine of the Great Mother in the Galatian city of Pessinus. Some years previously, a certain Bauticus, priest at the shrine, had appeared in Rome and, among other things, had predicted Marius's victory against the Cimbrians. After defeating them, Marius eventually went to Galatia to give thanks at Pessinus. Whether he had any official commission remains debatable. There is no specific evidence for it, but it seems unlikely that the Senate would not take advantage of the presence of one of their most senior commanders on the borders of Pontus, whose king was becoming a problem. In all likelihood, the Romans were concerned that war with Mithridates was approaching the inevitable, and thus sent the experienced Marius to investigate. Marius met with Mithridates, the location is not specified, and advised him either to be stronger than Rome or to submit to it in silence, a bold statement that impressed the king, who would have been aware that Alexander the Great was believed to have said the same thing about the Romans. Although the anecdote is thus somewhat formulaic, fitting into traditions about Roman virtue in the presence of an Eastern king, both Marius and Mithridates would have understood the subliminal message. Whether it affected Mithridates' long-term policy cannot be determined, but he probably remembered Marius's, and thus Alexander's, words for the rest of his life. The Paphlagonian response to the Senate's orders is not recorded, but the Cappadocians surprisingly rejected the proposal and asked for a king, feeling that their status deserved one. What was more astonishing was that they chose Gordius for their king. Presumably he had some status within the Cappadocian ruling elite that is unknown today. The Senate, however, did not approve of this selection since Gordius was too connected to Mithridates, and instead appointed another Cappadocian aristocrat, a certain Ariobarzanes I, who was probably related to the royal family. Despite a career that was tenuous at best, Mithridates kept expelling him. He lasted 30 years, and his descendants ruled until 41 BC. Of the other contemporary participants in Cappadocian affairs, Gordius continued to serve Mithridates for many years, and Nicomedes III of Bithynia reigned until around 94 BC. His new wife, Laodike, Mithridates' sister, may have been honored at Delphi, along with her husband, but otherwise drops from the historical record. And Mithridates VI, although now fully within the horizon of Rome, nevertheless turned his interests toward the east. Chapter 8. The Gathering Storm. Tigranes II of Armenia. Although Mithridates had exercised a remarkable show of power, the first 2 decades of his reign had had mixed results. The Black Sea littoral was firmly under his control, despite barbarian incursions into the Bosporus and the Chersonesus. But his activities in Asia Minor were problematic. His influence in Cappadocia was diminishing, he may have had to give up Paphlagonia, and his invasion of Galatia was limited. Moreover, he had alienated his closest ally Nicomedes III of Bithynia, and probably also his own sister Laodike. This may be part of the reason that when it was reported a new king had come to the throne of Greater Armenia, Mithridates responded with interest. Greater Armenia, the high and rugged territory between Mesopotamia and Colchis and extending east almost to the coastal districts of the Caspian Sea, had emerged as an independent kingdom with the retrenchment of the Seleucids in the early 2nd century BC. The local satrap of Antiochus III, Artaxias, declared himself king and established a dynasty that lasted into the Augustan period. Yet Armenia is hardly known during the 2nd century BC, and the territory probably remained weak and unimportant until the beginning of the following century. In 95 BC, Tigranes II came to the throne. He was not young. Many years previously he had been sent east of the Euphrates to the Parthian court as a hostage and had spent much of his youth there. He was recalled to Armenia upon the death of his father. The date of 95 BC is secure, since when he met the Roman legate Appius Clodius Pulcher at Antioch in 70 BC, he had been on the throne for 25 years. But even when Tigranes returned to Armenia, he remained beholden to the Parthian king because Parthia had established him on the throne in exchange for parts of Armenia. At some time, Tigranes' daughter Automa married Mithridates II of Parthia. Tigranes would rule Armenia for 40 years, extending his kingdom as far as Antioch in Syria and outliving Mithridates VI. Unlike him, he would come to an accommodation with the Romans. He was the only dynast of the era to become equal to Mithridates in power and prestige. How much Mithridates realized Tigranes' potential at the beginning of his reign is uncertain, but he soon saw the Armenian king as a possible ally whose interests might not compete with his own. If the sequence of events preserved by Justin is in correct chronological order, the first arrangement between the two kings was the marriage of Mithridates' daughter Cleopatra and Tigranes. The royal couple would have 6 children, including the king's successor, Artavasdes II, ruled circa 55 to 34 BC, and several daughters who married various Parthian kings. After the marriage alliance, the next step was to create a political one. Mithridates was allegedly well advanced with his plans for a war against Rome and recognized the value of the Armenian king's support. Given his mixed success in Cappadocia, Mithridates came to believe that Tigranes might be able to act on his behalf there. An Armenian presence in Cappadocia would also suit the plans of the Parthian king. Mithridates' advisor Gordius was sent to the Armenian court to persuade Tigranes to attack Cappadocia, whose ruler, the Cappadocian aristocrat Ariobarzanes I, was already in difficulty with his people. Allegedly, Tigranes had no idea that such an action would offend the Romans. Although this sounds unlikely, it may be true since he had spent much of his life in far-off Parthia, and the Parthians and Romans as yet had had no formal contact. Tigranes was ambitious, and one of his first actions was to annex Sophene, just to the west of Armenia, which may have brought him to the notice of Mithridates, since Sophene was only across the Euphrates from Cappadocia. Thus, around 92 BC, Tigranes invaded Cappadocia and removed Ariobarzanes, who promptly fled to Rome. In a peculiar but revealing arrangement, Tigranes was to take possession of the captives, presumably soldiers, and their equipment, and any other items that he could acquire, while Mithridates would have the cities and the land. Clearly, he wanted to hold the actual territory, and thus he placed Gordius as governor but allowed Tigranes to have anything that was movable. Tigranes promptly returned to Armenia and advanced his interests in other directions. This was yet another Cappadocian adventure that was less than successful for Mithridates, since he was seen as the obvious aggressor, and the Roman response was swift. Shortly before, Sulla had been sent to Cilicia, the coastal regions located at the northeast corner of the Mediterranean. It was still largely Seleucid territory, but it was also an area where piracy was endemic, which affected the Mediterranean as far as Italy. The Romans had established a foothold in the district in 102 BC in order to combat the pirates. But a Roman provincial command was geographically fluid and broadly interpreted, and thus when Ariobarzanes appeared in Rome, Sulla was detailed to restore him. Moreover, the Senate told Sulla that his primary orders were to watch and restrain Mithridates. This resulted in a military engagement between the Romans and a Cappadocian force led by Archelaus, the brother of Neoptolemus, who enters the historical record at this point.
He would become the most important of Mithridates' commanders, leading his forces in the first war with Rome. His descendants would be major personalities in the eastern Mediterranean for many generations. Although Gordius was removed and Ariobarzanes eventually restored, it was not without difficulty on the part of Sulla, who did not comprehend the rough terrain of Cappadocia and had to use a truce in order to withdraw both his forces and Ariobarzanes surreptitiously. Sulla, having retreated from Cappadocia, met a Parthian embassy on the banks of the Euphrates. The Parthians would have worried about the Romans. If they had ambitions in Cappadocia, the Roman presence there was a matter of concern, and thus they sent a delegation to meet Sulla. The propraetor had already gone as far as the Euphrates and thus could be seen to threaten Parthia directly. Matters did not go well for the Parthians, and the Parthian envoy, Orobezos, was later executed, evidently because the Parthians objected to the presence of Ariobarzanes, whom they had deposed from the Cappadocian throne, through the agency of Tigranes. In the Parthian view, Orobezos should not have been a party to negotiations that involved Ariobarzanes. This contact between Rome and Parthia inaugurated 70 years of contentious relations between the two powers, in which the Pontic kingdom, as long as it lasted, was regularly involved. During these years, Mithridates was repeatedly attempting to form an alliance with Parthia. In one sense, his relationship with Tigranes was part of this, since the Armenian king was to some extent subject to the Parthians. Sulla's meeting on the Euphrates may have been to investigate exactly what the situation was between Parthia, Armenia, and Pontus. Mithridates had reached out to the Parthians and considered them one of his allies. This alliance with the strongest state to the east helped encourage him to make war on Rome a few years later. The Romans cannot have been unaware of the direction in which matters were moving. But when the Parthian king Mithridates II died in 88 BC, unstable conditions in the kingdom made it less interested in territory beyond the Euphrates, and further attempts at alliance by Mithridates VI of Pontus came to nothing. Events in Bithynia. Around 94 BC, Nicomedes III of Bithynia died. The fate of his wife, Mithridates' sister Laodike, if she were still alive, is unknown. His son, Nicomedes IV, succeeded him. It was reported that he had poisoned his father. Mithridates saw the regime change as an opportunity and attempted to have the new king assassinated. When this failed, he persuaded the king's younger brother, Socrates Chrestos, to claim the throne and provided him with an army. Socrates was successful, and Nicomedes IV promptly went to Rome to lodge a complaint. For good measure, Mithridates also had Ariobarzanes expelled again from Cappadocia, replacing him with his own son, Ariarathes IX. In order to do this, he employed two Armenians, Mithras and Bagoas, indicating that Tigranes was still of use to him. Mithridates may have felt that such bold action was possible because Rome was once again otherwise occupied. In 91 BC, it became involved in the social allies or Marsic War. The Marsians, who lived in the uplands of the Apennines, believed that they were not being treated properly by the Roman government and led a revolt of the Italian allies, which lasted until 87 BC. The headquarters of the rebels was at Corfinium, modern Corfino, which for a few years claimed to be the new capital of Italy, with civic structures to match. Mithridates, therefore, might reasonably think that the Romans would be too distracted to object to his activities in Cappadocia and Bithynia. Mithridates and Greece. During these years, Mithridates cultivated relations with the traditional Greek world, especially the island of Delos, which had had contacts with the Pontic kingdom since the time of Mithridates IV. The island had become prosperous after the Roman sack of Corinth in 146 BC, becoming the major mercantile center of the Aegean, and was especially known for its slave trade, profiting from a commodity increasingly in demand. As early as 115 BC, there had been a dedication to Mithridates VI on the island. In 102 or 101 BC, an Athenian, Hellenax, commissioned a memorial in honor of the king, the Mithridateon. Hellenax was the local priest of both Poseidon Isius and the Samothracian divinities of the Cabaroi and Dioscuri, and he built his monument to Mithridates at the earlier Samothracian, adjoining it on the north side of its front. The building was small, 4.30 meters by 3.05 meters and 4.65 meters high, but innovative architecturally, essentially a porch with two Ionic columns, an example of the monumental heroon that became common in the Hellenistic period. The dedicatory inscription stood on a frieze course above the columns, and above that was a pediment with a bust in a medallion. Inside there was a statue of the king and 12 medallion busts of his presumed associates, perhaps chosen by Helionax, which were later mutilated by the locals, probably after the king sacked the island in the First Mithridatic War. The inscription records that the monument was on behalf of the Athenians and Romans and dedicated to the divinities of Helionax's priesthood, as well as King Mithridates Eupator Dionysus, an early citation of his divine surname. Helionax was a son of Asclepiodorus, and half a century earlier an Asclepiodorus and his brother Hermogenes, who themselves were sons of another Asclepiodorus, had made a dedication on Delos honoring Mithridates IV and his wife Laodike. Moreover, Mithridates' commander, Diophantus, who campaigned in the Chersonesus and Bosporus, was a son of an Asclepiodorus. All this may be evidence for a single Athenian family that over several generations had a close relationship with the Pontic monarchy. The interior statue of the king depicts him in Roman military dress, demonstrating that at the time of the dedication he was still attempting, or believed to be attempting, a favorable relationship with Rome. The medallions inside provide important documentation about his connections and alliances a decade before the First War with Rome. On the long north side, probably the place of honor, two kings are represented, Ariarathes VII of Cappadocia, Mithridates' nephew, and the Seleucid Antiochus VIII, who ruled from the 120s to 96 BC and was a remote cousin. This is a rare indication of contemporary contact between the Pontic and Seleucid dynasties, and since Mithridates' relationship with his nephew was problematic, it is possible that the inclusion of the two kings was Helionax's way of casting a wide net. Also on the north side were Asclepiodorus, the father of Helionax, perhaps demonstrating that he was closely associated with the royal court, and Diophantus, the son of Mithridates, probably a relative of the Diophantus who had been Mithridates' commander in the Chersonesus and Bosporus. This later Diophantus may have been an officer in the Third Mithridatic War. There was also a bust of an official at the Parthian court, whose name is not preserved, but which shows the extent of relations between Pontus and Parthia several years before the latter had any contact with the Romans. On the east wall were Papias, son of Menophilos, the royal physician, and another Parthian official. The west wall contained Gaius, the son of Hermaeus, perhaps the companion of Mithridates mentioned by Plutarch, and Dorylaeus, the ancestor of Strabo, who had become commander of the army and also priest-king at the great sanctuary of Comana. The three remaining medallions, one on each side, cannot be identified. A few years later, in 94 to 93 BC, a certain Dikaeos of the Attic deme Ionidae, who was the priest of Serapis on Delos and a prosperous merchant, made a dedication in the adjoining Serapion, also from the Athenians and Romans, in honor of the king. There are several other inscriptions from the island that are fragmentary but mention the king. He also participated in an equestrian competition on the island of Chios, whether in person or simply supplying the horses is not known, as well as one on Rhodes. There was also a statue of him on that island. Neither the statue nor the athletic events can be dated precisely, but they can be assumed to have been when Mithridates' prestige in the Greek world was at its height before the outbreak of the First War. The commission of Manius Aquilius. If Mithridates believed that there would be no response to the removal of the kings of Bithynia and Cappadocia, he once again had underestimated the Roman determination to keep the province of Asia secure and to exercise some control over the activities of the eastern kings. In addition, the Roman presence in Cilicia meant that their influence in Asia Minor was more extensive than ever. Both Ariobarzanes of Cappadocia and Nicomedes IV of Bithynia immediately went to Rome after their expulsion. Justin made a point of noting that the former took his wealth with him, suggesting that there might be funds available to assist in persuading the Senate to effect his restoration. Even though the Romans were occupied with the Italians, they were able to appoint Manius Aquilius to see to the matter of the contentious kings. He was probably the son of the opponent of Aristarchus some 40 years previously, and an experienced political and military leader, having been consul in 101 BC and then holding a proconsular command the following years in Sicily. He was sent to Asia probably in 90 or early 89 BC. The other commissioners were Maelius Maltinus and a certain Mancinus, perhaps Titus Manlius Mancinus, tribune of the people in 107 BC. Also involved was Gaius Cassius, the proconsul of Asia, who was in the vicinity of Pergamon with a small military force. They ordered Mithridates to be cooperative, but the king was obstinate and immediately raised the matter of the loss of Phrygia. Yet Aquilius and Cassius were able to restore Ariobarzanes and Nicomedes without incident, urging both to start a war against Mithridates, perhaps hoping that the Pontic problem could be settled without major Roman involvement. Ariobarzanes, territorially more remote, refused to do this, but Nicomedes, heavily in debt to the Romans since he had promised to pay the costs of his restoration, reluctantly invaded Pontus, going as far as Amastris, which lay about 20 miles within Pontus from the Bithynian border. In doing so, he collected a large amount of plunder. Moreover, he blockaded the Black Sea outlet at the Thracian Bosporus, which would have been a major economic blow to Pontus and a serious provocation. Mithridates made no military response, but he began to mobilize those allies who could supply troops, mostly from the north. Mentioned are the Cimbrians, probably referring to peoples along the lower Danube, Sarmatians, Bastarnians, and Scythians. His ability to levy forces from these distant regions shows the broad reach of his power as he prepared for war against the Romans. But he made no attack. He wanted as much provocation as possible before going to war. There was still time for diplomacy, and the king sent an envoy, Pelopidas, to negotiate with the Romans, perhaps at Pergamon. This could also serve as a delaying action. Appian presented in detail his speech to the commissioners, as well as the response of Nicomedes' envoys. Despite the inevitable problematic nature of speeches in Greco-Roman literature, Appian's account is a good summary of the issues between the belligerents at the outbreak of the First Mithridatic War. Pelopidas spoke first, structuring his comments in such a way as to provide solid causes for a war should it come. He emphasized that Phrygia and Cappadocia had been unlawfully taken away from the king, stating, rather ingenuously, that Cappadocia had always been a Pontic possession and that Phrygia had been given to Mithridates V in return for his services in the war against the Pergamene pretender Aristarchus. Moreover, the king had paid a large amount for the territory. Pelopidas then complained about the closure of the Black Sea and the plundering of portions of Pontus, noting that Mithridates had shown restraint by not responding to either, in order to demonstrate to the Romans that Nicomedes was the aggressor. He closed his speech by reminding the commissioners that Mithridates was a friendly and allied king, and that by treaty the Romans were obligated to restrain Nicomedes, which suggests that Mithridates had a higher legal status than the Bithynian king. Then the ambassadors of Nicomedes replied. They referred to Mithridates' history of interference in the Bithynian dynasty, especially the matter of Socrates, and argued that this was an insult to Rome as well as to Bithynia. They also insisted that the king's taking of the Chersonesus was in violation of the Roman policy that the eastern kings not acquire territory in Europe. The Chersonesus was, to be sure, barely in Europe, but its remoteness and the lack of a Roman response at the time of the seizure made this claim questionable. It was further pointed out that Mithridates had mobilized a massive army with a large number of allies and had made a marriage alliance with Armenia, which was presented as a provocation. He had also made contact with Ptolemaic Egypt, quite possible, but otherwise undocumented except in this context, although there was a later attempt at a marriage alliance, and with the Seleucids, which was supported by the presence of the medallion of Antiochus VIII in the Delian Mithridatian. Furthermore, the king had put together a large naval force, 300 cataphracts, with manpower from Phoenicia and Egypt, again presented as a provocation but hardly unexpected, since they were the best suppliers of naval forces. The ambassadors quite rightly emphasized Mithridates' anger over the matter of Phrygia and Cappadocia, yet urged the Romans to attack before it was too late. Although Nicomedes and his spokesman certainly had their own agenda, the speech is a remarkable summary of Mithridates' state of mind at the time. Pelopidas then replied, pointing out that the past history of relations between Pontus and Bithynia was not relevant to current issues, a questionable argument at best, but the present concern was the injustice of Nicomedes' recent activities. He depicted Mithridates as a victim who needed the Romans either to protect him or to leave him alone. This speech put the Roman commissioners in an awkward position because they had already decided to support Nicomedes. Perhaps the large amount of money he owed affected their decision. But they attempted a posture of conciliation, stating that they did not want either side to suffer from the other, not an effective response. They were clearly at a loss, and they adjourned the meeting, not allowing Pelopidas to speak further. Mithridates was now totally offended and promptly sent his son Ariarathes IX to reclaim Cappadocia and once again to drive out Ariobarzanes. It was a swift and effective operation, and several weeks later Pelopidas addressed the Roman commissioners again, making a final desperate attempt to prevent a full-scale war. He pointed out that Mithridates had been exceedingly patient regarding Phrygia, Cappadocia, and the recent activities of Nicomedes. Yet the Romans had been unresponsive to Mithridates' requests for friendship and alliance. Although this seems to contradict what Pelopidas had said in his first speech, that such a relationship existed, he may have meant that the Romans did not respect the existing arrangement. Thus the recent events in Cappadocia were in fact the Romans' fault, a solid piece of sophistry on the part of Pelopidas. Then Pelopidas announced that Mithridates would appeal directly to the Senate, which suggests it was perceived that Aquilius was acting independently, an early example of what would become so pernicious in the last years of the Roman Republic, when so many field commanders acted solely in their own interests. Mithridates wanted the commissioners themselves to meet with his ambassadors before the Senate, presumably believing that he would have more leverage there than with the commissioners alone. Pelopidas also reiterated the extent and depth of Mithridates' forces and allies, adding Arsaces of Parthia to the list, and put forth the interesting suggestion that if the Romans restrained Nicomedes, Mithridates would offer them help in the Marsic War. Pelopidas ended his speech by encouraging all to settle their differences in Rome. His subtle suggestion that Aquilius and the commissioners were not in step with Roman policy touched a raw nerve, and the commissioners considered his speech rather arrogant and ordered Mithridates to leave Bithynia and Cappadocia alone. They also said that they would restore Ariobarzanes. Furthermore, they arrested Pelopidas and ordered him to leave the meeting and not to return unless he could report that Mithridates had obeyed their orders. The reasons for war. It is impossible to determine whether war was inevitable or not. The ancient sources give the impression that Mithridates had planned a war against Rome for many years. Lucius Annaeus Florus, writing in the early 2nd century A.D., gave a succinct account of the official Roman view. Because of his great ambition, he, Mithridates, burned with a desire to possess all of Asia and, if possible, Europe. Allegedly, the king had told Tigranes II of Armenia, when the latter came to the throne, that his intent to make war on Rome had existed for many years, and a decade later, after the First War, Sulla said to Mithridates, "You kindled the war and had thought about it for a long time because you hoped to rule the entire world if you could conquer the Romans." Needless to say, such a point of view is a mixture of hindsight and the standard tendency to demonize one's enemies. But if Sulla's comments, very likely based on his own memoirs, are accurate, they show that a belief in Mithridates' desire for world conquest was current even relatively early in his career. Such an obsession on the part of the king may be true and reflects a desire to parallel the career of Alexander the Great. It may have come to be part of his self-image after he conquered the Chersonesus and the Cimmerian Bosporus at the beginning of his reign, coupled with his awareness of the general instability of late Hellenistic Asia Minor and, after 112 BC, Rome's wars elsewhere. The Roman acquisition of Western Asia Minor was an event of Mithridates' earliest years. The Pergamene legacy occurred when he was about 3 years of age, and the Roman establishment of the province of Asia a few years later. And this movement of the Romans into regions closer to his homeland was part of the received experiences of his youth. The king may also have felt that Rome's various problems would be an advantage to his own interests, since the years of the war with Jugurtha and the various conflicts with the peoples of Italy might make Rome uninterested in Asian matters. Moreover, he felt that Rome's enemies would come to his side. Allegedly, representatives of the Italian peoples and the Carthaginians approached him just after the First War started. Since Carthage was essentially a Roman city by this time, the notice of them is enigmatic, but it may refer to interest in northern Africa regarding Mithridates' activities, perhaps from Numidia, just south and west of Carthage, which at the time was ruled by Jugurtha's brother Gauda, who probably still had complaints about the Romans. The king may already have reached out to these peoples before the First War started and, like Hannibal, had come to believe that he could put together a coalition of those opposed to Rome. The Italians even appealed to Mithridates for help in their conflict with the Romans and seem to have struck coins in the Pontic style. Significantly, these showed a warrior stepping off a boat and joining hands with another warrior on land. But the Italian request came after the First War started, and the king replied that he could only help after it ended, by which time the issue was moot. So it seems plausible that Mithridates had long thought about war with the Romans, perhaps limited to expelling them from Asia Minor, but such plans only began to solidify in the 90s BC, when his own successes and Roman problems made such a possibility more reasonable. On the Roman side, there were worries about Mithridates' intentions as early as Marius's meeting with the king in 97 BC. Such concern was the alleged reason for Sulla's command in Cilicia in 92 BC, and it was said that the Romans had even looked with suspicion at the king's earlier activities in the Bosporus and Chersonesus. But the real issue that eventually led to war was Mithridates' activity in Bithynia and Cappadocia. This was repeatedly mentioned in the conferences between Pelopidas, the representatives of Nicomedes IV, and the Roman commissioners, and to some extent in the tone of Appian's Mithridatius, whose opening sections are a summary of the history of the two regions. Yet another factor leading to war was the internal situation at Rome and the increasing tendency of Roman commanders to act independently of the Senate. Marius had established a precedent for lengthy commands with his 5 consecutive consulships, 104 to 100 BC, and within 3 years of his last one he was meeting with Mithridates. Plutarch at least thought this was a subtle way of agitating for a war that he would command. Although Aquilius was experienced, he gave the impression of becoming more intransigent as the negotiations with Pelopidas progressed, twice asking him to leave the conference. Whether or not this was because he wanted to provoke a war in which he would be given the command is speculative, yet Pelopidas's second speech was more conciliatory than Aquilius understood it to be. But he was obviously not about to allow the conference participants to settle matters in Rome, where he would be subject to senatorial supervision. As it happened, he was given the command when the war started, a decision that was fatal for him. There is no doubt that Mithridates had mobilized a large force by the end of the 90s BC. Appian reported that he had a fleet of 300 cataphracts and 100 dicrotai, a ship with 2 banks of oars. In addition, there were 250,000 soldiers, 40,000 cavalry, and various allied troops. The Romans had about 120,000 men and cavalry, and a fleet that was guarding the mouth of the Black Sea. Nicomedes contributed 50,000 soldiers and 6,000 cavalry. Despite the regular tendency to exaggerate the size of the enemy, as well as to minimize one's own forces, there is no doubt that massive numbers had collected on both sides. Even if Pelopidas had made a final attempt to avoid war, it was futile, and in the summer of 89 BC hostilities began, without any official decision on the part of the Roman government to sanction their initiation. Chapter 9. The Eruption of Hostilities. Portents, Omens, and Preconceptions. The beginning of Mithridates' first war with Rome was accompanied by portents, omens, and an Eastern Mediterranean preconception of the goals of the Roman Republic. The predictions and omens could be selectively structured to indicate that Mithridates would achieve a swift victory. Some of these were misinterpreted or were even after the fact, and others were existing oracles that did not necessarily apply to the king, but could be used to his advantage. They all seemed to point in one direction, confirmation that the king was held in high esteem throughout the eastern Mediterranean, and that there were also serious complaints about the Roman presence in the Greek peninsula and Asia Minor. Anti-Roman prophecies had been a feature of the Greek world since the early 2nd century BC. It was said that after the Romans defeated the Seleucid king Antiochus III at Thermopylae in 191 BC, one of the Seleucid dead, a cavalryman named Bupplagos rose up and went to the Roman camp. He told them that Zeus was angry with the Romans and would send avengers who would bring an end to their power. This is the earliest known prophecy to emanate from the Greek world against the Romans, recorded by Antisthenes of Rhodes, of uncertain date, but nearly contemporary with the event. After Bupplagos made his prophecy, he immediately died, again, and was properly buried, and the Romans wisely sent to Delphi for advice. But the oracle was not comforting, warning the Romans to act with restraint, or Ares would be unleashed against them. Having heard this, they were said to have abandoned any further war with the peoples of Europe. This was hardly true, but provides a dramatic end to the prophecy. The Roman army then withdrew to Naupactos in the west of Greece, whereupon the proconsul Publius, a person not identified if he existed at all, became mad and was possessed by a god, announcing in both poetry and prose that a king would lead a great army from both Europe and Asia and lay waste to all the Roman territory.
Publius then prophesied that his own death would come through being devoured by a red wolf, which promptly happened, but his head remained and continued to speak further prophecies.
Other prophecies included the king who would come from faraway Asia and cross the Hellespont. In the early 2nd century BC, the time of the oracle, this may have been more vague than it seemed later, but by the following century it might be thought to apply specifically to the ambitions of Mithridates VI. To be sure, these are formulaic reports and can be considered questionable in detail, but they, and others, reflect a steady stream of anti-Roman sentiments common to the era and the hope that the Romans would in some way be removed from the East. Such feelings developed almost as soon as the Romans set foot on the Greek peninsula. The traditional Roman antipathy toward kingship was also a factor in stirring up Eastern attitudes against them. They had abolished their kingship by the 5th century BC and had a strong distaste for the institution. Cato the Elder, on the occasion of a visit by Eumenes II of Pergamon to Rome, reported that he believed a king to be a carnivorous animal who was not worthy of comparison with the great leaders of classical Greece, Rome, or Carthage. Although there were certainly those among the subjects of Eastern kings who might agree with such sentiments, the kings themselves found this attitude threatening and an insight into what they believed was the overall Roman policy. Demetrius of Pharos, the modern Adriatic island of Hvar, one of the first Eastern kings to encounter the Romans in the late 3rd century BC, believed that they acted as if it were a crime to have any king bordering their territory. Perseus, the last king of Macedonia, felt that Roman policy was to eliminate all kings one by one. That kingship was a respected institution and indeed a desired form of government. After all, it provided a connection to the world initiated by Alexander the Great himself, was almost incomprehensible to the Romans. The actions of the Cappadocians in 96 BC can be seen as proof. They demanded that their kingship be restored when the Romans abolished it, feeling that to be deprived of a king was an insult. Yet the Romans could hardly understand why anyone would prefer to be governed by a king. The prophecies and oracles were more folk wisdom than any analysis of actual events, but they helped to create an attitude toward the Romans that persisted among the dynasties and peoples of the East. The early 1st century BC was a particularly fertile time for oracles, some of which may have referred to Mithridates VI, and others which were so interpreted. Regardless of their meaning, the king exploited all that were available, especially the prophecies of forthcoming disaster to the Romans, which he coupled with Roman antagonism toward the established form of government in the eastern Mediterranean. He was able to take the moral high ground and also to emphasize documented instances of Roman mistreatment of the locals, especially in matters of taxation and litigation. When war broke out in 89 BC, all these concerns came together, and Mithridates was seen as the savior of Greece and the Greek way of life. He was the new Alexander, although this was a strangely mixed image, since the Macedonian had also conquered the East. But in Asia Minor, Alexander was more liberator than conqueror, the one who freed the region from Persian rule. Mithridates adopted a policy of direct imitation of his illustrious predecessor, such as extending the asylum precinct of the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, claiming that he possessed Alexander's cloak, and staying at an inn in Phrygia also visited by him. Mithridates might also have remembered another ancestor, the Seleucid king Antiochus III, probably his great-grandfather. Under the terms of the Peace of Apamea, a century previously, Antiochus had been forced to withdraw from all of Asia except the extreme southeast. Mithridates could now vindicate his illustrious forebear's failure and take vengeance against the Romans for what they had done to him. The king was especially astute in interpreting prophecies and portents to his own advantage, using them to predict success for himself or disaster for the Romans. Yet he was not immune to realizing that such signs could work in both directions. An example was an incident at Pergamon, after he had established his headquarters there during the First War, when a bizarre spectacle took place in the theater. The locals had contrived a device that would lower a Nike with a crown in her hand to be placed on the king's head. At the last moment, the mechanism collapsed and the crown fell away and broke, to the great consternation of the spectators. This caused Mithridates to become despondent despite the success that he was enjoying at the time, in a Herodotean sense that present prosperity can only lead to future disaster. The war begins. In the late summer of 89 BC, the war began. The Roman side was represented by Aquilius, Cassius, and the proconsul of Cilicia, Quintus Oppius. They adopted a defensive posture and sent Nicomedes IV of Bithynia to engage Mithridates. Aquilius placed himself along the low divide west of Cratia, modern Gerida, in Paphlagonia, near the source of the Bilaeus River, on the main route from Bithynia into the heart of Pontus. Cassius was at the boundary of Bithynia and Galatia, protecting against any movement by Pontic forces south through Angyra into Phrygia. His position was perhaps around Dorylaeon, modern Sharhuyuk, near Eshkeshahir in northern Phrygia. Oppius was at or near the boundaries of Cappadocia, preventing any connection between troops from that territory and Pontic forces. Moreover, a Roman fleet was at the mouth of the Black Sea, isolating Pontus from the Aegean. The overall strategic situation was that the Roman commanders would set up a blockade that prevented Mithridates from moving out of the Pontic region into the rest of Asia Minor, but Nicomedes would make the actual attack on Pontus. The battle between the two kings took place along the Amnius, modern Guksu, river, which flows from a source in northern Paphlagonia almost due east, emptying into the Halys, modern Kurzeler-Mak, river at the western edge of Pontus. The fighting was around the site of the later city of Pompeioupolis, modern Tashkupra, in northeastern Paphlagonia. Here the Amnius is in a plain several miles across with the river close to its southern edge. Presumably the engagement was north of the stream. Nicomedes took the field himself. Mithridates' forces were led by Neoptolemus, who had fought in the Cimmerian Bosporus, and his brother Archelaus, who had been involved in Mithridates' attempts to take Cappadocia. Nicomedes was said to have had 56,000 men and cavalry, his entire force, but the Pontic heavy infantry had been delayed, and the commanders had only light-armed troops and a cavalry detachment commanded by a certain Arcathius, one of the king's sons. The battle began when the Pontic forces, vastly outnumbered, attempted to secure a hill in the middle of the plain. They were unsuccessful, however, and the early part of the engagement was marked by a Bithynian advantage. But when the Pontic scythe-bearing chariots went into action, the Bithynians were terrified. Appian described the horrifying result of their charge. Chariot warfare had been essentially obsolete among the Greeks since shortly after the Bronze Age, yet the scythe chariot was an invention of Cyrus the Great of Persia and became a standard weapon in Persian warfare. The Greek world had known about it since the late 5th century BC. Despite their terrors, vividly described by Lucretius, they were largely an ineffective tactical element unless they were able to surprise the enemy. This is what happened on the Amnius River, where they threw the Bithynians into a panic, and they became so disordered that the Pontic forces were able to surround them. Nicomedes lost most of his men and fled the battlefield, seeking protection at the camp of Aquillius. His own camp and personal resources were captured. When Mithridates arrived with the heavy infantry, he released all the prisoners and gave them supplies for their journey home, which only added to his reputation. The Roman commanders were astonished and indeed frightened at how successful Mithridates had been. They realized, at least to some extent, that they had made a bad strategic error in sending out only Nicomedes, even though his forces were much larger in number than those of Pontus. Mithridates took possession of Mount Scaroba, an unidentified location said to be on the border between Bithynia and Pontus, but which actually was in Paphlagonia. It was perhaps at the western end of Mount Ogasus, the highest range in the region. There followed another minor engagement toward the west near Crataea, where some Bithynian cavalry were captured. Neoptolemus, accompanied by an Armenian commander, Nemanes, then engaged Aquillius at Protopacion, unlocated but probably around Crataea. It was reported that 10,000 Roman troops were killed. In both these cases, Mithridates released all the prisoners and sent them home, enhancing his popularity even more. He also captured Aquillius's camp, but the Roman commander escaped by night to Pergamon. Meanwhile, Nicomedes and the Romans who were not with Aquillius withdrew to Cassius, who took up a position at a locality called the Lion's Head on the borders of Phrygia. They tried to fashion a new army out of the locals, but found that they were untrainable and gave up. Cassius retreated to Apamea, which placed him near Roman territory and where he might have felt more secure. Aquillius left Pergamon and headed toward Rhodes, which was independent but strongly on the Roman side.
Appius also moved south, taking up a position at Laodicea, modern Escahisar, in extreme southwestern Phrygia, an independent city but probably within Roman territory.
Nicomedes effectively abandoned his kingdom and went to Pergamon, eventually fleeing to Italy and remaining there until the end of the war. The ships at the mouth of the Black Sea scattered and were captured by Pontic forces. The Romans and Nicomedes may have been attempting to create a defensive line, essentially from Pergamon toward Cappadocia, that would protect Roman territory from any Pontic advance, but events moved so swiftly that this never happened. Mithridates quickly began to follow up the advantage obtained on the Amnius River. He promptly occupied Bithynia, seemingly without resistance, and assimilated it into the Pontic state. In early 88 BC, according to the best chronology, the king moved into Phrygia and on toward the south, sending various forces in the direction of the Roman troops, which did not respond. His first goal was Apamea, where Cassius was located, and he took the city without difficulty. It had recently suffered from an earthquake, the first in many years, which caused significant tectonic changes to the landscape, and the king gave 100 talents for its reconstruction. Not only was this the expected benevolence on the part of a Hellenistic monarch, but the locals also connected it with Alexander's similar actions in late 334 BC, a point of view that the king encouraged. He had just made his stop at the inn visited by Alexander. When Mithridates took Apamea, Cassius fled to Rhodes. The Rhodians immediately began strengthening their defenses and preparing for an invasion, and the island became a refuge for those fleeing the Pontic advance. Mithridates moved west from Apamea to Laodicea, 70 miles away, which was being defended by Appius with assistance from nearby Aphrodisias. The king promised that Laodicea would not be harmed if its inhabitants handed over Appius, which they promptly did. The proconsul was subject to some personal ridicule, but was otherwise unharmed, and his army was dispersed. With the Roman presence removed, the city immediately went over to the Pontic side. Appius entered Mithridates' entourage, but was eventually given to Sulla at the end of the war, and retired to the island of Kos for rehabilitation. Laodicea was the first place to resist Mithridates, largely because of the presence of a Roman force. Generally, the reaction to the king's movement through southwest Asia Minor was mixed. Tralles, modern Aidin, an ancient city on the Meander 80 miles west of Laodicea, easily joined the Pontic cause and received a rich payment from the king for doing so. But Magnesia on the Meander, 15 miles farther west, resisted vigorously, and Mithridates' commander Archelaus was wounded. Stratonikia in Caria also opposed him and was garrisoned. Although there were indeed pockets of opposition, mostly notably in Paphlagonia and Lycia, much of Central and Southwest Asia Minor was conquered by the middle of 88 BC. Also taken was the Aegean island of Kos, where the king enhanced his treasury by capturing the personal wealth of Cleopatra III of Egypt, which had been deposited on the island, as well as 800 talents that Jewish communities in Asia had removed there. Other funds came from various sources. A vague reference to acquisitions from former kings suggests that Mithridates obtained the Bithynian treasury and perhaps others that were scattered around Asia Minor. Some of these may have been used for the extensive program of debt relief that he initiated. The king's greatest disaster early in the war involved the island of Rhodes. It was the most powerful independent state in the region and both a major sea power and an early ally of Rome. Its empire extended to the mainland and included a number of southern Aegean islands. It was also famous for its high degree of social welfare and its role as an intellectual center. Because of its naval strength and its alliance with Rome, neutralizing Rhodes was an essential part of Mithridates' strategy. Appian preserved a long and detailed account of the king's attempt to take the island. Rhodes was prepared with elaborate defenses, and the local forces were augmented by allies from the mainland, especially Lycians. Mithridates began with a naval engagement and then landed at the north end of the island near the city of Rhodes. He constructed a sambuki or sambuca, a siege engine that allowed troops to be lifted up so that they could scale walls, so named because it resembled a type of lyre. But everything went wrong. The Pontic troops mistook a Rhodian fire signal for their own and revealed their position, and the sambuki collapsed as an apparition of Isis was seen hurling fire onto it. Eventually the Rhodians prevailed, and in time the king gave up and moved into Lycia. Before long he retired from personal involvement in combat and left Pelopidas to carry on the war, devoting himself to strategic concerns, eventually establishing his headquarters at Pergamon. A final event of the first months of the war was the capture of Aquilius, who had taken refuge at Mytilene on the island of Lesbos, and who was handed over to Mithridates by the locals. Accounts are confused, however, and it is by no means certain when this happened. One report is that he survived to the end of the war, late enough for Sulla to ask for his return. But it is more probable that he was captured when Mytilene received the king in the first year of the war. Up to this point, Mithridates had shown clemency to those whom he captured, but Aquilius was a different matter. As the king himself pointed out, he had started the war. He bound Aquilius and put him on a donkey, taking him everywhere and requiring him to state his name and rank, a blatant insult. Eventually, according to Appian, he killed him at Pergamon by pouring molten gold down his throat. On the other hand, Diodorus, the earliest extant report, stated that he committed suicide, but the vivid and unusual nature of the molten gold story gives it credibility. In killing Aquilius in such a way, Mithridates was making the particularly dramatic statement that it was Roman avarice that had caused the war. The king also stressed this when addressing his troops early in the war, referring to the greed of the officials and tax collectors, and he further reiterated it to Sulla after the war. Pelopidas, in his speech to the Roman commissioners, had specifically referred to Roman greed as a cause for the Marsic War in Italy. A quarter century after the First War, while the Third War was still in progress, Cicero could write, "It is hard to express how much we are hated among foreign nations because of the wantonness and injustice committed by those whom we have recently sent to govern them." The greed and hatred of Rome was real and indeed endemic, and as the First War continued, it would soon have especially tragic consequences. Mithridates' view of the war. Despite problems with Rhodes, in the first year of the war, Mithridates was at the peak of his career. His quick victories against the Romans and Bithynians gained him enormous prestige for both his military abilities and his role as a liberator. His sphere of influence now extended, in theory, from the Aegean to the mountains of Armenia. Whether world conquest as the new Alexander was a fully formed concept at this time cannot be determined, but the hints that he was interested in moving the theater of war to Europe, as well as his alliances with Armenia and, to some extent, Parthia, suggest the genesis of such an idea.
Roman ineptitude and the strife in the city of Rome and Italy, although dangerously overestimated by the king, played into his self-conception. Mithridates was also acutely aware of his descent from the great kings of Persia. Persian culture was still strong in Pontus, and a king whose alleged ancestry included Cyrus, Darius, and Xerxes, names that he used for some of his sons, would have had even more respect, especially with members of the general population who themselves were of Persian descent. Moreover, the three Persian kings were great conquerors. Cyrus reached the remote country east of the Caspian Sea and was said, although improbably, to have gone as far as India. Darius and Xerxes, with varying levels of success, brought Persian power to Europe. Since Greek was taught in Pontic schools, the students could read about them in Herodotus's Histories. Thus, Mithridates had numerous role models to suggest that world conquest was a legitimate theory of rule. Justin preserved a speech that Mithridates supposedly gave early in the war, either to his general staff or his assembled troops. No location for it has been preserved, but it would have been delivered sometime between the attack on Pontus by Nicomedes IV and the end of the Marsic War some months later, and thus probably late in 89 BC. As noted previously, speeches in ancient historical writing have always been a problematic rhetorical device. Yet they can be more revealing as to the thoughts or attitudes of the speaker, rather than a transcript of what was said. But Justin made a point of noting that his immediate source, the Augustan writer Pompeius Trogus, implied that the speech was a fairly accurate rendition of what the king had actually said. Because Pompeius Trogus was active only about half a century after the death of Mithridates, he thus was chronologically close to the events, and even if he rewrote the speech for rhetorical and political reasons, or created a construct from various public statements by the king, nevertheless it is probably a solid representation of his feelings early in the war. Credence to this idea is lent by the various flaws in the king's argumentation that could easily have been corrected if the speech were merely a literary construct. Moreover, he was well known as a skillful orator. The thrust of Mithridates' agenda was to convince his soldiers that they were fighting Rome, not the Asian peoples. He provided a carefully rendered summary of Roman history, often lacking in accuracy of detail for rhetorical effect. He noted that there was a long history of Rome's enemies doing well despite serious disadvantages. Pyrrhus, Hannibal, and the Gauls were mentioned, avoiding drawing attention to the fact that all of these, in the long run, had failed to defeat Rome. The Roman conquest of Italy, he said, had seen repeated acts of violence, and Rome was still involved in the Marsic War, which had erupted because the Marsians wanted nothing more than basic civil rights. In fact, the continuation of this war meant that it was a good time to attack the Romans, in particular to avenge the insult of the loss of Phrygia, which the king claimed had been Pontic for well over a century. Mithridates went out of his way to stress his efforts at conciliation with the Romans, such as giving up Phrygia and Cappadocia. There was also a faint attempt to blame Gordius and Tigranes II for unauthorized actions, not one of the king's better arguments. But he said that the Romans had had a long history of offending Pontus, starting with their denial of the kingship of Pergamon to Pharnaces I, Mithridates' grandfather, although this had been his right. In fact, the Romans had a way of turning against their former allies. The Pergamenes and Numidians were specifically mentioned, largely due to their obsessive hatred of kingship, with a suggestion that the Romans' own primitive origins, from wolves no less, made them incapable of appreciating civilization. By contrast, Mithridates was a descendant of the great kings of Persia, Alexander the Great, and the many famous Hellenistic kings. He had even gone farther than Alexander into Armenia and remote parts of Scythia, conquering peoples who were now a large part of his manpower against the Romans. Having fought in such barbarous and primitive places, the Pontic forces were now moving into the province of Asia, an area noted for its wealth and fertility, which made its people far weaker than the northerners, an allusion to the statement of Cyrus the Great reported by Herodotus regarding the softness of people living in luxury. Yet the locals, whatever their faults, hated the Romans and were demanding Mithridates' intervention.
He also emphasized that his territories had never been ruled by foreigners such as Alexander and the successors. Although there is a certain exaggeration to his statement, the Persians were conveniently ignored. The ideology as he presented it was central to his self-image and stressed the unique quality of his empire. The speech is a rhetorical masterpiece, coupling a revisionist view of Roman history with an exaltation of Mithridates' achievements, a classic campaign speech revealing the king at the peak of his power and prestige. He also astutely brought together all the prejudices against Rome that had been fermenting in Western Asia Minor. Mithridates condemned Rome not through the recent actions of specific people, but through the nature of their history ever since the time of Romulus and Remus. Ridicule of the role of the wolf in Roman origins was a common device among their enemies in the 1st century BC. The only Romans mentioned by name are the Superbi, an allusion to the last king, Tarquinius Superbus, whose removal represented the end of Roman kingship. In choosing to mention, not unfavorably, a king whose very name meant arrogant, Mithridates created an unusual image that reflects a totally different view of monarchy from that of the Romans. Other Romans were not specified beyond general allusions to tax collectors and other deplorables. As presented in Justin's recension, the speech was an emotional high point for Mithridates and all he represented. Yet matters were to turn bad very quickly. The massacre. In 88 BC, Mithridates was stationed at Ephesus making preparations for his attack on Rhodes. He sent a secret message to his satraps and the governors in the cities that he had conquered, ordering them 30 days later to kill all the Romans and Italians in their jurisdictions, including all freedmen of Italian birth and all their wives and children. They would remain unburied and their property would be confiscated. He offered rewards to those who informed on ones in hiding, freedom to slaves who turned in their masters, and remission of half the debts to those who reported their creditors. Whatever the reason for such actions, it forever became a blot on Mithridates' reputation and seriously damaged his image as a just and forgiving conqueror. Over a dozen ancient sources mention the event, all in strong condemnation. Obviously, many of these reports are Roman and might be expected to react unfavorably, yet Greek sources are equally negative. Cicero, writing 30 years later, gave the first extant account, needless to say, from the Roman point of view. I would have you remember in your minds the Mithridatic War and the horror of that cruel slaughter of every Roman citizen in every city simultaneously, the surrender of our praetors, the placing of their legates in chains, and almost the entire obliteration of all the memory of the name of Rome and the removal of any vestige of our rule from the Greek settlements and indeed from their records. Valerius Maximus recorded the event in his section on cruelty. By means of a single communique, he killed 80,000 Roman citizens in Asia, the businessmen scattered through the cities, and splattered the gods of hospitality in that great province with unlawful blood. It even became a case study among Christian scholars who used it to demonstrate the dangerous inadequacies of paganism. Augustine, describing the suffering of the affected Romans in rhetorical detail, saw it as a failure of their gods, and his contemporary Orosius wrote that the event was impossible to understand or describe. Allegedly, Mithridates was encouraged to precipitate the massacre by Publius Rutilius Rufus, the consul of 105 BC, who had been living in exile at Smyrna since being convicted of extortion in 92 BC. When Pompey the Great discovered the papers of Mithridates at Kynon in 63 BC, one of the documents was said to be a letter from Rutilius to the king, encouraging him to instigate the massacre. Although Plutarch rejected the account, it is significant that Rutilius happened to survive the massacre, one of the few Italians to do so. The earliest extant report is that 80,000 were killed on a single day. By the time of Plutarch, the number had grown to 150,000. Some Romans even changed into Greek dress to save themselves. In all likelihood, the account originally comes from sources contemporary to the event, including Sulla's memoirs, and such reports are always exaggerated, but there is no doubt that a vast number were killed. To be sure, massacres, especially as a reason for revenge or starting a war, always play a dubious role in human events.
In 112 BC, an alleged massacre of Romans in the Numidian city of Cirta had served as the reason for Rome to initiate a campaign against Jugurtha. This assumed event, a mere 24 years before the Asian massacre, would have been well remembered in Rome, although there is doubt that it even occurred. Yet it is certain that, probably in the late summer or autumn of 88 BC, Mithridates gave his orders and an undetermined but large number of Italians resident in Western Asia were killed. Appian provided a catalogue, certainly incomplete, of the places affected. Even those seeking refuge in temple sanctuaries were not spared, as happened at Ephesus, Pergamon, and Conus in Caria. At Adramyttium in the southern Troad, the Romans futilely tried to escape by swimming out to sea. The citizens of Tralles in Caria found themselves unable to carry out the orders and hired a Paphlagonian, a certain Theophilus, to perform the deed, who executed the victims in a temple shrine. Appian's list demonstrates that the killings occurred all the way from the southern Troad to the borders of Lycia. As he wrote, "Such was the fate suffered by the Italians and Romans in Asia, men as well as children and women and their freedmen and slaves, who were all of the Italian race. It was especially clear that it was not only fear of Mithridates, but also hatred of the Romans that caused the Asians to do such things." In retrospect, killing all the Italians seems like the worst policy decision that Mithridates ever made. Yet many Italians had flooded into the province of Asia since the Roman presence had been established in the 120s BC, with the businessmen numbering in the tens of thousands. Exploitation of the locals became rampant. In 97 BC, Quintus Mucius Scaevola, the proconsul of Asia, had attempted to restrain the rapaciousness of the tax collectors and others, as well as making a point of not using public funds for his private needs. He was said to be the first provincial official to act in this way, but he became hated by those whom he attempted to restrain. His legate was Rutilius Rufus, the one who was later allegedly implicated in the massacre. He supported his superior and thus was charged with extortion in 92 BC, although evidently innocent, and was forced to flee into exile. The Romans looked askance at Scaevola's honesty, but the Asians featured a festival in his honor which, significantly, Mithridates allowed to continue, an indication that the king was more opposed to Roman practices than to individual Romans. The fact that the careers of these two Roman magistrates are so well documented shows how exceptional they were. The normal order of business in the province of Asia was extortion of the locals, and if the perpetrators were brought to trial in Rome, they were judged by the very people who previously had profited by the same means. The solution to this problem that Mithridates implemented was elimination of the miscreants. The only other possible option was deportation, which was logistically impossible. Although Roman sources violently condemn Mithridates' decision, hardly unexpectedly, the willingness with which the order to kill was carried out by the locals is demonstrative of support, and Appian blamed them more than the king. Without hindsight, it must be seen as Mithridates' way of eliminating the problematic situation in his new territories and restoring them to the status that they had held before the Romans arrived. Rome had not seriously responded to Mithridates' campaign so far, and the king had no reason to think that this would change, or that any Roman action would be effective. Moreover, many approved of what he was doing, and eliminating the Italians was financially beneficial to both the king and the cities. In the long run, his analysis of the situation was wrong, yet this was impossible to tell in late 88 BC. Those who escaped removed themselves out of the province, with many going to Rhodes. One of the best documented examples is that of Caremon of Nyssa in Caria, perhaps the wealthiest man in the region. When the Roman forces moved into the area after the disaster on the Amnius River, Caremon supplied them with 60,000 modii of grain, perhaps 15,000 bushels, enough to feed the army for a lengthy period. Mithridates put a price on his head, and Caremon became one of those taking refuge on Rhodes. Later he went to Ephesus, and it is unknown what happened to him thereafter. Yet in one of the most ironic twists in the history of Asia Minor, in the 1st century BC, 70 years later, Caremon's granddaughter, or perhaps great-granddaughter, Pythodorus, would become queen of the reconstituted kingdom of Pontus. One result of the massacre was a collapse of credit, since payments were suspended. Credit was too easily granted in Rome at that time, and the financial system was fragile. This may have been part of Mithridates' overall plan to weaken Rome by causing an economic panic. Moreover, the elimination of so many Roman citizens in the massacre and elsewhere through other military actions and public disturbances led the Roman censors, who were responsible for determining eligibility for citizenship, to make new enrollments so that Roman citizenship actually increased during these years. But there was a major change in the nature of the citizenry, something that would come to have its demographic effect on the last years of the Republic. The reaction to the massacre was swift. Ephesus, the king's headquarters when the orders were given, promptly declared war on Pontus and adopted a revisionist history, stating that the Ephesians had never wanted him in their city, conveniently ignoring the fact that he had been welcomed and been given cultic status, and that the local Roman statues had been overthrown. Other cities reacted with varying degrees of horror. Events in Athens. The Greek peninsula had as yet not been involved in Mithridates' military activities, but could not have been unaware of them. Needless to say, the first place to respond to the king's efforts was Athens, which indirectly had been in contact with him ever since its citizen Helionax had commissioned the Mithridateon on Delos in 102 to 101 BC. When news of Mithridates' successes in Asia Minor reached Athens late in 88 BC, the city decided to send an envoy, a certain Athenion, to the king. The only source for Athenian's embassy is his contemporary Posidonius, who was exceedingly hostile toward him, claiming that he was the illegitimate son of a slave girl and a peripatetic philosopher whose name he took, and that he had obtained Athenian citizenship illegally. To some extent, this is hardly relevant to the events that materialized, but it may lead to questions about some of Posidonius's details and his overall tone. Led by hindsight, Posidonius believed that the Athenians were especially foolish to be swayed by Athenian. It is probable that this episode, not mentioned by Diodorus, Strabo, Plutarch, or Appian, the primary sources for the era, was a closing event in Posidonius's history, portraying a minor tyrant who demonstrated the failures of the political system, as well as looking ahead to the Mithridatic era, which would dominate the East for the next quarter century, and which Posidonius survived but may not have written about. Nevertheless, whatever Posidonius's motives were, his account of Athenian provides an insight into the difficulties experienced by Athens at the time of the First Mithridatic War. Athenian went to Mithridates and began to write letters back to Athens, which not only described the king in eulogistic terms, but gave the impression that he had become part of his inner circle and that enormous benefits would result from Athenian support. Athenian returned home to great acclaim. Almost the entire city turned out to greet him, and numerous honors were bestowed, and made a triumphal progression through the streets. He was especially honored by the festival artists who, as devotees of Dionysus, were impressed that one of the king's surnames was that of the god. Athenian then mounted the speaker's stand, the bema, in front of the stele of Attalus in the agora. Its remains are still visible, and spoke about the king in a highly supportive manner, emphasizing his defeat of the Romans and stating that his overall plan was to destroy them. He then catalogued the various instances of Roman mistreatment of Athens, a lack of elections and the closure of the temples and the philosophical schools. Regardless of how true these claims were, it is certain that in the immediately previous years there had been a great amount of instability in the city. A certain Medius had been elected archon for the 3 consecutive years of 91 to 90, 90 to 89, and 89 to 88 BC, and had become absolute ruler. In the following year, the records show no archon, a state of anarchia, but it may be that Mithridates himself held the office and was later removed from the lists. Athenian's words were quite effective in the long tradition of Athenian demagoguery. Whether or not the Romans had been responsible for the recent problems, it was an easy charge to make, and Mithridates was presented as the city's savior. Current thinking promoted by the king was that Rome had overstepped and her power could only decline. The result was that Athenian was elected military commander, strategos, and as such was able to put a government of his liking into place. Yet not everyone supported him, Mithridates, or the causes they represented, and, according to Posidonius's hostile account, civil strife broke out, and many left the city. Athenian and his followers stationed guards to prevent further departures, and instituted a reign of terror, even going into the countryside to track down those who had left. Athenian also sent a Pelecon of Teos, otherwise famous because he owned Aristotle's library, to attack Delos, in part because of its pro-Roman stance, but also as a fundraising expedition, since the island was a depository of great wealth. There is no evidence that Pelecon had any previous military experience, and he seems to have hardly taken the campaign seriously. When he arrived on Delos, he failed to set proper guards or watches, with the result that the Roman commander on the island, Orbius, easily killed or captured the Athenian force while they were sleeping or drunk, and destroyed their equipment. Pelecon escaped and returned to Athens, dying in 86 BC, just as Sulla attacked the city and confiscated Aristotle's library. Athenian is not heard from again and seems to have played no role when Mithridates' general Archelaus arrived in Greece later in the year. But these events caused a departure of many of the leading intellectuals of Athens, including Philon, the head of the academy, who dispersed to Alexandria, Rome, and the Athenian settlements, spreading contemporary Athenian thought throughout the Greco-Roman world. The invasion of Greece. At the end of 88 BC, Mithridates sent an invasion force into the Aegean. In retrospect, such an action seems to be the first clear example of the king overextending himself militarily, since he was leaving the more familiar confines of Asia Minor to carry on a war in the Greek peninsula. He was already in contact with the Italians who were fighting the Romans in the Marsic War, and who had asked the king to bring an army to them so that together they could overthrow Rome. The Sonicians, known as the Samnites to the Romans, were specifically mentioned as having been approached by the king. According to Appian, some sort of agreement was actually concluded and, moreover, the king had replied that he would help the Italians when Asia was conquered, which was now the case, but no further details are preserved. This was despite the fact that through Pelopidas he had offered, under the proper conditions, to help the Romans against the Italians, perhaps demonstrative of the king's ability to advance his interests in any way possible. Yet this still does not fully address the matter of attacking Greece, but the route to Italy lay in that direction, and the king's role as the new Alexander the Great provided him with a reason to liberate Greece. He may also have been driven by the memory of Hannibal. Near the end of his own life, Mithridates was planning a campaign that would attack Italy by crossing the Alps. Most probably, the king simply believed that invading Greece was a necessary component in his overall plan to continue the war against Rome. For the time being, however, the situation at Athens and Delos required immediate attention. Archelaus was the supreme commander of the invasion force, and Menophanes, who had been on the Amnius River campaign, was detailed to carry out an assault on Delos. He followed existing policy by killing all the resident foreigners, as many as 20,000, who would be largely Roman and Italian, and confiscated the treasures stored on the island. Delos was given over to the Athenians, and the treasures sent to Athens in the hands of a certain Aristion, who seems to have been a member of the king's entourage but was of Athenian origin. Destruction on the island was widespread, and it never recovered its previous prosperity. Menophanes did not escape divine retribution for attacking the sacred island and was killed when his ship was sunk while leaving the harbor. The Pontic soldiers sent along with Aristion were to guard the Delian treasure, but when he arrived in Athens he used them to establish himself as tyrant of the city and carried out another purge of those opposed to Mithridates. There is a suggestion of class warfare in Athens, with the more educated and prosperous favoring Rome and the lower classes, identified as the more troublesome element, on the side of Mithridates. Aristion secured his position and remained in power until Sulla arrived in 86 BC. In due time Archelaus appeared, establishing his headquarters in the Piraeus, necessary since his logistics were seaborne, and embarked on a conquest of the Greek peninsula. Before long, the Pontic forces controlled much of the Peloponnesus, Euboea, and Boeotia. Another Pontic army landed in northern Greece, exactly when cannot be determined, under the command of Arcathius, one of the sons of Mithridates, and Metrophanes. This force subjected Macedonia without difficulty and set up a Pontic government in the region, although Arcathius became sick and died near Tisaon in Thessaly. Some of the northern islands and parts of Thrace also came under Pontic control. Maronia, noted for its strong wine, suffered a particularly violent destruction of the entire city. Abdera received a Pontic garrison. Quintus Bruttius, or Bratius Sura, who had been legate to the governor of Macedonia since 93 BC, attacked these Pontic forces, probably in early 87 BC, first taking the island of Sciathus, where Pontic funds and resources had been deposited, and then moving south toward Boeotia. He engaged Archelaus and Aristion at Chaeronea, the western entrance of Boeotia, where Philip II and Alexander the Great had defeated a Greek coalition in 338 BC. Although he was initially successful, he withdrew when he heard that reinforcements from the Peloponnesus were approaching. Bruttius was then told to return to Macedonia by Lucius Licinius Lucullus, who had been sent to Greece by the Senate to investigate the situation in advance of a Roman army of 5 legions that was on its way from Italy under the command of Sulla. Sulla on the Greek mainland. Lucius Cornelius Sulla obtained the consulship in 88 BC after a career that had begun 20 years previously when he was Marius's quaestor in the Jugurthine War. He had then engaged Mithridates' forces in Cappadocia in 92 BC. 4 years later, the king's activities in Asia Minor and Greece finally reached the point where a strong Roman response was needed, and, moreover, the Marsic War had ended in late 89 BC and Rome was free to turn its attention to the east. Many prominent Romans were anxious for the command, including Gaius Julius Caesar Strabo, great-uncle of the dictator, Marius, and Sulla. The contention had reached the point of violence when the position was awarded to Sulla, who was appointed to lead an expeditionary force beginning in early 87 BC. After a violent dispute with Marius over who would actually have the command, resulting in the killing of many of Sulla's opponents, including Julius Caesar Strabo, and the exiling of others, including Marius, Sulla and 5 legions set out for Greece. As an indication of the serious financial situation, it was necessary to sell part of the treasures of Numa, the second king of Rome, which he had collected long ago for religious sacrifices. As Appian noted, the Romans were lacking in means, but not in ambition. The treasures sold were valued at 9,000 lytras, but this was not considered a particularly lavish sum to finance the war. Sulla landed presumably in Epiros and moved toward Athens. Mithridates himself had his headquarters at Pergamon and left the defense of Greece to Archelaus and his subordinates. Sulla, as he progressed south through Greece, received support from many of the areas that he passed through or near. The Aetolians and Thessalians sent troops, money, and provisions. Cities and districts regularly came over to his side, especially in central Greece, including the Thebans, but only when they saw the Roman army approaching. Sulla placed garrisons in many of the cities on his route. Eventually he reached the borders of Attica. Part of his army was detached to besiege Athens, and Sulla himself went to the Piraeus to confront Archelaus. The Piraeus was easily defended. The walls built by Pericles were still standing, and Sulla laid siege to the city, building engines from wood obtained from the groves of Plato's Academy. He also demolished the parallel long walls that created a corridor between the Piraeus and Athens, so that the two cities would be cut off from one another. There was heavy fighting around the Piraeus, but Sulla had no fleet, and thus the Pontic forces were able to keep themselves supplied. He sent his legate Lucullus in a Calotion, an especially fast ship, to attempt to obtain naval support from various seafaring powers, such as the Rhodians, and later the Ptolemies and Phoenicians, but Mithridates' control of the seas made this essentially futile. Fighting around the Piraeus lasted for months, and in time Sulla abandoned the siege, in part, as Plutarch reported, because he was obsessed with taking Athens, which was still under the control of Aristion. At the end of 87 BC, Sulla established his headquarters at Eleusis, just to the west, and kept up the pressure on the city, with the result that the Athenians endured severe famine. Eventually Athens fell, on the Calends 1st of March 86 BC. Aristion took refuge on the Acropolis, but finally gave himself up, and Sulla, although issuing a general pardon, executed him. Sulla then also took the Piraeus, which Archelaus had abandoned. There had been much destruction in both cities, including Plato's Academy, the Odeon of Pericles, the Tholis, the South Stoa, parts of the Hephaestion, and the arsenal of the Piraeus.
In fact, the sullen destruction level remains a major archaeological datum throughout Athens. Shortly thereafter, 2 additional Pontic commanders arrived, Dromachetes and Taxiles, and their troops. The total Pontic force was now reported to be between 60,000 and 120,000 men, a number that is probably exaggerated, and another battle was fought at Chaeronea. Sulla's forces had been augmented by another legion, commanded by Lucius Hortensius. Yet the Romans could have had no more than 40,000 men, and thus were greatly outnumbered by the army of Archelaus. But the victory was total for the Romans, largely due to Archelaus's tactical blunders, including positioning his troops in a rugged location that did not allow for easy movement, and failing to use his chariots effectively. Thus he lost all but 10,000 of his troops. Sulla erected a trophy commemorating his victory, whose remains were discovered in 1990 on the promontory known today as Isame, now identified as ancient Thurion, about a mile west of the modern town of Chaeronea. It consisted of an unfluted marble column on a commemorative base. Identification is certain since the inscription mentions Homoloikos and Anaxidamos, whom Pausanias and Plutarch noted as prominent in the battle. When Mithridates at Pergamon heard of the defeat, astonishingly he was able to raise a new army promptly and sent it to Greece under the command of Dorylaeus. He joined with Archelaus and engaged Sulla at Orchomenus, a few miles east of Chaeronea. Although the Romans fought badly at first, fear of the Pontic cavalry was the major issue. Sulla's encouragement and his personal heroism rallied the troops. This, too, was a disaster for the Pontic forces. Archelaus escaped to Colchis on the island of Euboea, where he was safe for the time being, since Sulla had still heard nothing from Lucullus about a fleet and was unable to cross over to the island. Archelaus took his ships and harried the Peloponnesus, going as far as Zakynthos off its west coast, but was driven away by a Roman detachment that happened to be stationed on the island. By this time he was more pirate than soldier, as Appian put it, and, accomplishing nothing, he returned to Euboea. The engagement at Orchomenus effectively ended the fighting on the Greek peninsula. The reaction in Asia. As expected, Mithridates reacted badly to what had happened in Greece. There may have already been a growing opposition to his rule in Asia Minor. Needless to say, precise chronological details are difficult to determine, but there were reports of widespread discontent which may have developed at the time of the Greek disaster. In fact, a number of the cities in Western Asia Minor were ambivalent about which side to support, especially Ephesus, Mytilene, Pergamon, Cyzicus, and above all, Heraclea Pontica. Much of this was the inevitable failure to realize the impossible, whether Rome or Mithridates represented the future. The king established absolute rulers, Turanoi, at Tralles, Ephesus, and elsewhere. This suggests that due to local instability and a lack of support, he was increasingly bypassing the traditional governments of these cities and placing his own people in power, as with Aristion in Athens. The king began to act more erratically, seeing, perhaps quite justly, growing opposition, to which he retaliated violently. He even singled out suspects who he thought might be disloyal in the future. There was a contingent of Galatian aristocrats residing with him at Pergamon, and when one of them plotted assassination, he killed practically all of them. He then turned to Galatia proper and eliminated most of the tetrarchs and their families, fearing that they were about to support Sulla and put his own satrap, Eumachus, in power. But some of the surviving tetrarchs promptly evicted him. At Chios, a local ship collided with the king's royal vessel, which became the stated reason for him to confiscate the property of the locals who were said to be on the side of Sulla. One of his commanders, Zenobius, was on his way to Greece, but detoured to take possession of the city of Chios. He asked the inhabitants to give up their arms and their children as hostages, and then also demanded an indemnity of 2,000 talents. When this was paid, Zenobius nevertheless arrested the citizens of Chios and put them on ships, sending them toward Colchis for resettlement as, oddly, slaves of Pontic slaves. Whether they made it to Colchis is not certain. Some, at least, were eventually rescued by forces from Heraclea Pontica and restored to Chios, perhaps after the war had ended. Zenobius had sailed to Ephesus, and when the Ephesians invited him into the city, suggesting that he enter unarmed, they killed him. Unrest spread to other cities, and Mithridates retaliated against those who had revolted, but he attempted to strengthen his power base in those that remained loyal by canceling debts, extending the rights of citizenship, and freeing slaves. Yet plots were developing against the king. The murder of the Galatians at Pergamon was because a certain Polydorix, one of the tetrarchs noted for his bodily strength, had intended to throw the king from the gymnasium, where he was hearing cases, into a ravine. He was foiled when, on the appointed day, the king never came to the gymnasium, and the plot became known. 4 associates of the king from Smyrna and Lesbos also planned to assassinate him, but this was betrayed by one of the conspirators. 80 citizens of Pergamon also conspired against him, yet this too was revealed. In panic, the king sent informers throughout western Asia Minor, and as a result, 1,600 suspects were killed. He also encouraged piracy along the Aegean coast, not only for naval support, but as a revenue-collecting measure. Yet despite all these efforts, Mithridates knew that he was beaten. The end of the war. The Romans now realized that it was necessary to carry the war to Asia Minor. Marius was elected consul for 86 BC and was to lead the expedition, but he died on the 13th of January, and Lucius Valerius Flaccus was elected in his place. He was not popular with his troops and was killed at Nicomedia in Bithynia in a mutiny perpetrated by his legate, Gaius Flavius Fimbria, who took over the command. But Fimbria had his own agenda. There had been much plundering as the army crossed Macedonia and Thrace, which he hoped would continue in Asia Minor, and this in part led to a falling out with Sulla regarding who held the supreme command against Mithridates. It was believed that Fimbria was causing as much damage to Roman interests as the king. Meanwhile, Sulla had been negotiating peace terms with Archelaus, who had received instructions to that effect from the king. At the end of 86 BC, the two met near Delian on the eastern Boeotian coast. Sulla, who had no ships or money, was in a surprisingly weak position. Archelaus began by mentioning the hereditary friendship that had existed between Rome and the Pontic dynasty, referring to Mithridates V, the father of Mithridates VI. He then offered to finance an invasion of Italy on the part of Sulla, since there was dissent in Rome about how the war should be fought and who was truly in charge. The mere fact of this statement shows how well informed the Pontic command was about events in the city. In return, Sulla suggested that Archelaus depose Mithridates, take over the Pontic Empire, and become an allied king of the Romans. With these extreme suggestions out of the way, it was agreed that Mithridates was to give up the province of Asia as well as Paphlagonia, and that Nicomedes IV of Bithynia and Ariobarzanes of Cappadocia be restored. He was also to pay the Romans 2,000 talents and give them 70 armed ships. The numbers vary in the sources. Roman prisoners and exiles from the Asian cities would be returned. The king would retain the rest of his kingdom and most of his naval forces and be recognized by the Romans as an allied monarch. Archelaus withdrew his garrisons from Greece and referred the terms to Mithridates. Although the king did very well by this agreement, he would not yield Paphlagonia or any ships. There was also the matter of Fimbria, who was operating independently from Sulla. He forced Mithridates out of his headquarters at Pergamon to the coast at Patani, where the king hoped to escape by sea. Lucullus, who had finally acquired some ships and was nearby, was asked to blockade the harbor, but since he was Sulla's legate, he would not take orders from Fimbria, and the king moved to the island of Lesbos, establishing himself at Mytilene. Lucullus let him go and headed north, perhaps intending to enter the Black Sea and attack Pontus directly by sea. At Tenedos he encountered a Pontic fleet under Neoptolemus, which was lying in wait for him, but in the engagement that followed, Lucullus was victorious. This may have led Mithridates to realize that his naval superiority was not as great as he thought. Fimbria continued operating in the Troad, and although he had been successful against Mithridates, he also engaged in extensive plunder. He would be most remembered for ravaging Ilion, the presumed site of ancient Troy, reducing it to poverty. Despite suggestions that if Mithridates surrendered to Fimbria, he would receive better terms than from Sulla, the king decided otherwise. It was probably in late summer or early autumn of 85 BC that he met Sulla at Dardanos on the Asian side of the entrance to the Hellespont. Mithridates began by blaming the Romans and the gods for the war, but Sulla, while complimenting the king's oratorical skills, cut him short and asked directly whether he would agree to the terms that he and Archelaus had outlined. The king had previously told Sulla through ambassadors that he would not give up Paphlagonia or any ships, but he withdrew these conditions and agreed to everything. The two men embraced, and Ariobarzanes of Cappadocia and Nicomedes IV of Bithynia, who were by now in Sulla's entourage, were also welcomed by the king. He gave Sulla the 70 ships and promptly left for Pontus. Sulla then went to Fimbria and demanded his army, pointing out that it had been obtained illegally. After harsh words and an attempt to have Sulla assassinated, Fimbria retreated to Pergamon. He attempted to kill himself in the Asclepion, but a slave had to complete the task. Sulla, having effectively restored the Roman government to Asia, gave freedom to a number of cities, but punished the Ephesians for their disobedience. He then returned to Italy, although he stopped for a while at the spa of Idepsos at the north end of Euboea, where there were hot and cold springs. It was the autumn of 85 BC, and the war was over. Mithridates had begun the war by exploiting legitimate grievances against Roman rule in Asia Minor, but in time had gone far beyond this issue through attacking Greece, killing many innocent civilians, and letting it be known that an assault on Italy might follow. He failed to recognize that Rome was not as weak or preoccupied as he believed, and when the Romans finally opposed him in the field, his large armies were repeatedly defeated by much smaller Roman ones. The Roman armies were far more experienced and cohesive than the complex military coalition that Mithridates had put together, which relied heavily on peoples from the northern limits of his kingdom. After the failure of the Greek invasion, matters deteriorated quickly, and as the king became more oppressive, plots against him and his rule were more common. His only hope at the end was his navy, but even that suffered defeat at the hands of the Romans, who were able to levy ships from the most experienced seafaring states in the eastern Mediterranean, such as the Ptolemies and the Rhodians. That only the Romans were able to do this is another indication of the ultimate shallowness of Mithridates' support, especially outside of Western Asia. The peace terms were quite gentle. Sulla's army grumbled at this, and Mithridates' territories around the Black Sea, Colchis, the Bosporus, and the Chersonesus, were not even discussed. He accepted almost without question what the Romans offered and went home. Yet one should not underestimate the significance of the war, which came close to excluding the Romans from Asia Minor. Chapter 10. The Aftermath of the First War. Problems. One of the results of the war was an economic crisis in Rome. As Cicero wrote in the context of Pompey's command of nearly 20 years later, many in Asia had lost large fortunes and, moreover, payments on loans were not being made. This was aggravated because the Mithridatic War had followed immediately after the Marsic War. Legislation allowing relief was passed, probably in February 86 BC, cutting debt by 3/4. This may have resulted in deflation, and counterfeited coins became common. There were also problems in the province of Asia and the surrounding areas. Not only was there the cost of the war in manpower and resources, but there was also the large indemnity required by Sulla. Even in defeat, Mithridates had affected the Roman economy. Despite this, in a political sense, the First War effectively restored the situation to what it had been in 89 BC, before the battle on the Amnius River. But there was now instability in Mithridates' Black Sea territories. The people of Colchis asked that one of Mithridates' sons, also named Mithridates, be made their king. In part, this may have been the feeling, as with the Cappadocians, that their status deserved kingship, but at the same time it could be seen as a movement toward independence, or at least some sort of objection to the royal governors who had been in place for a number of years. The younger Mithridates had fought in the war, but not particularly well. He had been defeated by Fimbria in an engagement on the Rhindikos River, the modern Koja Deri, which empties into the Propontis. Fimbria had attacked while Mithridates' troops were sleeping, and the Pontic forces had lost 6,000 men. Given this, it may be that Mithridates wanted to get as far from Pontus as possible, and there is some evidence that he was in collusion with the Colchians about the appointment as king. His father was probably already dubious about his son's abilities and intentions, and would have seen the move to Colchis as a prelude to seizing the kingship of Pontus. Although he was allowed to take up his position in Colchis, before long the king arrested him and returned him to Pontus. As royalty he was allowed to travel in golden chains, and soon executed him. This shows that whatever the younger Mithridates did in Colchis, it was seen as treasonous. Nothing more is heard about a Colchian desire for kingship, and presumably the system of royal governors was reinstated. Colchis remained a stable part of the Pontic Empire thereafter. It is not certain whether the Colchian episode was an attempt at revolt or merely a plot by the younger Mithridates. It may have been both, but the situation was indicative of the uncertain conditions in the Pontic world after the First War. There were also issues in Bosporus, which were somewhat more serious than those in Colchis. Appian's brief report does not indicate whether it was the Greek cities or the indigenous peoples of the hinterland who were rebelling. The situation was serious enough that the king put together extensive land and sea forces, an activity that caused concern among the Romans, for it was generally believed that he had done nothing since the war except to prepare for another one, and the Bosporan mobilization was proof of this. Moreover, the king was delaying any action on his promise to restore Cappadocia to Ariobarzanes I. By the beginning of 83 BC, it appeared that war would break forth again. The defection of Archelaus. Archelaus, Mithridates' commander in Greece, was Cappadocian in origin and is first known in 92 BC when he engaged Sulla as Mithridates' agent in that territory. At the end of the Greek campaign, he met with Sulla to establish the peace terms. But Mithridates was becoming suspicious of his loyalties, feeling that he had made a private agreement with the proconsul to the king's disadvantage. The ease with which the vastly outnumbered Romans had defeated the Pontic forces at Chaeronea suggested that there had been some kind of treachery. Sulla and Archelaus, who had known each other for several years, were said to be too friendly with one another. Sulla's proposal that Archelaus depose Mithridates, although probably more bargaining point than serious, further heightened the king's worries. After the conference at Delion, Archelaus became exceedingly sick at Larissa in Thessaly, and Sulla, who was heading toward the Hellespont, stopped his march and made certain that he had proper medical care. It was also said that the killing of Aristeon, the only Athenian executed among the leaders who had resisted Sulla, was done on the orders of Archelaus, and, moreover, that Sulla had given him land on Euboea. These stories, true or not, were such that Sulla felt the need to defend his own actions in his memoirs. It was easy to make the charge that there had been collusion between the two commanders. Mithridates' suspicions of Archelaus reached the danger point, and the king began to blame him for the loss in the war. Archelaus soon realized that remaining at the Pontic court would be fatal, and thus he sought refuge with Lucius Licinius Murena, who had been one of Sulla's legates in the Greek campaign, and thus was already known to Archelaus. Murena had been given Fimbria's legions and was left in Asia to re-establish Roman control. Archelaus's defection probably occurred late in 84 BC, and he became an important advisor to the Romans in the engagements that followed. He is last known on the staff of Lucullus at the beginning of the Third War around 73 BC. Nothing more is reported about him, and he probably died of natural causes early in the war. Yet Archelaus's legacy was greater than his own career, since he was the founder of a dynasty that endured at least into the 2nd century AD, and which, as was common in Hellenistic times, became royalty. His son, also named Archelaus, was appointed by Pompey the Great to be priest-king at the major Pontic sanctuary of Comana, an office with royal rank which controlled a cult center with a population of thousands. But in 56 BC he became the husband of Berenike IV of Egypt, the sister of Cleopatra VII, who had a brief reign while her father Ptolemy XII was in exile. When he was restored, Archelaus and Berenike were promptly killed. The son of this second Archelaus, the third of that name, inherited the Comana priesthood, and his son, the fourth Archelaus, was made king of Cappadocia by the triumvir Marcus Antonius in 41 BC and, ironically, ruled Pontus for a number of years in the Augustan period. His daughter, Glaphyra, married successively 2 sons of Herod the Great and also King Juba of Mauritania, and her descendants, including 2 kings of Armenia and a Roman consul, are known for several generations thereafter. The descendants of Archelaus, the commander of Mithridates, demonstrate well how the aristocrats of the late Hellenistic period would produce the Eastern royalty of the Roman period, as well as the future leadership of Rome itself. The Second Mithridatic War. Licinius Murena was ambitious, and he had Archelaus in his entourage as well as, presumably, other Pontic refugees. He was anxious to start a war that might yield him a triumph, the highest honor in Rome for a returning commander. To this effect, he interpreted Mithridates' mobilization in the Bosporan matter as an aggression against Rome, and responded by garrisoning Cappadocia and initiating in 83 BC the series of engagements that ancient writers call the Second War between the Romans and Mithridates. Murena marched through Cappadocia and attacked the temple town of Comana, killing some Pontic cavalry and appropriating the treasures. Ambassadors from the king were sent to protest, but oddly they spoke against him, giving Murena's actions more credibility. Nevertheless, they cited the treaty at Dardanus that had ended the First War, but Murena, whether through ignorance or deceit, denied that it existed, since Sulla had never written it down. Murena then returned to Cappadocia, where he spent the winter of 83 to 82 BC. Mithridates then complained to Rome, but had not heard any reply when, in the spring of 82 BC, Murena appeared in Pontus again, engaging in extensive plunder. Appian reported that he overran 400 villages, but this seems impossible, especially at the beginning of the campaigning season, and if not simply an exaggeration, it may refer to a toponym, a general term for a region of farmsteads in one of the fertile agricultural plains of Pontus, analogous to the district called the Kiliokome, the 1,000 villages, northwest of Amasea, a locality where there could not be 1,000 villages. The 400 villages that Murena plundered would be a similar toponym, probably in the vicinity of Zela, on the southern route of access into Pontus and the site of many battles. As Murena approached, the king did not respond but waited for word from Rome. This eventually came in the person of a certain Callidius, probably Gaius Callidius, who would be a praetor in 79 BC. He publicly told Murena that it was the will of the Senate that he desist in his activities, but he also had a private interview with him, and since Murena promptly invaded again, Mithridates believed that there was a secret plan to continue the war. There were also reports that Murena was preparing to attack Sinope, the Pontic capital, and an appeal by both sides to Heraclea Pontica for negotiation went nowhere. Eventually, Mithridates moved into action, first sending out Gordius and then taking the field himself with a large army. The two sides engaged at a river crossing, perhaps on the Halys, and the Pontic forces gained a victory described as brilliant and striking. Many were said now to come to the support of the king, and the garrisons that Murena had established in Cappadocia were eliminated. Mithridates made a large sacrifice to Zeus Stratius, the Zeus of the armies. It was said that the sacrificial flames were visible 1,000 stadia, about 125 miles, out to sea, which suggests a location on the coast, perhaps at Sinope. But there was also a major sanctuary to the god in the heights east of Amasea, the old Pontic capital. The event was a mixture of Greek and Persian ritual. Particularly Persian was the great banquet for those present, showing the dual nature of the heritage of the Pontic kingdom. Moreover, it was perhaps yet another imitation of Alexander the Great, reflecting the great banquet he gave at Opis in Mesopotamia in June 324 BC. When word of the war reached Sulla in Rome, either through the original embassy sent by the king or later reports, he was not pleased. He was now dictator with extraordinary powers, and he used them to bring an end to the conflict. He sent a trusted aide, Aulus Gabinius, who had been with him at Chaeronea, to order Murena to stand down. Gabinius arrived in Asia early in 81 BC and delivered his instructions. He also told Mithridates to reconcile with Ariobarzanes on the matter of Cappadocia, which had been festering ever since the end of the First War. To implement this, a marriage alliance was concluded between the son of Ariobarzanes I, Ariobarzanes II, and Mithridates' 4-year-old daughter, perhaps the Athenaeus who, 20 years later, would be involved in a plot to interfere with the Cappadocian succession. The arrangement would give Mithridates continued access to Cappadocia, and he used it to retain control over some parts of the territory. Murena served out his term as governor and returned to Rome. He was given the triumph that he sought, which was hardly deserved, but indicative of the ambivalent attitudes in the city about the entire situation in Pontus, which itself was affected by Rome's own political problems. The Second War was over, and Mithridates had not only strengthened his position, but redeemed the loss in the First War. He had finally defeated a Roman army and, moreover, had improved his relationship with Cappadocia. One loose end remained. The Dardanos Treaty was still not in writing, and in 80 BC the king sent envoys to Rome to attend to the matter. But the Senate never responded because of the internal issues at Rome, and the treaty would never be written down. The last years of Sulla. Mithridates was probably well aware that during these years Rome was in an almost permanent state of chaos. He would have had agents in the city, and he had been in contact with the Italian rebels during the Marsic War. For many years, Sulla and Marius had quarreled, often with violent and deadly results, over who was truly responsible for ending the war with Jugurtha in 103 BC. The sudden death of Marius at the beginning of 86 BC, while Sulla was bringing the war in Greece to an end, eliminated their personal rivalry, but civil strife in the city of Rome continued, largely under the leadership of Lucius Cornelius Cinna, who was an opponent of Sulla and held the consulship for 4 successive years, beginning in 87 BC. Sulla was declared a public enemy by Cinna, who made preparations to take an army to Greece in order to prevent Sulla from returning to Italy, but was killed by his troops at Ancona early in 84 BC. Yet Sulla had many enemies, and although the Senate had offered him an amnesty, the attempted attack by Cinna and agitation by the surviving consul for 84 BC, Gnaeus Paprius Carbo, put Sulla in an untenable position. In the spring of 83 BC, he and his troops landed at Brundisium and headed toward Rome. While on the road, he began to gather numerous supporters, including many young aspiring political leaders who had become the dominant personalities in Rome during the last years of the Republic. Pompey the Great, who had fought in the Marsic War, was living without political office on his estates in Picenum on the Adriatic coast northeast of Rome. He raised a private army from his retainers, an unfortunate harbinger of the future, and hastened to Sulla's side. Marcus Licinius Crassus, who had escaped from Cinna and sought refuge in Spain, was also able to raise a private army and join Sulla. Pompey and Crassus would become consuls in 70 BC, and then 2 of the members of the unofficial triumvirate of 59 BC that was formed to determine the future destiny of Rome. Crassus would die in 53 BC during an ill-advised invasion of Parthia, but Pompey would become the most powerful man in Rome until his death in Egypt in 48 BC. 2 other young aspirants, not directly associated with Sulla but highly influential in later years, also appear in the historical record at about this time. Gaius Julius Caesar was a nephew of Marius and thus unlikely to be well disposed to Sulla, but later he would be the 3rd member of the triumvirate of 59 BC and would continue his well-known career. He is first noted on the staff of Marcus Municius Thermus, the governor of Asia, and was sent in 81 BC to Nicomedes IV of Bithynia as his naval advisor. And Marcus Tullius Cicero first appears as quaestor to the governor of western Sicily in 75 BC. These men, all of whom emerged in the years around 80 BC, would determine the future of Rome and control the final years of the Republic. Sulla arrived at Rome late in 83 BC after a long progress north that saw many battles, especially as he neared the city. Although there was still opposition in the provinces, especially from Quintus Sertorius in Nearer Hispania, Sulla was now in control of Italy. He no longer had any legal power. Under Roman law, his proconsular command in the Mithridatic campaign ended when he returned to the city of Rome, but he was named dictator for 82 BC and redesignated for 81, 80, and 79 BC. The dictatorship was an extraordinary magistracy, an office given to someone to meet an immediate danger to the Republic. It had been a regular feature of the early and perilous years of the Roman state, but had not been invoked for over a century until Sulla re-established the practice. Later, it would be famously used by Julius Caesar. Sulla initiated a vicious purge of his opposition and confiscation of their property. He then used his dictatorships for a series of reforms which are generally not relevant to the issues concerning Asia Minor or Mithridates, although the Sullan legislation did include some regulation of provincial magistrates whose ability to act without proper authorization had precipitated both Mithridatic wars. Also under his powers as dictator, he was able to bring the Second War to an end, sending out Gabinius to order Murena to cease his aggression. In the same year, 81 BC, Sulla celebrated his triumph over Mithridates, one of the most extravagant that Rome had ever seen. In 79 BC, after over 3 full years as dictator and many reforms, and after the election of the consuls for 78 BC, Sulla resigned his office, one of the few cases ever of someone voluntarily giving up absolute power. As Appian put it, he had become tired of the city and enamored of country life. He retired to his estate at Cumae in Campania and died the following year. Despite attempts to block it, he was given a public funeral unexcelled in its splendor. Sulla was dead, but Mithridates VI still remained. It was during Sulla's dictatorship that the king had attempted to get the terms of the Dardanus Treaty in writing without success. Moreover, it was probably during 80 BC that Ariobarzanes I of Cappadocia sent his own embassy to Rome to complain that Mithridates still occupied his territory, whereupon Sulla told Mithridates to withdraw from it. In addition, one of the consuls of 79 BC, Publius Servilius Vatia, would be sent the following year to Cilicia, placing a consular army on the borders of Cappadocia, a possible threat to Mithridates. There were also problems in the coastal regions of the northeastern Black Sea. The Bosporians had been subdued, with Mithridates' son Machares placed as king, essentially royal governor, over them, probably in late 81 or early 80 BC. Yet those living between Bosporus and Colchis, the Achaeans, a primitive warlike group, resisted the Pontic invasion, and due to both military action and the weather, Mithridates lost 2/3 of his army. These issues may have made the king believe that with Sulla in absolute power in Rome, a gesture of conciliation was in order, and he gave up the parts of Cappadocia that he still controlled without objection. He then sent another embassy to Rome to inquire again about the matter of the Dardanus Treaty, which had ended the First War. But when the envoys arrived, Sulla had just died, and the Senate was so preoccupied it did not even receive them. The king, who had tried to be agreeable, would have seen the treatment of his ambassadors as nothing other than an insult. Rather than retake Cappadocia himself, he once again persuaded his son-in-law, Tigranes II of Armenia, to invade the territory, as he had done in 92 BC. This would also fit into the grandiose plans that Tigranes himself was developing, for he was establishing a new capital, Tigranokerta, in the southern part of his kingdom at the place that he had become king. It was planned to be a great multicultural city. 300,000 Cappadocians were allegedly removed to be part of its population, but it was never completed, and what existed was destroyed by Lucullus in 69 BC as part of the Third Mithridatic War. Mithridates and Sertorius. But the Romans were not fooled regarding Cappadocia and well knew what the king was up to. Not long after Sulla's death, there was already talk about another war, and it was about this time that Mithridates reached all the way to the opposite end of the Mediterranean for a new alliance. Quintus Sertorius had served under Marius against the Cimbrians and then in the Marsic War. He was elected praetor for 83 BC, but as a protege of Marius, he opposed Sulla. Sertorius felt that it was in his best interest to go to his assigned province, near Hispania, as soon as possible, and he established himself there late in the year. But Sulla, when he became dictator, sent a force to take control of the Iberian Peninsula. Sertorius then abandoned his province and crossed over to Mauritania, the vast territory of northwest Africa, establishing himself at Tingis, modern Tangier, and becoming effective ruler of the region. Eventually, probably in early 80 BC, he answered a call from the Lusitanians, the population on the Atlantic coast of the Iberian Peninsula, to be their commander against Rome. Sertorius devoted great effort to organizing the locals and teaching them Roman and Greek ways, and even created his own senate, becoming a highly popular leader. Like Mithridates, he became a focal point of anti-Roman concerns. But the situation quickly degenerated into warfare. Sulla and his successors sent out a number of commanders against him, and Sertorius's fortunes began to fade when Pompey arrived in the peninsula as proconsul in 76 BC. At first he was not successful against Sertorius, but he eventually gained the upper hand. After a series of defeats, Sertorius was assassinated by members of his own staff at the end of 73 BC. Around 76 or 75 BC, Mithridates and Sertorius made contact.
Two Romans, Lucius Magius and Lucius Fannius, resident in Miletus, allegedly made a proposal to the king that he ally with Sertorius. Magius and Fannius, generally mentioned in tandem, seem to have had unusual careers. They had served in the army of Fimbria and, after his death in the autumn of 85 BC, ended up at the court of Mithridates. In 79 BC, the two purchased a ship in Miletus from Gaius Verus, who at the time was legate to the governor of Cilicia, but would become infamous later for his mismanagement of Sicily. Verus had commandeered the ship for a journey from Miletus to Myndus, some 30 miles away in Caria, and then sold it to Magius and Fannius. The account of the activities of Magius and Fannius is enigmatic, but it seems that some time after their arrival at Mithridates' court they used the ship to make regular voyages between Sinope and Dianium, the latter an ancient sanctuary to Artemis, and then Diana, at a prominent location on the southeastern Iberian coast. In some way they connected with Sertorius and became his adherents, and it was allegedly in this context that they persuaded Mithridates to make contact. Yet some of their activities seem rather close to piracy, an institution that was endemic in the Mediterranean at that time, especially since the ship was a mioparon, a type favored by pirates. This may be one of the reasons that the Senate eventually declared them public enemies. In whatever way Mithridates conceived of the idea to reach out to Sertorius, he was fully aware of its advantages. He could play Pyrrhus to Sertorius's Hannibal, and Italy would be simultaneously attacked by the greatest military commander and the greatest king of the era. The alliance would also be a way of linking the external ocean at the Atlantic to Pontus. Mithridates sent ambassadors to Sertorius, offering him money and ships in return for the province of Asia. Sertorius convened his senate and received the envoys, but well knew that the disposition of Asia was not in his power. The king was astonished at this and may have misunderstood the limits of Sertorius's legal position in Rome. Yet a treaty was signed between the two leaders, and Sertorius sent a certain Marcus Marius, not the consul and opponent of Sulla, with soldiers to Pontus, and in return Sertorius was to receive 3,000 talents and 40 ships. He allegedly offered to give Mithridates Bithynia, Cappadocia, and Galatia. None of these was Roman territory, and how he was going to do this is not specified, but the offer is indicative of Sertorius's own grandiose plans to be ruler of all of the Roman world. In fact, Mithridates believed that in time Sertorius would take up residence on the Palatine in Rome, a suggestion of kingship. Sertorius's ulterior motive was revealed when Marcus Marius captured some cities in Asia, where there were resurgent problems with tax collectors and occupying troops, and did so in the name of Sertorius, not Mithridates. The treaty between the two was finalized in the summer of 74 BC before the Third Mithridatic War started the following spring. But by the end of 73 BC, Sertorius was dead and nothing further came of the arrangements. Marius continued to serve in the Pontic army, presumably with his own forces, until in 72 BC he was defeated and executed by Lucullus in an engagement off the island of Lemnos. Magius and Fannius were declared public enemies by the Senate after Sertorius's death, but were reconciled and served in the army of Lucullus. At roughly the same time, the Romans were establishing a presence in the interior of Thrace and had gone as far as the Danube and perhaps across it. The proconsul of Macedonia, Lucius Scribonius Curio, reached the river probably in 75 BC. The Romans had legitimate interests in the area since the Dardanians who lived in the region south of Belgrade were causing difficulty. But knowing about Mithridates' alliance with Sertorius and the suggestion of an attack on Italy via the Danube, it may be that the Romans wanted to assert their presence along a possible line of Pontic advance. Needless to say, any Roman efforts to this end were unnecessary, and Curio returned to Rome in 72 BC and celebrated a triumph. Preparations for war. It had been realized for some time in Rome that a further war with Mithridates was inevitable. As early as 77 BC, Lucius Marcius Philippus, a senior senator, told the Senate that Mithridates was looking for an opportunity to start another war. In the summer of 75 BC, the consul Lucius Aurelius Cotta noted that Roman armies were being maintained in Asia and Cilicia as a check on the ambitions of the king. Mithridates' alliance with Sertorius was at about the same time as Cotta's report, and it could not have been comforting to the Romans.
In 74 BC, the balance of power in Western Asia changed significantly with the death of Nicomedes IV of Bithynia. He seems to have had no legitimate heir, although an alleged son did come forward, perhaps even promoted by Mithridates, but he was quickly discredited. Nicomedes willed his kingdom to Rome, and Bithynia was annexed. The governor of Asia, Marcus Juncus, was charged with organizing the new province. This certainly would have caused Mithridates great concern. During these years, the king was building up his support throughout the eastern Mediterranean, as well as creating a sophisticated military force. His defeats had been in part due to the inferiority of his troops, who were large in number but recruited from barbarians and no match for the disciplined Roman army. The king's previous soldiers had been more ostentatious than capable, wearing armor inlaid with gold and precious stones. To reform his forces, he dismissed many of the barbarian contingents and trained the remainder in Roman fashion. By now he had several Romans in his entourage. His ships were stripped of their luxuries, and the elaborate cabins were converted into storerooms for weaponry. Swords and shields were forged in the Roman manner. All in all, it was said that he mobilized 120,000 or 140,000 infantry, 16,000 cavalry, and 400 ships. He also reached out to others for support. His arrangement with Sertorius was the most prominent of these efforts. In addition, he planned a number of marriage alliances, although they may never have been implemented. Yet the king seems to have had a large supply of daughters for this purpose. Some were to be sent to various Scythian chieftains. Mithridates was betrothed to Ptolemy XII of Egypt, and Nysa to his brother Ptolemy, king of Cyprus. The two kings may have spent time at the Pontic court in their youth. Mithridates also went outside of the established royal or aristocratic families. The Cretans had provided forces to his father, and this may have continued. The various piratical groups centered on Cilicia may also have given support, and he seems to have encouraged piracy at the end of the First War, since he lacked the sea power to hold the Aegean coast. The pirates remained a resource into the later wars. Pirates could be dangerous since they had their own agenda, but they could also be useful. A pirate ship rescued the king in 73 BC when his own ship foundered in a storm somewhere between Cyzicus and Sinope. But his advisers told him, quite rightly, that any contact with the pirates was questionable. The king could be held for ransom, and there is no evidence of any formalized agreement between him and the piratical groups. How long Mithridates was preparing for war is uncertain, but clearly the death of Nicomedes and the Roman annexation of Bithynia in 74 BC intensified his actions. Not only did the new province of Bithynia bring Roman territory close to the boundaries of Pontus, but it meant that the Romans now had effective control of the route from the Black Sea to the Aegean through the Thracian, Bosporus, Propontis, and Hellespont. Moreover, much of the local instability that had been a factor in the First War had returned to Asia. The excesses of the tax collectors and moneylenders were such that children were being sold into slavery to pay debts. This gave the king a moral cause for war. His preparations complete, Mithridates made an address to his soldiers in the spring of 73 BC. Part of it was familiar material about his royal lineage and his own accomplishments. He could no longer say that his army had never been defeated by the Romans, so he added that this had never happened while he was present. Once again, Roman greed was stressed, greed which had resulted in the enslavement of Italy, an allusion to the fact that the Marsic War had ended in the Romans' favor. He also noted that the failure to record the Dardanos Treaty was because they were waiting for an opportunity to violate it. As before, he emphasized that the Romans were otherwise occupied, this time with Sertorius, and there was continuing civil disorder in Italy and in the city. Piracy was rampant on the seas, which the Romans had been unable to control. The king ended his speech by pointing out that even Romans had come to his side, citing by name Magius, Fannius, and Marius. Then he invaded Bithynia, initiating the Third War with Rome. Chapter 11. Lucullus and Mithridates VI. Events at Rome. In his speech to his troops in 73 BC, just before his invasion of Bithynia, Mithridates emphasized the disorder that was a continuing feature of Roman politics and society, causing civil dissent throughout Italy. Regardless of the king's perspective and agenda, and how much this speech is a construct, it is certainly an accurate assessment of the situation.
After the funeral of Sulla in early 78 BC, the two consuls, Quintus Lutatius Catulus and Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, began to quarrel bitterly over the future direction of the Roman state. Conflict broke out, the details of which are not particularly germane to the situation with Mithridates, other than providing him support for his view of a Rome in chaos, and only ended when Lepidus died of natural causes on Sardinia the following year. His supporters fled to Sertorius. Catulus continued his career for another 20 years, and in 66 BC would oppose giving the command against Mithridates to his former protege Pompey. With the retreat and convenient death of Lepidus, who had seen himself as a new Sulla, Rome had been spared another round of civil war, although a battle had actually been fought at the northern edge of the city. That a dispute between two consuls could so easily yield to physical violence must have pleased Mithridates. Civil instability was a feature of life in the city of Rome during these years. In June of 75 BC, the consuls, Lucius Octavius and Gaius Aurelius Cotta, were attacked by a mob because of food shortages. A few days later, Cotta gave a speech to the Roman people. Although the extant text is a construct of several decades later by the historian Sallust, it is an excellent summary of the state of affairs in the mid-70s BC. Cotta allegedly emphasized that the Republic faced the greatest of obstacles both at home and in war. Things were not going well in the Iberian Peninsula due to Sertorius and the constant defection of Roman allies to his side. Because of the threat of Mithridates, it was necessary to maintain standing armies in both Cilicia and Asia. Macedonia was unstable since the Thracians to its north were pressuring the province, and piracy plagued the coasts everywhere, so much so that in the following year Marcus Antonius, the father of the triumvir, was given an extraordinary command valid anywhere in the Mediterranean where the issue was a problem. Moreover, Cotta continued, Rome's expenses were outstripping its revenue, which meant a reduction in available military resources. The war with Sertorius was a major effort on the part of the Roman military. The adventurer was at the peak of his power when Cotta spoke and would conclude his treaty with Mithridates the following year. Moreover, in 73 BC, the Romans were afflicted by a new problem, the revolt of Spartacus. He had been in the Roman army, but for unknown reasons had ended up in the gladiatorial school of Lentulus Batiatus of Capua. With about 80 companions, he escaped and hid on the slopes of Mount Vesuvius. Soon their force was joined by many of the disaffected, and the two Roman armies sent against him were defeated. Eventually, Spartacus was said to have 70,000 followers. His primary interest was to return to his Thracian home by retreating to the north, but many of his supporters were more interested in plundering southern Italy. This may be part of the continuing civil disorder in Italy that Mithridates mentioned in his contemporary speech. And in 71 BC, Spartacus was trapped in Lucania by the proconsul Marcus Licinius Crassus and killed in battle. Whether Mithridates' invasion of Bithynia was after he learned about Spartacus cannot be determined. The revolt and invasion were almost contemporary, but it would have pleased the king to know that the Romans had yet another insurgent on their hands. They were effectively at war on three fronts, in Iberia, against the pirates, and now in southern Italy, and Mithridates' agreement with Sertorius further complicated the issues. The king would have felt that it was time to open up a fourth line of attack, and the contemporary death of Nicomedes IV of Bithynia and the provincialization of his kingdom would have given Mithridates both a reason for worry and an opportunity. Lucullus and Pompey. The Roman response to Mithridates in the Third War was dominated by two of the powerful personalities whose careers embody the world of the collapse of the Roman Republic. Lucius Licinius Lucullus, 117 to 57 or 56 BC, was a protege of Sulla's, serving under him in the Marsic War and joining him in his march on Rome in 88 BC. He was Sulla's legate in the First Mithridatic War, and after various commands in the eastern Mediterranean reached the consulship in 74 BC, with Marcus Aurelius Cotta as his colleague, the brother of the Cotta who was consul the previous year. The following year, Lucullus was assigned Asia and Cilicia as his provinces, positioning him to take command of the Third War against Mithridates, which started early in 73 BC. He prosecuted the war for the next 7 years, but defeats as well as dissensions among his soldiers meant that beginning in 68 BC, the extent of his command was steadily reduced, and in 66 BC he was replaced by Pompey. Gaius Pompey, 106 to 48 BC, had also begun his career during the Marsic War, serving at a young age, and then also joined Sully in his march on Rome. His prominence rose rapidly, and he took the surname Magnus, the Great, early in his career. He received a triumph in 81 BC for campaigns in Africa, and another in 70 BC for defeating Sertorius and the remnants of the followers of Spartacus. In that year he attained the consulship with Crassus as colleague. Thereafter he succeeded Antonius in the command against the pirates, and in 66 BC was given an extraordinary command to replace Lucullus. He prosecuted the war against Mithridates during its final years. The invasion of Bithynia. Whether or not he knew about Spartacus, in the spring of 73 BC, Mithridates invaded Bithynia, while Roman organization of the kingdom as a province was still largely unformed. He began the campaign with another sacrifice to Zeus Stratius and one to Poseidon, driving a chariot led by white horses into the sea. This was probably at Sinope, a demonstration of his new emphasis on naval power. Both the exact years and sequence of events of the war remain disputed, although there is no doubt that it involved the years 73 to 63 BC. The consuls of 74 BC, Lucullus and the younger Cotta, were sent to Asia near the end of their terms, probably in reaction to the treaty between Mithridates and Sertorius. With this arrangement in hand, the king devoted the rest of 74 BC and the first months of the following year to war preparations. The Romans would have had two strong hints that war was imminent, not only the treaty with Sertorius, but also the death of Nicomedes IV, which changed the balance of power in northwestern Asia Minor. The Romans were not as distracted as Mithridates had hoped. Lucullus had originally been assigned Cisalpine Gaul as his consular province, but the proconsul of Cilicia, Lucius Octavius, the consul of 75 BC, died early in 74 BC. There were many applicants to replace him, but Lucullus exerted great pressure to have Cilicia assigned to himself, knowing full well that this would give him the command against the king. He raised his own army and went to Asia. Whether he even made it as far as Cilicia is not certain, where he found Roman forces in disarray, with the effect of the depredations of Fimbria still noticeable. He spent several weeks, if not more, turning them into an effective army. Like Lucullus, Cotta had originally been assigned another province, which one is not known, but he persuaded the Senate to send him to Bithynia. The previous governor, Juncus, who had been given the task of organizing the region upon the death of Nicomedes, seems to have been removed from office, perhaps due to local complaints. He was prosecuted in Rome by Julius Caesar, but nothing further is known about him, and he may have died about this time. Thus Bithynia was available, and so by early in 73 BC the Romans had two consular officers in the field, whatever Mithridates might do. The king must have questioned his assessment that the Romans were in general disarray when he learned that two armies were in position to oppose him even before he made any definite action. Lucullus seems to have been moving his forces around western Asia Minor and was reported in Phrygia. Yet Mithridates might have been pleased to know that the two commanders were not on the best of terms, as seemed inevitable in the Roman world of the era, with Cotta believing that a quick victory would give him a triumph, and Lucullus, influenced by Mithridates' former commander Archelaus, who was now on his staff, open to suggestions that he attack Pontus directly. Mithridates, concerned about where the Romans might position their armies, sent his commander Diophantus, son of Mithrares, one of those who had been commemorated on the Mithridatian on Delos, to protect his southern frontier by garrisoning Cappadocia with orders to attack Lucullus if he moved toward Pontus. The king had laid his plans well, and the time that it took Lucullus to bring the Roman soldiers into shape was also to his advantage. The king's knowledge of Bithynia, he probably had long had agents at the Bithynian court and in Bithynian cities, meant that he understood the local situation better than the Romans. The problems with Juncus, the first governor of Bithynia, demonstrate that the Roman organization of the new province was not going well, another point of advantage for the king. He moved swiftly in the spring of 73 BC and, passing through Paphlagonia and Galatia, arrived in Bithynia in 9 days. Even if this were just the eastern edge of the territory on the Bilos River, it meant he had marched his massive army, allegedly 150,000 infantry, at a rate of 20 miles or more a day. The king was well received by the inhabitants of the Bithynian cities because of the usual heavy-handed tactics on the part of Roman moneylenders and tax collectors. Evidently, in recent years, the western parts of Asia Minor had returned to their normal, disaffected state. At the same time, the king sent a fleet out from Sinope with its objective, coastal Bithynia on the Propontis, and perhaps the Aegean, under the command of a certain Aristarchus, as a part of his strategy to keep the war away from Pontus. But when the fleet arrived at Heraclea Pontica, it was not allowed to enter the harbor, although the city did provide supplies. At the time, Heraclea was a free city that had survived and even prospered for years by balancing its interests against the surrounding powers and, more recently, the Romans. Presumably, their first reaction was to avoid involvement with the developing war. But eventually the ships were allowed to land, and Aristarchus promptly arrested two leading citizens, Silenus and Satyros, and held them hostage until the Heracleans agreed to supply 5 triremes for the war effort. Although the only detailed account, by Memnon, is confused, it seems that after initial hostility, Aristarchus earned the gratitude of the Heracleans by a general slaughter of the tax collectors. Heraclea was now on the Pontic side, and the fleet continued and entered the Thracian Bosporus. Meanwhile, Mithridates' land forces advanced into Bithynia. Cotta, who had established himself at Nicomedia, the Bithynian capital, retreated in the face of the Pontic army and took up quarters at Chalcedon, modern Caducae, at the mouth of the Bosporus on the Asian side, leaving the heartland of Bithynia open to the king. Cotta had relatively few troops and was described by Appian as completely weak in warfare and inexperienced. Mithridates probably knew about Cotta's lack of a military career and thought that if he could promptly neutralize the proconsul, he would then be free to concern himself with a far more experienced Lucullus. Cotta sent out his naval commander, Publius Rutilius Nudus, with a land force to occupy a position near Chalcedon. The king drove him back toward the city, but Cotta, in panic, sealed the gates. Nudus and his officers abandoned their soldiers, most of whom were then killed, and allowed themselves to be drawn up into the city by ropes. The king's troops were led by his Bastarnian infantry, said to be among the best of fighters, and whose home territory was north of the mouth of the Danube, indicative of the broad extent of his allies. On the same day, Mithridates' fleet arrived at Chalcedon, having passed through the Bosporus. Cutting the chain blocking the harbor, they took possession and burned 4 Roman ships, towing the remaining 60 away. Cotta and Nudus, barricaded in the city, offered no resistance. Nudus is not heard from again, and one source reports that he was killed in the engagement, which seems unlikely, but may indicate that he died shortly thereafter. The Romans were said to have lost thousands on land. Reports vary between 3,000 and 5,300, and as many as 8,000 in the naval engagement. These numbers are certainly exaggerated, but there is no doubt that in this first battle of the war, the Romans had been badly defeated. The Pontic fleet, now augmented by Cotta's ships, sailed across the Propontis to the Hellespont, capturing Parion on the south side of the Propontis and Lampsacus at the entrance to the Hellespont, thereby assuring access to the Aegean. Mithridates realized that Cotta was no threat and that any siege of Chalcedon would have been a poor use of manpower with minimal results, and thus he began to organize Bithynia as the latest acquisition to his territories. The major Bithynian cities went over to his side either forcibly or willingly, including Prusia, Nicaea, Nicomedia, Prusias, and Apamea. At this time the king was also joined by the representative from Sertorius, Marcus Marius, who brought a military force from Spain. Marius used his senatorial rank and his position as Sertorius's quaestor to assert himself as a legitimate representative of the Roman government, appearing in public with Roman badges of office, fasces and axes, to demonstrate Roman approval of the king's actions. This posture would be especially valuable when the king entered Roman territory late in 73 BC. It was even reported that on occasion, when it was politically expedient to do so, Mithridates would subordinate himself to Marius, who would then act as any Roman magistrate, giving cities their freedom and reforming tax policy. It was probably at this time that Mithridates fulfilled his pledge to Sertorius by sending him 40 ships, perhaps supplied from those captured at Chalcedon. Nothing is known about their route or how far they got before it was learned that Sertorius was dead. This occurred in the winter of 73 to 72 BC, and the ships either never reached Spain or headed back shortly after their arrival. The following summer, Lucius Valerius Triarius, one of Lucullus's legates, was dispatched to the Hellespont to intercept them upon their return. By the summer of 73 BC, Mithridates was again at a peak of his career and power. He had quickly subjugated Bithynia and brought Heraclea Pontica to his side. He had neutralized one of the consuls sent against him. Cotta seems to have remained in Chalcedon for quite some time, uncertain of what to do next. The king's ships had access to the Mediterranean, something especially frightening to the Romans. As the king entered the last decade of his life, he had every reason to be confident. The war spreads. The later months of 73 BC were marked by a number of engagements, as Roman detachments spread across Central Asia Minor, battling various Pontic forces, often successfully. Fannius, the renegade Roman who had defected to Mithridates some years earlier and had been noted by the king as a good example of Roman support for his policies, joined with Mitrophanes, who had commanded Pontic forces since the First War, but both were defeated at an unknown location somewhere near the volcanic territory of the Lydian-Carian borderlands. Their opponent was Mamercus, otherwise unknown, but presumably one of Lucullus's legates. A Pontic attack on Mysia and the nearby portions of Phrygia was repelled by Gaius Salluvius Naso. The Pontic commander Eumachus invaded Phrygia and killed many Romans, presumably traders and merchants, and then moved south into Pisidia, Isauria, and Cilicia, but was pursued and neutralized by Deiotarus, one of the Galatian tetrarchs. Most interesting, perhaps, was the brief involvement of Julius Caesar, who had been studying on Rhodes with the famous Apollonius Molon of Alabanda, who also taught Cicero. After an interlude when he was captured by pirates and only released after 40 days and a payment of 50 talents, he crossed over on his own initiative to the province of Asia, where he had previously served and probably had connections, and raised a private army, using it to expel one of the king's officers from the province, thus demonstrating to the ambivalent locals that there was a reason to be loyal to Rome. As always, it is impossible to place these various incidents in sequence, but it is clear that as the autumn of 73 BC approached, things were no longer going well for Mithridates. Cyzicus. The city of Cyzicus lies at modern Balkis in an impressive location on a coastal island in the Propontis, connected to the mainland by a causeway. It had been founded by Milesians perhaps as early as the 7th century BC and was the most important Greek city in the region, greatly involved in the politics of Greek history. It was noted for its shipping industry and the attractiveness of its public buildings. By the 1st century BC, it was a free city within Roman territory and would be a major prize for Mithridates, as well as an excellent staging point for an invasion of the Roman territories of Western Asia Minor. In the late summer or autumn of 73 BC, the king decided to mount a total attack on the city, in hindsight a major strategic blunder. He may have been overly optimistic because of the weak Roman response at Chalcedon and had high hopes due to his alliance with Sertorius. Moreover, a Cyzicene force, part of the Roman troops at Chalcedon, had lost 3,000 men and 10 ships, and Mithridates may have wanted to make an example of those who opposed him. Despite committing his entire army against Cyzicus, the king embarked on an impossible campaign. Lucullus quickly moved into position on the landward side of the city. He realized that it was unwise to engage the massive Pontic army and thus settled into a siege, which lasted well into the early part of 72 BC. North of Cyzicus was the mountain known as Arctonissos, and here Mithridates besieged the city from the other side. The major ancient sources, Plutarch and Appian, describe in detail the activities of both armies in maintaining the sieges, including the complex works of the king. These included a double wall and a trench, as well as a tower 100 pices, about 200 feet, high, which served as a platform for sending forth projectiles. There were also other towers and even ships on the seaward side of the city that could serve as troop platforms. He attempted to use his Cyzicean prisoners from Chalcedon as a bargaining chip, but the local commander, Pisistratos, refused to accept this and considered them part of the enemy. Thus, the engagement settled into a peculiar three-way operation, with the Cyziceans trapped between the two opposing armies and attempting to provide for their own defense, at one point almost capturing the king as he inspected his works. As winter began, the supply ships that Mithridates depended upon became less frequent and reliable, and eventually ceased to arrive altogether. His troops began to suffer famine, and in time the cavalry, useless in this situation, was sent away, moving east along the coast toward Bithynia, with some troops and the baggage animals. These included camels, still a rare sight for the Romans. Lucullus sent out a detachment and largely eliminated them at the crossing of the Rhindikos River, about 35 miles east of the city. In early 72 BC, word came that Sertorius had been killed, a severe blow to Mithridates' aspirations. Moreover, there were various secret negotiations developing at Cyzicus, which came to nothing but were another indication of the increasingly futile situation. In an attempt to retake the initiative, Mithridates prepared to send Aristarchus, his fleet commander, into the Aegean with money to bribe the Romans and presumably to attempt to draw their forces away from Cyzicus, but Lucullus learned of the plan and captured Aristarchus even before he set forth. The loss of one of his most senior commanders, who is not heard from again and was probably executed by Lucullus, was the final blow for Mithridates. He took his fleet and sailed to Parian at the west end of the Propontis, which he had taken some months previously. The land army, under the command of Hermaeus and Marius, also headed west, but Lucullus intercepted them at the Granicus River, where Alexander the Great had first defeated the Persians over 250 years previously, and killed many. Others made it as far as Lampsacus on the Hellespont. Mithridates rescued as many as he could, and after a futile attack on Perinthos, on the European side of the Propontis, retreated to Nicomedia by sea in a perilous winter voyage that resulted in many more casualties. Lucullus, on the other hand, was welcomed into Cyzicus as a liberator and honored with games that were still celebrated in the 2nd century AD. Mithridates had lost vast numbers of men. An estimate is that the whole campaign resulted in 300,000 killed, including supply forces and camp followers. Most of what remained was his naval contingent, which itself was diminished because of the squadron sent to Sertorius, whose location was unknown. Some ships returned with the king to Nicomedia, but many were lost on the way. The remainder, 50 ships, were placed under the command of 4 officers, Marius, Alexander, Dionysius, and Isidorus, who, except for Marius, are otherwise unknown, and moved into the Aegean. Lucullus pursued them, equipping a fleet at the Hellespont. He caught up with Isidorus' squadron at the harbor of the Achaeans, where the forces were said to have landed to besiege Troy, and executed the commander. The citizens of Ilion, the village believed to be the site of ancient Troy, reported that the other ships were seen headed for Lemnos, 50 miles to the west. Lucullus found them at a barren island just off its coast and, after a difficult engagement, prevailed. Marius was killed and Dionysius took poison. Alexander survived to appear in Lucullus's triumph a decade later. The proconsuls sent a report, and probably also Alexander, to Rome, and then went after Mithridates, who was now on the defensive. The optimism of the first year of the war had evaporated. The king in retreat. Mithridates seems to have had about 100 ships left at Nicomedia. His prime interest at this point was to return to Pontus and protect it while reconstituting his forces. He may have believed that removing himself from territory claimed by the Romans would bring the war to an end, and he would thus be able to salvage his historic kingdom. Lucullus sent one of his legates, Voconius, otherwise unknown, to blockade the king and to prevent him from moving into the Black Sea. But the legate was being initiated into the mysteries on the island of Samothrace and got too late a start, allowing the king to escape with his ships. At some point during the retreat, perhaps between the Bosporus and Heraclea Pontica, another winter storm destroyed most of them. 60 to 80 ships were reported lost. This was when the king himself had to be rescued by a nearby pirate vessel commanded by a certain Seleucus, who may have been an ally. He eventually landed at Heraclea and installed a garrison of mercenaries and bestowed gifts on the locals, then continued to Sinope and on to Amisus, seeking support and organizing the protection of his kingdom. This was the effective end of any Pontic attempt to be a naval power. At its peak, the fleet may have had about 400 ships, but only a fraction of these remained, and except for the matter of those sent to Sertorius, which were still unreported, sea power would play no further significant role in Mithridates' career. The Romans also had no large fleet of their own, but depended on ships provided by their eastern allies. Lucullus had even refused senatorial funding for a fleet, well knowing that the war would be won on land, where the Roman military excelled. The collapse of Pontic naval aspirations and the quick victories of the various Roman detachments led some in Rome to believe that the war should be terminated. Yet Lucullus, whose experience with Mithridates went back 15 years to the first war, knew better, and realized that the only long-term solution was an invasion of Pontus. But first he had to return Bithynia to the Romans. One by one, the Bithynian cities fell to Roman forces, with many of these welcoming the Roman return. The Roman success was so great that even Cotta decided it was possible to leave Chalcedon and become involved in the war. He moved to Nicomedia, but he remained safely 150 stadia, about 20 miles, from the city while it was being retaken. By the early summer of 72 BC, Bithynia was back under Roman control, and the Roman command made its headquarters at Nicomedia. Meanwhile, Mithridates was attempting to find the means to continue the war. Lucullus was prescient in recognizing that the king would do nothing else, although he could hardly realize that it would be another 9 years before he was eliminated. Mithridates turned his attention toward the east and north, where he might find allies who were not beholden to the Romans. An obvious choice was his son-in-law Tigranes II of Armenia, who had been on the throne for over 20 years and had long been married to Mithridates' daughter Cleopatra. In the Cimmerian Bosporus, Mithridates' son Machares had been governor for a number of years and presumably had access to the vast resources of that region. But there seems to have been no immediate response from either. A request for aid from the Parthian king was rejected. An envoy, a certain Diocles, was sent to the Scythians with gold and presents, but he promptly deserted to Lucullus. But the king was not to give up easily. He withdrew to Cabira, lying inland on the Lycus River. Here he had constructed a palace with a hunting park and the first known watermill. Mithridates probably realized that given the collapse of his naval power, any position on the coast was vulnerable, but interior Pontus was believed to be relatively safe. He spent the winter of 72 to 71 BC at Cabira, showing once again his ability to raise an army, and by spring he claimed to have 40,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry. The Roman conquest of Pontus. In the summer of 72 BC, the 3 senior Roman commanders met at their new headquarters, Nicomedia. These were Lucullus, Cotta, and Lucius Valerius Triarius, not previously documented in the war. He had been a praetor in 78 BC and then was sent to Sardinia the following year in pursuit of Lepidus. Triarius was Lucullus's naval commander. It was decided to undertake an invasion of Pontus, but there was still the matter of the ships that had been sent to Sertorius, which could assist in rebuilding Mithridates' fleet, and which had been reported somewhere around Crete, perhaps obtaining reinforcements. Triarius was assigned the task of keeping them out of the Black Sea and thus blockaded the entrance to the Hellespont. Eventually, probably during the autumn of 72 BC or even as late as the following spring, the ships appeared. In an engagement off the island of Tenedos, just south of the Hellespont, they were destroyed, marking the final end of Pontic sea power. Cotta was to retake Heraclea Pontica. This was basically a punitive expedition, and it was probably thought that it would be a relatively easy task for the weakest of the Roman commanders. But Cotta once again demonstrated his inability to perform his duties. He was not able to capture the city by siege. Memnon, a local, described the events in detail, and a stalemate dragged on for 2 years. The city became isolated except for what it could receive from the sea until the Roman fleet under Triarius arrived and cut off this access, causing increasing distress. Eventually, the royal governor, Conocorex, negotiated a surrender with Triarius, which offended Cotta, who had been marginalized, and the 2 Romans almost came to blows.
To settle the matter, Cotta was allowed to plunder the city, which he did before burning it. He stole many of its famous works of art, including the monumental statue of Heracles from the Agora, taking so much booty that some of his heavily laden ships sank while leaving the harbor. This was the end of one of the less distinguished careers of the era. Cotta returned to Rome with his surviving acquisitions. He was eagerly welcomed as a conqueror and given the title Ponticus. But then reports began to arrive of what had actually happened, and he was put on trial and expelled from the Senate, not to be heard of again. Heraclea was restored to its free status. Meanwhile, Lucullus had moved into Pontus, passing through Galatia, where he obtained supplies from the locals. Although his soldiers complained about the desultory nature of the campaign, lacking opportunities for plunder, the proconsul realized that to force Mithridates out of Pontus and to seek the aid of his son-in-law Tigranes was dangerous. This would create a formidable alliance against the Romans, since Tigranes controlled territory from Armenia to the Levant. It was believed that Tigranes, who had taken advantage of Seleucid weakness and advanced as far as the Mediterranean a decade previously, was looking for an excuse to attack Rome. Thus, Lucullus spent the winter of 72 to 71 BC in a siege of Amisus on the coast 80 miles southeast of Sinope, not pressing matters greatly and allowing the king, still at Cabiria, to rearm. By springtime, Lucullus was ready to move against him. There was a series of engagements which began with victories on the part of the king, but the advantage gradually turned in favor of Lucullus. The king's losses steadily mounted, including one of his senior commanders, Dorylaeus, the ancestor of Strabo. Eventually the king retreated to Comana, the great Pontic temple town, lying about 20 miles south of Cabiria. On the way he was almost captured, but Lucullus's soldiers were diverted by plundering his baggage train, and he made it to the sanctuary. Then he headed toward Tigranes, having nowhere else to go. Lucullus pursued him for several days as far as Talara, on the border of Lesser Armenia, probably at modern Savas, about 100 miles south of Comana, and then let him go, now that he was out of Pontus. Lucullus then spent some time in subduing Lesser Armenia and two regional ethnic groups that had been allied with the king, the Chaldeans and the Tiberenians, both of whom lived in the mountainous region east of Cabiria. His expedition may have been little more than a demonstration of a Roman presence in the region, since before long he was back at Amisus, where the siege was continuing under his legate Murena, who had been with Sully in Greece. Over the next few months, probably into the beginning of 70 BC, Pontus steadily fell to the Romans, although it was premature to attempt any organization of the territory as a province, since Mithridates might return at any time. Yet matters soon were stable enough that Lucullus returned to the province of Asia, which was still in economic difficulty and needed his attention. Mithridates and Tigranes. Mithridates was desperate. After half a century on the throne, the king saw his world collapsing around him. His effort to contain Roman power, which had occupied him for 20 years, had repeatedly been unsuccessful. Western Asia Minor was closed to him, and hopes for his survival lay to the east and north. The historian Sallust has preserved the letter that Mithridates allegedly wrote to the Parthian king Phraates III, outlining his complaints against Rome. To be sure, Sallust had his own agenda, and similar indictments of Roman imperialism appear in the speech that he attributed to Jugurtha, whose dramatic date is nearly half a century previously. In fact, the letter falls into the genre of the condemnation of Roman policy by its most vigorous opponents. In addition to Jugurtha, other examples include the speech of the Avernian chieftain Critognatus, from about 20 years after that of Mithridates, and, a century later, that of the Caledonian leader Calgacus. Like these, Mithridates' letter is certainly a literary construct and was presented in Latin rather than the original Greek or Persian. But it is probably based to some extent on actual documents, presumably those eventually discovered by Pompey at Chinon. In the letter, Mithridates outlined his view of the current situation, much as he had done several years earlier in a speech to his troops. He accused the Romans of warmongering toward the eastern Mediterranean world ever since they had engaged Philip V of Macedonia a century earlier. They always betrayed their friends, and most recently had taken Phrygia away from its rightful ruler, the son of Nicomedes IV. Roman expansionism had reached a necessary end in the West because of the Atlantic. This was a theme of the era, but perhaps more Sallust's than Mithridates's. and thus they had no choice except to turn east. Mithridates had to take the initiative and begin a new war. He pointed out that a Roman attack on Parthia was inevitable, and he repeated his view that the Romans had contempt for monarchy. The letter set out the king's well-established view of Roman expansionism, but despite its dire predictions, it had no effect, and Mithridates III refused his request for help. An attempted marriage alliance with Ptolemy XII of Egypt was not implemented. The Seleucids were moribund, and much of their remaining territory was occupied by the Armenians. Only Tigranes might be of assistance, being at the peak of his power, and also the son-in-law of Mithridates. Tigranes had helped his father-in-law previously when he had twice invaded Cappadocia, but so far had remained neutral in the most recent conflict with Rome. But as he fled east to Armenia, Mithridates paused long enough to give orders that eliminated many members of his family. The reason for this is not obvious, unless he was beginning to demonstrate personal instability, but it may reflect the fact that his son Machares, the ruler of the Cimmerian Bosporus, had defected, asking to be considered a friend and ally of Rome, which may have led the king to see major threats within his own family. Several of his family members had been sequestered at Pharnakia at the eastern edge of Pontus. There were two wives, Berenike from Chios and Monime from Miletus. The latter, at least, had not been happy at the Pontic court, seeing herself in exile in a barbarian land, even though she had the title of Basilissa, or queen, and had exchanged erotic letters at some time with the king. The king sent one of his eunuchs, Bacchides, or Bacchos, to carry out his order. Both wives attempted suicide, but were actually killed by Bacchides. Berenike's mother, also in residence at Pharnakia, was successful in her suicide. Two unmarried half-sisters of the king, Roxane and Statira, committed suicide. Other unnamed women of the royal court were also killed. After these orders were given, Mithridates continued on his way to his son-in-law, but Tigranes was ambivalent about receiving him. In fact, Mithridates was kept away from the court for nearly 2 years. Plutarch reported that he was almost a prisoner, living on royal estates in remote areas of Armenia. In effect, Tigranes was providing refuge while carefully avoiding any personal contact, since he had reason to worry about a possible Roman invasion of his territory. At about this time, the historian Mithridates of Skepsis, Mithridates' ambassador to the Armenian court, advised Tigranes, against his instructions, not to become involved with the Romans. Mithridates' reaction was to have Mithridates executed, although later he regretted his decision and gave the scholar a magnificent funeral. Tigranes' interests were more to the south of Armenia than the west. He had moved into Upper Mesopotamia, where he was building Tigranokerta, and had annexed much of the remnants of the Seleucid Empire and parts of adjoining Cilicia. Although the latter action had brought him close to Roman territory, there seemed to be no conflict of interest. Lucullus, however, realized the danger of any alliance between the two kings, and almost as soon as Mithridates fled Pontus, he was in contact with Tigranes. He sent one of his legates, Appius Clodius Pulcher, to the Armenian king. Clodius was at the beginning of a dubious career that would last until the early 40s BC and become increasingly scandalous, reaching its peak with a proconsulate in Cilicia in 53 to 51 BC that, according to his successor Cicero, permanently ruined the province. But this was still in the future when, in late 71 BC, he went to Antioch on the Orontes for a meeting with Tigranes. Clodius bluntly told the king that he had come to obtain Mithridates, who was still being excluded from the Armenian court, so that he could appear in Lucullus's triumph. Moreover, if Mithridates were not produced, Rome would declare war on Armenia. Tigranes, who must have been rather astounded at this ultimatum, found the legate excessively arrogant in the face of royalty and replied that he would not hand over Mithridates and, moreover, he would defend his kingdom against the Romans. Lucullus, when he received Tigranes' reply, a letter was sent in addition to Clodius's report, promptly invaded Armenia. He reported that this was because he had received information that the two kings were about to attack Roman Asia, a questionable assertion at best that may have been Lucullus's fabricated justification for war. In Rome there was extensive opposition to the invasion, the beginning of the decline of Lucullus's fortunes, since it was believed that he was warmongering and seeking both a perpetual command and personal enrichment.
Nevertheless, in the winter of 70 to 69 BC, the expedition was underway, marked by a difficult crossing of the flooded Euphrates. Lucullus unknowingly had played into Mithridates' hands, forcing Tigranes to make war against Rome. The proconsul quickly captured Tigranokerta in early 69 BC. The city was never finished and was reduced to a village. But Tigranes had finally admitted Mithridates to his presence, and the two began to mobilize against Rome, a process that began in the autumn of 69 BC and continued into the following spring. Mithridates was given the senior command since Tigranes believed that he must have learned from his previous disasters. Mithridates also reached out to the king of Parthia, and Lucullus did the same. The return to Pontus. In late 68 BC, Mithridates returned to Pontus. The Romans had made no attempt to organize the territory, but had left 6,000 men under three of Lucullus's legates, Fabius Hadrianus, Cernatius, and Triarius. All had been on the proconsul's staff for a number of years. Triarius seems to have given up his naval command and was in charge of a detachment of infantry. The locals had seen the effects of Roman occupation for 3 years and were excited at the king's return. In a series of swift battles that lasted into the spring of 67 BC, he easily re-established his position. He first engaged Fabius, who was able to avoid total defeat only because the king was wounded, both in the knee and near his eye. Among his troops was a detachment of agrarians who came from somewhere north of the Black Sea and who used the venom of snakes as a curative and were always in the king's service. At this time they were able to cure him of his wounds. Because of his injuries, there was a lull in the fighting, and Fabius was able to retreat to Cabeira and was essentially besieged there until he was rescued by Triarius, to whom he gave his command. Triarius did no better against the king and was decisively defeated at Zela, losing 7,000 men and more officers than in almost any previous Roman battle. But the king had been wounded again. A centurion stabbed him in the thigh, and he was withdrawn from the engagement and attended by his physician, Timotheus, who ensured he was raised up so that his troops could see that he was still alive, in imitation of a similar event involving Alexander the Great in India. When the king returned to the battlefield, the Romans had fled. Mithridates did not pursue them because it was reported that Tigranes was approaching with a large force. He withdrew to the east and waited, knowing that the Romans were in no position to re-engage. Triarius's soldiers mutinied, and Lucullus, who had opportunely arrived from Armenia, had to hide the commander from his men. Nothing more is known about Triarius, who had been one of Lucullus's legates for many years, but a number of his naval officers and men made dedications to him on Delos. Interestingly, these provide the name of two of his ships, the Athena, perhaps his flagship whose first officer made the dedication, and the Parthenos. The dismissal of Lucullus. For some time, questions had been raised about Lucullus's competence as a commander. He had made significant efforts in restoring confidence in Roman rule in the province of Asia, and from the beginning of his command he had moved against those who were exploiting the province financially, winning local respect for doing so. But his handling of military issues was causing him difficulty. The invasion of Armenia had seemed unnecessary to some, and now the recent disasters in Pontus conflicted with the optimistic reports that the proconsul had been sending to Rome, stating that Mithridates had been neutralized. At the end of 68 BC, his command in Asia had not been renewed, and shortly thereafter he lost his legal position in Cilicia. In both cases, he was accused of unreasonably prolonging the war and making unreliable reports about his progress. Lucullus made a last attempt at success by going after Tigranes, who was ravaging Cappadocia, but his soldiers began to mutiny and would not enter the territory. Then commissioners arrived from Rome to organize the new province of Pontus. Needless to say, they were astonished to discover that the district was not even in Roman hands. In the summer of 67 BC, Lucullus was stripped of his remaining commands, and the war against Mithridates was handed over to Manius Acilius Glabrio. But he was unwilling to engage the king. Cicero saw him as not adequately equipped for the campaign. The Roman withdrawal from any activities against Mithridates in 67 BC allowed the king to secure his kingdom and, once again, to rearm, something that he never seems to have had difficulty doing. But old age was beginning to affect him. Whether this played a role in the slaughter of the women of his court cannot be proven, but he had been wounded 3 times in the recent campaign. Moreover, his position as king of Pontus was weakening even with his reacquisition of the territory.
His son Machares had gone over to the Romans, as had a large number of his officers and supporters. There were also conspiracies. The king suspected that a Roman fugitive of senatorial rank, Attidius, who had been in his service for many years, was plotting against him and thus had him executed. Lucullus stayed in Asia Minor into 66 BC, meeting with his successor, and then returned to Rome. He was not allowed to have his edicts validated or to reward his followers. One of those so affected was Moephernes, the king's governor of Colchis, and the great-uncle of Strabo, who had defected to the Romans, handing over 15 fortresses, and who was promised great honors, which were denied when Lucullus lost his command. Thus, opposition to Lucullus continued after his return home, and his triumph was repeatedly postponed and not celebrated until 63 BC. When it did occur, it was one of the most impressive spectacles of the era, including scythe-bearing chariots, 60 members of the king's court, 110 ships, a life-sized gold statue of the king, and bearers and wagons with vast amounts of precious stones, gold, and silver. Lucullus also gave a great feast to the people of the city and the surrounding villages. He then left politics and became famed as one of the richest men in Rome and a connoisseur of the arts, although there were repeated and futile calls for him to intervene in the increasingly authoritarian world of contemporary Rome. He owned several estates. The one at Rome, known familiarly as the Gardens of Lucullus and located on the Pincian Hill, where some remains have been identified, included his vast library, one of the most extensive in the city. His parties were so elaborate that the adjective Lucullan is still used today to mean lavish luxury. In his final years, however, he deteriorated mentally and physically, allegedly from drug overdoses, and he died in 57 or 56 BC to be buried on his estate in Tusculum, despite attempts to have his tomb located in the Campus Martius, near to that of Sulla. In later years, Lucullus's luxurious lifestyle was seen as symptomatic of Roman decline. He was said to have adopted the rich tastes of both Mithridates and Tigranes and exploited them for his own benefit. There were complaints about post-war inflation, with a new need for fancy foods and an ever-increasing number of slaves. In many ways, such reports are more moral paradigms than historical reality, a standard complaint about Roman attitudes toward Eastern luxury that had existed ever since the days of Cato the Elder a century previously. Yet there is no doubt that the intensive exposure to the world of the East in the first half of the 1st century BC changed Roman ways forever. Chapter 12. The Royal Court. The emphasis by ancient authors on the military activities of the Mithridatic dynasty means that it is easy to forget that the monarchs functioned within the expected parameters of Hellenistic kingship in many matters other than warfare. The royal court was extensive, especially in its later years, with a large family whose numbers were bolstered by the polygamy common in many Eastern dynasties. In the case of Pontus, this was one of the vestiges of its Persian origins. There were also numerous court members who provided the intellectual environment typical of the Hellenistic royal world. Most of the evidence, as usual, comes from the era of Mithridates VI, but it can be assumed that his immediate predecessors had many of the same values. The royal family. Many of the family relationships of the Mithridatic kings have already been discussed in previous chapters. But the family of Mithridates VI is unusual in that it was especially large, since the king had 8 known wives or partners, 15 sons, and 8 daughters. There were probably others not documented. Yet the information remains vague. The mothers of particular children are usually not identified. The king's first marriage, and the one that conformed the most to the historic practices of his dynasty, did not last long. This was to his sister Laodike, who was eliminated in the early years of his reign. Her most prominent successor was Monime, daughter of Philopoemen, who was Mithridates' governor of Ephesus in the 80s BC. Monime and her father came from Stratonikia, whether the Carian or Mysian city cannot be determined. She was said to be the king's favorite, and she is the only one after Laodike to be documented with the title of Basilissa, queen. As such, she may have been the mother of one or more of his prominent sons. But she was not happy at court, feeling that she was living a life of exile among barbarians. As conditions deteriorated in the war with Lucullus, the king ordered her execution when she was sequestered at Pharnakia.
She attempted to hang herself with her royal diadem, but this failed, and she was killed by the king's eunuch Bacchides, or Bacchus. Another prominent wife was Stratonice. Her father was a musician who was given an estate when the king took her as his partner. She was important enough to be left in charge of the fortress of Sympharion, but when the king fled his kingdom for the last time, she was not pleased at being left behind and surrendered to Pompey, handing over the royal treasures. He accepted some of them, what he could use in his triumph, but allowed her to keep the remainder. She then joined Mithridates in the Bosporus, but he killed her son Xiphares in her presence as retaliation for her treachery. Other wives and partners of the king were less prominent. Berenike of Chios was among those killed at Pharnakia. Hypsicratia had Amazonian qualities and was noted for her horsemanship and military skills. The king called her by the masculine form of her name, Hypsicrates. A woman with such characteristics might be expected at the Pontic court, since this was the land of the Amazons. She joined the king in his flight north, and a memorial to her using the masculine Hypsicrates, but identifying her as a wife of the king, was recently found at the Bosporan city of Phanagoria. A certain Adobogiana was also said to have been a partner of the king, yet her connection with the dynasty is dubious. She was a daughter of one of the Galatian tetrarchs and used an assumed relationship with the king to advance the fortunes of her son, conveniently named Mithridates, whose father was actually a Pergamene aristocrat. Mithridates of Pergamon became a close associate of Julius Caesar, assisting him in Alexandria at the time Cleopatra VII was placed on the throne. He was then made king of Bosporus in early 47 BC, but was not well received locally and was soon eliminated. Between them, the king's partners had over 20 children, many of whom are obscure. The most important daughter was Cleopatra, who married Tigranes II of Armenia. She seems to have advanced her father's interests there, much to the annoyance of her husband, and had 6 known children, who ruled or married into various eastern dynasties. Another daughter, Athenaeus, was betrothed to Ariobarzanes II of Cappadocia, ruled circa 63 to 51 BC, at the age of 4, and was the mother of the last 2 kings of that dynasty, Ariobarzanes III and Ariarathes X. She also became heavily involved in the politics of the kingdom. Cicero found her a destabilizing influence. 2 other daughters, Orsibaris and Eupatra, are known because they were in Pompey's triumphal procession. The former was probably the woman of the same name who was the mother of the queen Musa, who appears on the coinage of the Bithynian city of Prusias. And there was also Dripatina, who either fled north with Mithridates or stayed at Senoria, where she was killed by the eunuch Monophilos. The sons of Mithridates VI are also scantily documented in most cases, often only when they assisted their father on campaign. Of interest is the onomastic progression of their names. The oldest had local dynastic names, Mithridates, Pharnaces, and the next group had regional dynastic ones, Artaphernes, Xiphares, reflecting the movement of the kingdom from Pontus into the surrounding areas. The names of the youngest reverted to the peak years of the Persian Empire, Cyrus, Darius, Xerxes, demonstrative of the expansiveness of Mithridates' ideology in his later years, and perhaps an emotional connection to the greatness of the past. 4 sons, however, were particularly prominent and may have been among the eldest. Ariarathes became, as Ariarathes IX, king of Cappadocia, ruled circa 100 to 88 BC with interruptions, but had no known descendants. A son named Mithridates was king, probably royal governor, of Colchis, but displayed too much independence and was removed and executed. 2 others were conspicuous in the politics of the last years of Mithridates VI. Machares, his governor of Bosporus, who defected to the Romans but eventually was killed or committed suicide when the king moved into the region, and Pharnaces II, the designated successor, who became king of Bosporus. The close associates of Mithridates VI. As with most Hellenistic monarchs, Mithridates VI presided over a court that included a variety of intellectual personalities. Philosophers, chroniclers, poets, artists, and physicians were all in his circle. About 80 names are known from the entire history of the dynasty, but almost all are associated with Mithridates VI, and, needless to say, given the king's 60-year reign, not all were in residence at the same time. Most were military personnel. His senior commanders were Greek, and some, especially Dorylaeus and the brothers Neoptolemus and Archelaus, served the king for many years. The most prominent naval commanders were Alexander, Dionysius, Leonippus, Seleucus, and Clearchus, active during the brief period of Pontic naval power in the early years of the Third War. In addition to the military officers, about 30 other followers of Mithridates VI are recorded. Many of these are the types of people that one would find at any Hellenistic court, and some, inevitably, were of dubious character, such as Dionysus, a drinking companion of the king so named because of his prodigious capacity, or Calomadrus of Cyzicus, an athlete also known for his eating and drinking abilities. Lucius Lutatius Paccius was the royal perfumer. All courts had their religious characters, and in the case of Mithridates VI, this role was primarily filled by a certain Sosipatrus, described as a sorcerer, who made his reputation by flattering the king. Numerous Roman refugees and deserters drifted to the side of the king. The best known was Marcus Marius, the former officer of Sertorius, and these became so numerous that Mithridates' failure to return them became a reason for the collapse of the negotiations offered by Pompey in 66 BC. In addition to Persians, Greeks, and Romans, other ethnicities represented at the court included Cappadocians, Thracians, Armenians, Macedonians, Paphlagonians, Celts, Parthians, and Scythians. The king's secretaries included Dorylaeus, who was also one of his most prominent military commanders, as well as a certain Callistratus, who had many of the king's private papers, but was executed when it was discovered that he had absconded with one of the royal treasuries. There was also Paphios, a royal physician whose likeness appeared on one of the medallions at the Mithridateon on Delos, and thus was active early in the king's reign. Another physician, Timotheus, attended the king when he was wounded late in the Third War. An unusual member of the court, at least briefly, was the son of Ptolemy X of Egypt, who had ended up on the island of Kos to escape the chaos at home. When Kos was taken by Mithridates in 88 BC, he joined the king's entourage, but eventually fled to Sulla, who made him king of Egypt as Ptolemy XI in 80 BC. The most important literary personality was Mithridates of Skepsis in the Troad. He also served as an ambassador to Tigranes II of Armenia, writing a biography of that king. His writings were especially wide-ranging, including treatises on pharmacology, metallurgy, mineralogy, mythology, natural history, human physiology, cultural history, and art history. He also invented a widely used mnemonic system. Perhaps most interesting are his extensive geographical writings, which reveal that he had researched material about Italy, Liguria, northwestern Europe, Africa, and India, perhaps laying the groundwork for future expansion of the Pontic Empire. Significantly, he seems to have been particularly interested in the geography of Italy. He was said to have hated even the name of Rome, especially the Roman tendency to acquire Greek art by dubious means. Nevertheless, before he came to Pontus, he had lectured in Athens to prominent Romans of the early 1st century BC, including Marcus Antonius, the consul of 99 BC and the grandfather of the triumvir, and Lucius Licinius Crassus, the consul of 95 BC. Regardless of the various friends, military personnel, and others attached to the Pontic court, its structure was hierarchic, with the king in absolute control, although delegating some activities to his friends or his inner circle. One way in which the court retained its Eastern heritage was the prominence of eunuchs, not only Bacchides and Monophilos, remembered for their role in killing the royal women, but a number of others who even served as military officers. The presence of so many eunuchs in positions of power created tension between them and the Greek and Roman members of the court. The king as scholar. Mithridates VI was educated in Greek learning and was especially interested in cultic matters and music. He wrote on the interpretation of dreams, both his own and those of members of his family. But the most important scholarly activity for both the king and members of his court was medical research. The king himself took the lead, even being a practicing physician, although this may have been more a political activity than a medical one. Prominent at the court was the herbalist Cratavus, known as the root cutter, who wrote an alphabetized herbal, noted for its colored representations of plants. He also wrote extensively on botany. Zopyros, most of whose career was in Alexandria at the court of Ptolemy XII, he may have been a teacher of Cleopatra VII, was an empiricist physician. Empiricists believed that careful observation was the basis of all medical knowledge, who exchanged information with the king about antidotes for poison and may have visited Pontus. The king had an extensive medical library, and he collected specimens and information from his territories and corresponded with physicians throughout the Mediterranean world. He urged Asclepiades of Bithynia, who lived in Rome, to come to the court, but their contact was limited to exchanging treatises. Since Asclepiades was dead by 91 BC, this demonstrates that the king's medical interests began early in life. Interest in pharmacology was a particular concern of Hellenistic royalty. The danger of poisoning by one's intimates was always present and could be successful. Attalus III of Pergamon, reigned 138 to 133 BC, was a noted agriculturalist, so much so that it was said he neglected his royal duties and hastened the end of his kingdom. He wrote on medicine and pharmacology. The Seleucid king Antiochus VIII, reigned circa 125 to 96 BC, created a compound effective against venoms as well as other remedies. Nicomedes IV of Bithynia, reigned circa 94 to 74 BC, was also a practicing pharmacologist. Thus, Mithridates' interest in poisons and their antidotes was hardly unique, but reflected the attitudes of his era. His entourage included Agarians, who were Scythians noted for their ability to use snake venom as a remedy. The king created a number of antidotes, generally based on herbs and other botanical materials. The most simple used walnuts, figs, and rue. Others had dozens of ingredients. It was said that he successfully tested an antidote on a prisoner condemned to death. Although a similar story was told about Cleopatra VII, merely involving the poison, not the antidote, in Mithridates' case, the story was probably true. Eventually, the name Mithridatios or Mithridatum was attached to one or more of these, a word, as Mithridate, still used today to mean a remedy against poison and disease. The Mithridatic antidotes became popular in Rome, especially among the Roman elite, although in time they evolved away from the originals. In the Renaissance, antidotes called Mithridatum were used against the plague, and a fine gilded terracotta drug jar, created to hold such compounds and with a representation of the death of the king, is attributed to Annibale Fontana and is on display in the Getty Museum. Mithridates also experimented with scientific gardening, especially during his final exile in Bosporus, attempting unsuccessfully to bring Mediterranean plants into that northern region. His name became attached to a number of plants that he identified, including one that Cratavus named Mithridatia, with rosy flowers whose leaves were similar to an acanthus. There was another called Scordotis or Scordion, about a cubit in height, with downy leaves like those of the oak, which was indigenous to Pontus. Neither of these can be certainly identified today. There was a third, Eupatoria, probably Agramonia eupatoria. Its seeds could relieve dysentery. Mithridates also developed some remedies for sore throats. Many of the king's writings were discovered by Pompey at the collapse of the kingdom, including notebooks and other material in his own hand. He wrote in Greek, and some of his treatises and notes were translated into Latin by Pompeius Linnaeus, one of Pompey's freedmen and a medical authority in his own right. Ironically, the reputation of the king as a master gardener would have an impact after his death on his two conquerors, Lucullus and Pompey. Even over a century later, Lucullus's gardens on the Pinician Hill in Rome and near Naples were famed for their opulence and eastern quality. He imported plants from Pontus, especially the cherry tree. Pompey dedicated his theater and portico in the Campus Martius in Rome a few years after his triumph, one of the most innovative architectural complexes of the era. It included an elaborate garden with trees from Asia, a visible remnant of Pompey's overseas career. The complex may also have had a statue of Mithridates brought from Pontus. The famous garden paintings from the dining room of the Villa of Livia at Prima Porta, just north of Rome, now visible in the Museo Nazionale Romano, are perhaps the best extant example of the type of garden that aristocratic Romans cultivated, and perhaps even that of Mithridates himself. The spirit of the king was visible in Rome long after his death. City foundations, architecture, and technology. City foundation and architectural renewal were features of Hellenistic monarchy. Often the new cities were merely the renaming of existing towns or reflected the shifting populations of the Hellenistic world. A fine example of this process is Soloi in Cilicia, at modern Viran-Shahir, a Greek settlement that had existed since the 7th century BC. When Tigranes II was creating Tigranokerta in the 70s BC, the inhabitants of Soloi were among those collected for the new city. Soloi remained abandoned for a decade until Pompey re-established it in 67 BC as a refuge for the pirates that he had gathered, renaming it Pompeiopolis. Such details are not available for any of the Mithridatic foundations, but they demonstrate the manner in which new and renamed cities were established. The first city foundation associated with the Mithridatic dynasty was Pharnakia in eastern Pontus at modern Giresun, created by Pharnakes I in the early 2nd century BC. Its location at the eastern edge of Pontic territory demonstrates another function of Hellenistic city foundation, to define the limits of a kingdom and to serve as a staging point for further conquests. Pharnakia, positioned between two harbors that provided shelter regardless of the wind direction, was well situated for this purpose. Needless to say, it was Mithridates VI who was most involved in the creation of new cities. A large number of these were in fact fortresses. Strabo knew of 75, most if not all of which were outside Pontus, especially in coastal Armenia and Colchis. Their function was not only as refuges, but as depositories for the royal treasuries. Many were destroyed by Pompey, and most cannot be identified today. Those still visible, such as Dasimonites, modern Tokat, and Gaziura, modern Turhal, are notable for their secure water supply, and in fact water tunnels were a common feature of contemporary Pontus, with dozens identified. The best-known fortress was Sinoria near modern Baiburt, the last place the king resided before his retreat north. In Galatia was Mithridatian, one of the king's earliest foundations. Another fortress was Dastira in Lesser Armenia on the upper Lycus River, near modern Yeshelyaya. When Pompey defeated the king, he founded his victory city, Nicopolis, nearby, presumably merely transferring the population to a new settlement a few miles away. Kainan, near modern Akgun, just north of Kabeira, was where Pompey discovered Mithridates' papers. The name most favored by Mithridates for his foundations was Eupatoria or Eupatorion, based on his first surname. 3 such places are known. The earliest was probably Eupatorion on the Chersonesus Peninsula, founded by Diophantus during his expedition to the north shore of the Black Sea at the end of the 2nd century BC. Although the toponym Eupatoria still exists in the area, the exact location of the ancient site is not known. Another Eupatoria was at the junction of the Lycus and Iris rivers. It was never finished, and Pompey destroyed it in 68 BC, shortly thereafter refounding it as Magnopolis after his surname of Magnus. Just to the northwest of Amisus in Pontus was the third Eupatoria, a royal residence which only lasted until 71 BC, when Lucullus destroyed it. When the king established this Eupatoria, he also expanded nearby Amisus and provided it with new temples. He also had a number of palaces, of which the most important were those at Sinope, Eupatoria near Amisus, Kabeira, and Panticapion in Bosporus, where he spent his last days in botanical research. The palace at Kabeira had a menagerie and a hunting park. City and fortress foundation requires architectural talent. 2 of the king's royal engineers are known by name. Nicomedes of Thessaly built the elaborate defenses at Cyzicus, and Callimachus was responsible for works at Nisibis in northern Mesopotamia, commissioned by Tigranes II, and at Amisus. Although both are remembered for their military constructions, they may also have directed some civil projects. Actual building outside the Pontic kingdom seems to have been limited. Mithridates V may have rebuilt the palaestra on the Lake on Delos, and Mithridates VI was remembered for the Mithridateon on the same island. It has been suggested that a sculpture group from the sanctuary of Athena at Pergamon, showing Heracles rescuing Prometheus, was erected by the king when that city was his headquarters during the First War. Such a group would fit into royal ideology, but association with the king remains highly speculative. If Pharnaces I commissioned the Middle Stoa in Athens, this would be the most extensive extant structure outside Pontus attributed to the dynasty, but it seems that due to his financial difficulties he did not see the project through to its end. There is evidence that after Mithridates VI captured Chios in the First War and caused some damage, he did some rebuilding on the island, importing Pontic settlers and renaming Chios city Berenike after one of his wives, who was a local. The name did not last long, and 70 years later Herod the Great found the Mithridatic destruction still evident and did more rebuilding. And when Mithridates visited Apamea in southern Phrygia and saw the effects of a recent earthquake, he gave 100 talents for its reconstruction. The most important and longest-lasting engineering effort in the world of Mithridates VI was the invention of the watermill, first documented at Cabira. A casual statement by Strabo is the earliest specific reference to such a device. There is also a generic description, without citing a location but slightly earlier, by Vitruvius. The mill in antiquity was essentially the same as the type familiar today, with toothed wheels driven by water power causing grindstones to interact, producing the flour. The king or one of his engineers may have realized the potential of water power, more suitable in Asia Minor than the traditional Greek world, which is generally lacking in abundantly flowing rivers. Cabira lay on the Lycus River, one of the major streams of Pontus, in a lush and abundant region that retains this character today. The watermill at Cabira may not have been the first, but the technology was almost certainly invented in northern Asia Minor, and most probably in the environment of the Pontic court. A new Greek word, hydroletes, first documented by Vitruvius and Strabo, was the name for the watermill. Art and coinage. The king was a collector of fine art and historical artifacts. In the city of Talavera, probably at modern Sivas, he had a vast storehouse of valuable objects, which were confiscated by Pompey. The material included 2,000 drinking cups of onyx soldered with gold, a large amount of furniture, and horse tackle decorated with precious stones and gold. Some of this was as old as the era of Darius I of Persia and had ended up in Ptolemaic Egypt, and then was part of the material deposited by Cleopatra III on Kos in time given by the locals to Mithridates. The alleged cloak of Alexander the Great also came to the king by this route and may have been a legitimate Ptolemaic heirloom, perhaps part of Alexander's funeral effects when he was buried in Alexandria. A bronze-ribbed crater, now in the Capitoline Museum in Rome, and inscribed with the name of the king, may be a survival of this booty, or from one of the Roman triumphs. It is a rare extant example of a type of luxury item of Persian inspiration and a fine example of the king's patronage of the arts. The crater was found in the 18th century in Nero's villa at Antium, modern Anzio. A family tomb discovered in the Amisus necropolis in 1995 is a visual demonstration of the artistic wealth and antiquarianism of the Pontic elite in the time of Mithridates VI. The tomb yielded numerous pieces of fine jewelry dating from as early as the 4th century BC. There were also glass objects of high quality. Although the occupants of the tomb are not known, it is probable that they had some association with the royal court. The Roman triumphs included artistic representations of the king and his family, but little is extant and none is certainly attributed. That there was a genre of portrait statues of the king is apparent from the accounts of both Pompey's triumph and that of Lucullus. In the latter there was a golden statue of the king, and in the former a silver one, as well as one of Tigranes II of Armenia. There was also a statue of Mithridates VI on Rhodes, which was respected and not demolished even during his attack. And in the Mithridateon on Delos and elsewhere on that island there were dedications to the king and also to his father, Mithridates V. Some of these probably included portraits. A statue base found in the Asclepion at Nymphaeon in Bosporus indicates that the king was commemorated there, perhaps honoring his medical expertise. Yet extant portraits believed to be of the king are limited and have been attributed through art historical analysis rather than epigraphic evidence. The most generally accepted is one in the Louvre that shows the king as Heracles. This is not a role documented elsewhere, but it may refer to his connections with Colchis and the Caucasus, regions associated with the hero. There is also a head in the Hermitage from the Bosporus and another now in the Odessa Museum. Similar heads are in Athens and Frascati from Ostia. These are probably all that can be identified as the king with any degree of certainty, and even some of them remain disputed. All the portraits are similar, vaguely reminiscent of Alexander the Great, and, as might be expected, all show the king in relative youth. Athenion, the Athenian agent of Mithridates at the time of the First War, had a gold ring with a cameo of the king set in it. This may have been an official recognition of his authority to speak for him. There were certainly other cameos, and some of those which are extant have speculatively been identified as portraits of the king, but none is certain. He also had numerous gemstones. Pliny described them as a dactyliatheca, a rare Greek term for such a collection. Some of his gems were acquired by Pompey and displayed on the Capitol in Rome. Although Pliny's notice is the sole specific comment on them and does not provide any details, a few may survive today, such as a blue chalcedony portrait of a Pontic queen, perhaps Laodike, the wife of Mithridates VI, or a red jasper intaglio of Tigranes II of Armenia. Chalcedony, at least, is a stone found in northern Asia Minor, and the presumed Laodike portrait is one of the highest quality engraved gems of any period. There are also a number of intaglios of Mithridates VI at the Hermitage in St. Petersburg, which may have originated in the king's collection. Some of these are stylistically remindful of representations of Alexander the Great. As is often the case with famous personalities from antiquity, only their coinage provides certain portraits. In the Mithridatic dynasty, coinage began during the reign of Mithridates II or III. From the very first issues, Pontic coins were noted for their artistic excellence and high-quality engraving, presumably from a local school of engravers that also produced the gems, a hallmark of the Pontic artistic presence. Before the time of Mithridates VI, the quantity of coins struck was small, and except for a few of Laodike, the sister wife of Mithridates IV, they were limited to the kings themselves. The circulation of Pontic coinage was probably originally only within Pontus and the immediately surrounding areas, but by the time of Mithridates VI, the number had increased, and Pontic coins could be found as far west as Italy, Poggio Picense, and east toward the Caspian Sea at modern Kinesili in Azerbaijan. How much they were actually accepted in regions remote from Pontus is not truly known, and they probably reached these locales when transported by mercenaries who had served in the Pontic army. There are two different coin portrait types of Mithridates VI, an earlier one that is somewhat more realistic and a later one that has become idealized. The change between types seems to have occurred around 85 BC. A visual imitation of Alexander the Great is apparent, especially in the later type, struck after the First War with Rome, when the king was assuming a posture of liberation that, he hoped, would be remindful of his predecessor. The earliest coins date from around 106 BC and have on their reverse the mythical horse Pegasus, who could be seen as ideologically connecting East and West, an iconography originally adopted by Mithridates IV. Pegasus was born out of the remains of the Gorgon Medusa killed by Perseus, the eponymous ancestor of the Persians, and was given to the Corinthian hero Bellerophon, assisting him on a number of adventures, some of which occurred in territories that would later become the Pontic kingdom. Thus Pegasus was the perfect symbol for the young king, a Greek myth that related both to his homeland and his Persian ancestry. The reverse of the later coin type has a grazing stag, the sacred animal of Artemis, another iconography that linked East and West. Artemis was a Greek goddess with Eastern connections, but tilted more toward the West than the Pegasus story. Her great cult center was at Ephesus, a locale of particular interest to the king not only for this reason, but because it was the administrative center of Roman Asia, and thus a focal point for his ambitions. The king enlarged the asylum at the Artemis sanctuary by shooting an arrow for slightly more than a stadion, one of his several imitations of Alexander the Great, who had set its limits at merely a stadion, about 220 yards. Chapter 13. The End of the Mithridatic Kingdom. The Lex Manilia. At the beginning of 66 BC, the tribune Gaius Manilius proposed legislation that would assign Pompey the provinces of Cilicia and Bithynia, now rather optimistically renamed Bithynia et Pontus, allowing him to continue the war against Mithridates. The Lex Manilia was the Roman reaction to Lucullus's recent failures and the inability of Vasilius Glabrio to take any initiative. It was a wide-ranging law, one of the broadest pieces of legislation as yet passed by the Roman Republic, a foreshadowing of the centralized imperial system that was to be established 40 years later. As Plutarch wrote, "Thus Roman power was given to a single man." The law also gave Pompey authority to wage war against Tigranes and commands in all the provinces of Asia Minor. It did not pass easily, since there was great opposition to handing so much power to a single person, but both Cicero and Julius Caesar supported the proposal. It was said, perhaps anachronistically, that Caesar's support was because he saw it as a precedent for his own future plans. Cicero's eloquent defense of the legislation provides a detailed account of the views of those who supported it. Pompey had been active during the immediately previous years. He had defeated Sertorius and his followers, had been involved in eliminating the last supporters of Spartacus, and then had become consul in 70 BC, even though underage. Subsequently, he had received a command against the pirates, which he handled with great ability, effectively ending piracy in the Mediterranean. When the Manilian law passed, the proconsul was in Cilicia making final arrangements regarding the disposition of the pirates. Although he pretended to see the law as yet another burden in his life, he was in fact quite pleased, since it catered not only to his sense of ambition but also to his long-standing dislike of Lucullus. Pompey in command. One of Pompey's first actions was to countermand everything Lucullus had done, including his edicts and the provisions for his supporters. The two commanders had a testy meeting in Galatia before Lucullus returned to Italy, and then Pompey was in full control. He immediately sent Mitrophanes, probably the former Pontic commander who had been one of many senior officers to defect to the Romans, to the king, offering friendship and, presumably, to make a general reconnaissance. Yet the king was disdainful of Pompey's overtures and knew that it would be fatal to present himself to the proconsul. Moreover, he expected help from the king of Parthia, Phraates III, who had recently come to the throne and was seen as pliable. But Pompey had already contacted Phraates, who entered into a state of friendship with him and, in fact, at Pompey's suggestion, initiated an invasion of Armenia. Mithridates realized that now he had few options and attempted to arrange a truce with Pompey, who asked for both total surrender and the return of the many Roman deserters in the entourage of the king. These were conditions that he found totally unacceptable, and any negotiations failed. The king felt that if he could draw Pompey into Pontus, his advance would falter for lack of supplies. But the proconsul had had lengthy experience in military logistics, and such was not to be the case. There were several skirmishes, and then a major battle somewhere on the upper Euphrates, in which the king suffered a thorough defeat. Mithridates' vaunted ability to raise manpower was at last having diminishing returns. He could now only acquire untrained soldiers. These attacked without orders, and his cavalry rushed into battle without their horses. The various detachments collided with one another and panicked, eventually being put to flight or becoming captives. Mithridates fled with only his best troops, and those who were sick or unable to travel he had killed. He went to one of his many fortresses, Sinoria, which served as an important treasury, and gathered resources for the journey he was now forced to make. Pompey established himself at Amisus, and numerous regional dynasts came to him, as many as 12 kings, although their names are not recorded. This was another indication of Mithridates' deteriorating fortunes. In fact, Pompey was acting as if he were already governor of a Roman province of Pontus.
Moreover, the local economy was weakening as Pontus and the Black Sea littoral became more isolated from the Mediterranean. The Roman naval blockade meant that coastal Pontus had less communication and trade with the Aegean, and when Pompey took command, he placed ships along the entire coast from Phoenicia to the Thracian Bosporus, thereby denying Mithridates access to the Mediterranean by any means. Furthermore, he ordered the death penalty for any merchant caught sailing toward the Black Sea. This led to a collapsing economy in Pontus and may have been one of the reasons that the king decided abandonment of his homeland was his only option. Thus, Mithridates was in full retreat. As before, he sought refuge with his son-in-law Tigranes, but the Armenian king was even less willing than before to receive him, since his circumstances had been severely reduced with the loss of Tigranokerta and his Syrian possessions, and he realized that any contact was unwise. Thus he forbade Mithridates' entry into Armenia. Tigranes believed, perhaps wrongly, that the king was attempting to have him deposed, and, moreover, he did not want to face the Roman army again. He even offered a reward of 100 talents for anyone who would capture his father-in-law. In fact, Pompey did invade Armenia, but in a benign manner, and Tigranes agreed to receive a Roman garrison. Then the proconsul set off in pursuit of Mithridates. The retreat north. It was now late in 66 BC. Mithridates had abandoned Sinoria and was heading toward Colchis. He had few troops beyond his own bodyguard, but was well equipped with 6,000 talents. The status of Colchis at this time is unknown. The royal governor, Moaphernes, had defected to the Romans in the last years of Lucullus's command, and there is no evidence as to whether he had been replaced. Mithridates' retreat to Colchis was more an act of desperation than any hope of assistance, since he had no other direction in which to go. He eventually reached Dioscurius, located at the northern edge of the territory, where he spent the winter of 66 to 65 BC. He then decided to continue to the Cimmerian Bosporus and establish himself there, expelling his treacherous son Machares. Meanwhile, Pompey, although theoretically in pursuit of the king, was becoming more interested in the wild and strange country that he was traversing, as well as asserting his own imitation of Alexander the Great, rather than continuing to be concerned about the fortunes of Mithridates. This was the world of the Amazons and Jason and the Argonauts, leading up to the high country of the Caucasus. Few, if any, Romans had ever been in this region, and Pompey was caught by the winter weather. His chronicler, Theophanes of Mytilene, reported on some of the first Roman experiences with high-altitude snows. Eventually, Pompey extricated himself with difficulty from the Caucasus and called off any pursuit of Mithridates, returning to the south. He became involved in settling affairs in Syria, which included dissolving the Seleucid Empire and creating a Roman province from its final remnants. Moreover, as the latest imitator of Alexander the Great, he wanted to reach the Red Sea and thus see the external ocean that surrounded the inhabited world, as Alexander had done in India. In the spring of 65 BC, the king continued to the Cimmerian Bosporus. His journey was not without difficulty, and north of Dioscurius the country became more remote, inhabited by warlike and strange Scythian peoples. Some of these received him, but others, especially the troublesome Achaeans, gave battle, although unsuccessfully. There was also a major earthquake. No details are preserved, but it seems to have impeded Mithridates' passage. A second earthquake occurred after the king arrived in the Bosporus while he was celebrating the rites of Demeter. This quake caused great damage in both the cities and the countryside and was seen as a portent of the king's coming death as well as a parallel to the signs at his birth and accession. Eventually he reached the vicinity of the Meotis, modern Sea of Azov, having passed through the feature known as the Scythian Keyhole, a route that allegedly no one had taken previously. This toponym is impossible to identify, but was probably a place on or near the coast where there was a narrow passage, most likely northwest of Dioscurius, where the coastal plain is minimal to non-existent. But it is also probable that the memory of Mithridates' passage was enhanced and a parallel created to Pompey's contemporary exploration of the Caucasus passes, or even Alexander's difficult movement through Cilicia. There is no reason to believe that the Scythian Keyhole is one of the Caucasus passes.
The king would have stayed near the coast. Despite the difficulties with the Achaeans, the journey was seen as a heroic progression, another imitation of Alexander, and the king's prestige was still so high that many turned out to greet him and offer support. When he arrived at the Cimmerian Bosporus, he confronted his wayward son. Machares retreated west into the Pontic Chersonesus and eventually was killed or committed suicide. Mithridates established himself at Panticapaeon, the ancient Greek trading center that was now the Bosporan capital. He began to create his last great plan for bringing the Romans to account. He was going to head up the Danube and from there invade Italy, cultivating alliances with the Celtic peoples of Central Europe and becoming a second Hannibal, fulfilling his never-implemented ideas about European conquest that had begun with Sertorius a decade previously. In conceiving such an expedition, Mithridates was influenced by the Hellenistic belief that the Argonauts had returned this way. Yet those around him were disdainful and even frightened of the plan, but they realized that it was the last effort of someone who wanted to end his life as a man of action. It may be that at this time he also reached out to unspecified Scythian queens. Appian recorded that they were in Pompey's triumph of 61 BC, along with Colchian, Iberian, and Albanian dynasts, these last two located on the Caspian Sea. No further information was provided, and because Scythian had long been a generic term for the peoples at the northern edge of the inhabited world, it is impossible to be precise. Yet the regions on the north shore of the Black Sea are famous for their burials of wealthy royal women, some of which are near Panticapaeon. The Scythian queens who allied with Mithridates and appeared in the triumph are a tantalizing glimpse into the long history of royal women in the Bosporan region. Mithridates remained at Panticapaeon for nearly 2 years, out of the reach of the Romans. Pompey was occupied elsewhere, yet he was a king without a kingdom. He devoted his efforts to gardening, scholarship, and planning his Italian adventure. By late 64 BC, however, he was deteriorating physically, yet this did not temper his resolve to carry out his latest endeavor of invading Italy. His associates became more concerned, realizing that disaster would result, and eventually his son, Pharnaces II, who had often been mentioned as his successor, formed a conspiracy to eliminate his father and become king. A revolt seems to have broken out in Phanagoria, on the eastern side of the Cimmerian Bosporus, which caused widespread destruction with the burning of buildings and the hoarding of coins. In Panticapaeon, about 20 miles away on the European side of the strait, where the king was in residence, matters seemed calmer. But one day in early 63 BC he looked out from the portico of his palace and saw Pharnaces being proclaimed king in the courtyard below. Mithridates was afraid that he would be handed over to the Romans and appear in a triumph. He had poison available, and first gave it to 2 of his daughters, Mithridates and Nysa, who had once been betrothed, respectively, to Ptolemy XII of Egypt and his brother Ptolemy of Cyprus. Both died immediately. But the poison was said to have had no effect on the king, who for many years had been constantly testing antidotes to protect himself. He thus asked a Celtic officer in his entourage, a certain Bituitus, to kill him, who complied. A less dramatic and probably less reliable tradition is that he was the victim of a rebellion in his army, a reaction against the planned European expedition. The story of the poison is suspicious. To be sure, it is commonly reported, with the most complete account by Galen, writing at least 2 centuries later. Galen's report is introduced by "they say," a way in Greek to indicate something that the author has reservations about. The most obvious concern is that the king, who was an expert on antidotes, would have been unlikely to take a poison that he had every reason to believe would not work. It is more probable that the tale was a created romantic version of the king's death, similar to that of Cleopatra VII and the Asp, which glossed over the fact that at the last moment, physically weak and politically destroyed, he was unable to do away with himself and, like Marcus Antonius 30 years later, had to call upon a slave. Pompey was on the outskirts of Nabatean Petra when he heard the news. He was somewhat annoyed that he had not been present at the end, and he also realized that the death of the king meant that one of the major commissions of the Lex Manilia had expired, and his legal status in the East could be called into question.
He immediately went to Pontus, and at either Amisus or Sinope received the embalmed body of the king, which Pharnacus had sent. A bizarre sight greeted Pompey, because there were additionally many bodies of the royal family, those who had also died in the king's last days. The king had been poorly embalmed and was hardly recognizable. At his own expense, Pompey gave Mithridates a royal funeral and buried him in the royal tombs at Sinope. In doing so, he was again imitating Alexander the Great, who buried Darius III, the last king of Persia. Thus Pompey added to his own long list of emulations of Alexander, especially obvious in his desire to call off the pursuit of Mithridates and mount an expedition deep into the Caucasus. Such an honorable burial of one's opponents would continue. Marcus Antonius would assure it for the Ptolemaic queen Berenike IV and her husband Archelaus, the grandson of Mithridates' general, in 55 BC, and Octavian would do the same for Cleopatra VII 25 years later. Mithridates' personal lands were sold. Pharnacus was officially recognized as a friend and ally of the Romans and was proclaimed, as Pharnacus II, king of Bosporus. The theoretical provincialization of Pontus, assumed under the Lex Manilia, was now a reality. Pompey returned to Rome and in early 61 BC celebrated a triumph unlike anything Rome had previously seen. It lasted for 2 days and commemorated his defeat of Mithridates as well as his activities in Syria and Cilicia. Insofar as the Pontic portion was concerned, it included Mithridates' grandson Tigranes, the son of Tigranes II, and 5 sons and 2 daughters of the king, as well as the Scythian queens. Various images of Mithridates and Tigranes II were presented, with a tableau of the former's death. As noted, Pompey wore the cloak that had allegedly belonged to Alexander the Great and which had been found in Mithridates' effects. In the years that followed, Pompey made a major reorganization of the eastern Mediterranean in the new environment after the death of the king and with the simultaneous collapse of the Seleucids. He became the most powerful man in Rome until 48 BC, when he lost out to one even more powerful and capable, Julius Caesar, and was killed in Egypt on the 28th of September of that year. The aftermath. There was yet another attempt to create a kingdom of Pontus, but under a different dynasty. During his actions in the east under his triumviral authority after the death of Julius Caesar, Marcus Antonius returned Pontus to the Mithridatic line, placing on the throne a certain Darius, a son of Pharnacus II, and thus a grandson of Mithridates VI. Little is known about him, and he did not last long, probably from around 39 to 37 BC. He was not satisfactory as king, and when he died or was removed, Antonius could not find a suitable member of the Mithridatic family to succeed him. As was becoming common in the era, he reached outside of royalty for the new king of Pontus, choosing Polemon of Laodicea, whose father had been of service to the Romans. Eventually he married Pythodorus of Nyssa, also from a family known to the triumvir. Under the newly royal couple and their descendants, Pontus remained an allied kingdom until the 60s AD, when it was reprovincialized. But no descendant of the Mithridatids ever ruled there again. In Bosporus, Pharnacus II proved to be an unreliable ally. He began an expansionist policy, attempting to reconstitute his father's kingdom and calling himself Great King. Within a few years of his accession, he attacked Pontus. He had left one of his officers, Asandros, in charge of Bosporus, who revolted in 47 BC. Julius Caesar confronted Pharnacus in Pontus and drove him back to Bosporus, where he was killed by Asandros. Asandros was allowed a kingship by the Romans, and he astutely married Dunamis, Pharnacus's daughter, and thus a granddaughter of Mithridates VI. The two shared power in Bosporus for 30 years, and then Dunamis ruled alone, conscious of her notable descent, for 20 more. She was the matriarch of a royal line that continued into at least the 3rd century AD. Thus, the dynasty established by Mithridates I, the founder, in the early 3rd century BC, lasted for 600 years, probably the longest such survival in antiquity. The legacy in antiquity. 2 decades after his death, Cicero called Mithridates VI the greatest king since Alexander. Although Cleopatra VII is often seen as the last great opponent of the Roman Republic, her opposition only occupied the last period of her life.
yet Mithridates contended with it for nearly 30 years. As the republic evolved into an empire, the kings and queens around its fringes, such as Herod the Great of Judea, Archelaus of Cappadocia, the great-grandson of Mithridates' commander, Dunamis of Bosporus, and Juba II and Cleopatra Selene of Mauritania, sought accommodation with Rome as allied monarchs rather than confrontation. The history of the Hellenistic period in the eastern Mediterranean was repeatedly one of tension between East and West, or Europe and Asia. In fact, this began with the Trojan War, or at least the received interpretation of it in later Greek times, continued in the Persian Wars of the early 5th century BC, and culminated with Alexander the Great, who, when he landed in Asia in 334 BC, immediately went to offer sacrifice at Troy. The Mithridatic dynasty came into being during the aftermath of Alexander's expedition, but was actually Persian in origin. Mithridates I, the founder, was descended from Persian officers in northwest Asia Minor. But the dynasty would steadily become Hellenized, eventually claiming ancestry from both Persian royalty and Alexander. Thus, the tension between East and West evolved into a blending, much as the Romans were to adopt a Trojan, Aeneas, as their founder. Yet as the career of Mithridates VI shows, antagonism between Europe and Asia remained even as their cultures were assimilated. The Persian heritage survived in the dynasty until its final days, with Persian divinities continuing to be worshipped. With their Persian origins, the Mithridatids were, in theory, more connected historically to the Armenians and Parthians than to the Greek world, and it is no accident that Mithridates VI reached out to both in his final days. But their gradual Hellenization gave them a Western orientation that those dynasties never had. As the power of Rome increased, the Mithridatids became the champion of Greek ways against the invasive Romans, and when Mithridates VI took the surname Dionysius, who was an ancestor of Alexander the Great, he placed himself firmly in the Greek tradition. When the dynasty in Pontus ended in 63 BC, the only Hellenistic kingdom left was that of the Ptolemies, which survived another 33 years. Members of Mithridates' circle were connected with Alexandria. Zopyros, a correspondent of the king and a physician at the court of Ptolemy XII, is probably the best example. The last Ptolemaic monarch, Cleopatra VII, who came to the throne 12 years after the death of Mithridates, carried on the tradition of the Mithridatic dynasty with a similar vision of how Eastern culture might survive in a Roman world. Cleopatra also shared personality traits with the king. She was an accomplished linguist and a student of medicine. For 250 years, the Mithridatic dynasty was a powerful force in the world between the time of Alexander the Great and the Roman Empire. It collapsed for the same reason that all the Hellenistic dynasties did, an inability to reconcile its needs with those of an ever-expanding Roman republic, and a failure to understand the complexities of the Roman state. Tension between Pontus and Rome began at the time of Pharnaces I in the early 2nd century BC, and eventually overwhelmed the kingdom. Like Hannibal and Cleopatra, the Mithridatic kings could not understand the Romans, and they failed to realize the limited effect that internal dissension at Rome would have on the republic's long-term foreign needs. Yet, even though the kingdom of Pontus, as established by Mithridates I in the early 3rd century BC, was gone by 63 BC, the descendants of the Mithridatids would continue to rule in various territories, far outlasting those of any other Hellenistic dynasty, and surviving even longer than the family of the Emperor Augustus himself. The afterlife. The legend of Mithridates VI began almost at the moment of his death. Pompey's elaborate triumph of 61 BC helped to create a mythic image of the king, and within the year, the poet Archias had written an account of his wars with Rome with a focus on the role of Lucullus. He had already written about Gaius Marius, and his works were an early example of the historical poetic genre best known from the Civil War of Lucan. Lucan's contemporary, the Emperor Nero, also wrote a poem about the king. The earlier history of the Mithridatic dynasty never entered popular imagination and was largely forgotten as the career of Mithridates VI came to dominate the tradition, treated in detail by ancient writers such as Sallust, Strabo, and Appian. A few months after the death of Mithridates VI, Gaius Octavius was born in a house on the Palatine in Rome. As the Emperor Augustus, he would in time create a new Roman state that adopted many of the features of Hellenistic monarchy. Even in antiquity, the connection between the world of Mithridates and that of Augustan Rome was apparent. Rome, in encircling the Mediterranean, fulfilled the stillborn plans of the last Hellenistic king of Pontus. The career of Mithridates VI still resonated in late antiquity. In the 5th century A.D., at the fortified estate of Burgos in Aquitania, located just north of Bordeaux at modern Bourg-sur-Gironde, wall paintings depicted elements of the king's career. They were commissioned by a prominent local, Pontius Leontinus, and were described poetically by his friend, the poet and political leader Sidonius Apollinaris. The paintings were a vast cycle of historical and mythological subjects, with one section showing Mithridates' sacrifices of white horses to Poseidon at Sinope and the siege of Cyzicus, in which Lucullus was also represented. Sidonius's description is doubtless condensed, and there is no indication as to why events from the life of Mithridates were chosen or why there was a desire to depict such topics in late antique Aquitania. Yet if nothing else, the paintings demonstrate the still mythic nature of the career of the king at such a late date and far from Pontus. Interest in Mithridates VI continued in the post-antique world, where the king was praised for his opposition to Rome. The manner of his death became romanticized, especially the conflict between him and his son Pharnaces II. Giovanni Boccaccio, in his De Casibus Vivorum Illustrium, On the Fall of Famous Men, written in the mid-14th century, described the death of the king, creating a parallel with other famous personalities of the era, including Pompey, Caesar, Antonius, and Cleopatra VII. By the 15th century, editions of Boccaccio's work included illustrations showing the death of the king. The Mithridatum jar attributed to Annibale Fontana has a representation of the same event. In the 17th century, this was a popular dramatic subject, most notably in Jean Racine's Mithridate, 1673, which emphasized the tension between Mithridates and Pharnaces, but also introduced a romantic attachment between the latter and his stepmother Monime. The play was popular at the court of Louis XIV, who also commissioned a portrait of Mithridates, now at Versailles. Racine's play was the inspiration for numerous operatic treatments of the death of the king. The first of note is Alessandro Scarlatti's Mithridate Iupitore, Venice, 1707. The most famous is Mozart's Mithridate Re di Ponto, Milan, 1770. Both focus on the death of the king and the situation with Pharnaces, but, as was typical in opera seria of the 18th century, incorporate numerous details from elsewhere in Greco-Roman culture. Scarlatti's work has a revenge motif taken from the tale of Electra, and Mozart's has some of the elements from the Oedipus story that appeared in Racine's play. The linguistic abilities of the king were also considered notable in early modern times. Conrad Gessner's Mithridate sivi de differentis linguarum, 1555, used the king's name as the title for a linguistic encyclopedia, and Johann Christoph Odilung did the same in his Mithridates oder allgemeine Sprachenkunde, 1806. The diversity of the king's reputation was thus of great interest in a variety of disciplines, and it survives into modern times, where fictionalized accounts of his career continue to appear. This concludes Empire of the Black Sea by Duane W. Roller, narrated by Bob Sauer. Copyright 2020 by Oxford University Press. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Oxford University Press and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.